What's the big you'll see? Don't come in late. Sorry. I'll be honest with you, I was starving.
Oh, we got a fan club.
It's my next door neighbor.
Huh? Been talking for 8 years. Oh.
Recording in progress.
Honorable Clerk, how you doing?
This belongs to Councilman Ahmad? Yalla. All right, ready. All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the October 10, 2023 regular meeting of the Dearborn Heights City Council. It's right now 6 p.m. Madam Clerk, can you please take roll call?
Dave Abdallah,
Here.
Zuhair Abdullah,
Here.
Hassan Ahmad,
Here.
Mo Beydoun,
Here.
Nancy Breyer. Here. Robert Constant
Here.
and Tom Wenzel.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Appreciate it. Next up is our Pledge of Allegiance. This one's going to be led by the young gentleman that I was talking to earlier today. What is his name?
Hamoudi.
Hamoudi. You're going to lead us with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hamoudi.
What's your name? Mohammed what? What's the last name? Rizik? Okay, Mohammed Rizik.
I
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mr. Rizik. Appreciate it. Next up, we have our police chief Hart swearing in. Chief, oh, we have Director Swore. Come on up.
Hi, everyone. Is that on? Yeah. I'm Director Swope.
Yep.
Is it on? Okay. All right. I'm Director Swope. Stepping in for Chief Hart tonight. Thank you to the council and mayor for allowing us the opportunity to swear in a couple of our brand new officers. So the police department, we're excited to have additional staff coming on board. These are two fine gentlemen that we have here with us tonight. They're just two of many to come. We have a great police department here in the city of Dearborn Heights. And then we're adding some experienced officers, some newer officers, from some very intelligent people that are going to join our force and help us with crime fighting and community policing in our city. So I'd like to call up Officer Zohar. I want to introduce Officer Hassan Zohar. I apologize. He's been a police officer for 5 years. His prior experience includes Highland Park and the city of Ecorse. When he was in the city of Ecorse, he was an FTO and a rifle instructor. We've heard great things about Officer Zohar, and we're excited to have him here. He currently has an associate's degree in criminal justice, and he's pursuing his bachelor's degree from Wayne State. Man. Next up, I'd like to call up Officer Risk. Officer Risk, he has 1 year of service at the Detroit Police Department. We're glad to have him. He's beginning his career off in a great place here. Educational wise, he's pursuing his bachelor's degree. He's attended the U of M Dearborn and Henry Ford College. Madam Clerk is gonna swear these gentlemen in. Yeah.
You raise your right hand. Right. Do solemnly swear
Do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States.
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
And the Constitution of this state.
and the Constitution of this state,
and that I will faithfully perform the duties of
and I will faithfully perform the duties of
police officer
police officer
and for the city of Dearborn Heights,
and for the city of Dearborn Heights,
county of Wayne,
county of Wayne,
state of Michigan,
state of Michigan,
according to the best of my ability,
according to the best of my ability,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
congratulations to both of the gentlemen for being here today. I also want to recognize Mr. Rizik's brother who's in the room with us, happens to also be my neighbor and also does border patrol, so he serves his life every day. Let's give him a round of applause. US Customs, forgive me. But yeah, all rings the same. Thank you for putting your life out on the line, sir.
Yes, thank you. Next up is our Fire Chief Brogan Citizen Award. Chief?
Round of applause for our great fire chief. There is not a better fire chief in the state of, I don't think in the United States of America.
Actually, I'm here tonight to honor one of our very own animal control officers, Kevin Abbott, if he can come on up.
Round of applause for that.
So, all right, Kevin, actually, I'm over here, I'm not sure.
He's gonna make you feel a little short, but.
Yeah. I feel like I'm at the station, right? So, Kevin helped us out recently and after the call, I was approached by many of the firefighters who asked that I write a letter on his behalf. And after I spoke with the mayor, we came up with a citizens award would be the most appropriate action. So I'll just go ahead and read it. On July 24th, 2023, the members of Dearborn Heights Fire Department responded to a car versus pedestrian accident at Ford Road and Telegraph. The crew arrived to find a young boy who had been struck by a car going approximately 45 to 50 miles per hour. There are multiple bystanders rendering assistance to the boy, including Dearborn Heights Animal Control Officer Kevin Abbott, who had also staged his vehicle to act as a barrier to protect the patient and the other bystanders who stopped to assist. The child had significant injuries, and this was a very traumatic scene. After he ensured the safety of the boy and the bystanders, he went to see if there was anything he could do to help before our crews arrived. When the firefighters told me about the incident, it was mentioned that one of our animal control officers had stopped to provide aid, and the firefighters asked that I pass on their thanks for helping. We should be very proud of ACO Abbott. Under no obligation to do so, he made the decision to stop and get involved, recognizing the seriousness of the incident. He had the forethought to position the animal control officer truck to block traffic to help protect the scene and provide a sense of comfort to the others who are also trying to help the child. As a result of those actions, we're presenting him with his Citizens Award. Thank you very much, Kevin. We're going to do a photo. Want to do a photo up front?
Maybe our director could take a photo of them as well.
I can do that.
Share it. There you go.
Yeah, Lynn, if you could.
Please. Please.
I'm gonna-
Thank you.
I'm gonna stand
I didn't mean anything by that.
here.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yep.
Thank you.
Congratulations. All right, next on our agenda is item number 3, agenda.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the agenda of the regular meeting of October 10th, 2023 as submitted.
Okay, motion
I'll see you
made
guys.
by Councilman Baydoun and seconded by Councilman Abdul Haq. Is there any discussion on that? Councilman? I'm sorry, Mayor.
Remove item 9F since this is a violation of the charter. So I don't know if the clerk had time to actually go talk to a parliamentarian to advise her that this is a violation of the charter. That, you know, if you're gonna reaffirm anything or affirm anything, you know, you should affirm everything in the charter. So this is, it doesn't make sense. And, you know, this here, it just shows that this is another step to kind of choke the administration of doing what we need to do to move our city forward. And this here, we looked at, Mike Moran actually gave us every municipality that they audit. This does not exist in any city that they audit, that we have to do this here. And again, it's a violation of the charter to go and amend the charter the way with via resolution. And you know, I'm gonna be up straight here, that ever since that you guys illegally, you know, I don't know if it's illegal or not, appointed
Point of order,
to this.
point of order, Council Chair.
No, Council Chair.
Now, point of order.
Okay, no, because I need,
Yeah.
okay, this
Point of
here,
order. Don't use the word illegal.
Okay,
well, I just need to ask, did you guys talk to a parliamentarian, a certified parliamentarian?
No, an opinion from the
okay,
parliamentarian.
one second, one second, one
Okay,
second.
okay, again, I need to go on record because I'm getting calls from residents. And again, I just want to go on record to let you know, they want to know, because you guys robbed Councilman Ahmed from making his decisions, since, you know, that's what we were told by a certified parliamentarian,
Okay,
that he didn't vote. Anyway, since he's been on, you know, since he was appointed by you guys, he's been coming to the city hall. I've been getting a lot of complaints. He's asking for so many documents. We can't do any work because we have to spend hours trying to get him documents. All this is about is Mr. Ali Deeb. He was appointed. First, you guys approved it about 2 years ago to bring him on board and whatever hourly rate he was making at that time. So we just changed the method of paying him. Instead of a W-2, he's doing a 1099. That's all it is. So I don't know what he has against Mr. Deeb for putting this motion, but this is unacceptable. Like, you guys are violating the charter by you guys adding to reaffirm something in the charter. And you guys are adding items to that in that charter. So if you guys gonna affirm everything in the charter.
okay, so first of all, with all due respect, this was something that was brought forward by Councilman Abdul Haq, and second of all, I want to make it clear. It was not illegally voted in. Even if you go through a parliamentarian, and I don't want to go through the whole process all over again, that is just an opinion as to how a meeting is run. And at the end of the day, it's at the discretion of the city council, like I mentioned before, as to how we vote. When the charter is not that clear, then it becomes our decision as to how we're going to appoint somebody. With that being the case, I'm not going to put him on the spot here unless Councilman Ahmad would like to be put on the spot. But I can get him to vote just maybe for somebody's peace of mind. That's fine. But he is a legally appointed councilman, and that's how he has to be referred to, as Councilman Abdul Haq, in my personal opinion. Number two, this was an item that he brought forward. It is not against the charter. I think it's false information to say it's against the charter when it's not. He's just affirming what is stated in the charter. Now, in that particular case, as you know, me and you have gone back and forth with emails on this. I don't have to have a full discussion on this now. It's supposed to be later. But I, as a city council chair, have to make a decision if something goes on the agenda or not. I made a decision to put it on the agenda. You disagreed. I respectfully disagreed with you, and I kept it on the agenda, and it is per the charter at my discretion if something's added on the agenda or not. So unless something is illegal against the Constitution of the United States of America, the state of Michigan, the county, or the city, then at the end of the day, it's at my discretion if it goes on there or not. I didn't put it on there to be against somebody or any type of agenda one way or another. I put it on there because a council member brought it forward. And as you know, just like in the past, I don't block things. I allow it to be discussed in an open forum again amongst the whole body. We make a decision and we move forward. If this is at that point decided amongst all of us that this is not good, then it dies. There's nothing to die. We're just reaffirming something. So I think at this point, the councilman just wanted to bring it to discussion. Councilman Bidun.
Council Chair, I understand the mayor's frustration, and sometimes you may not see eye to eye on certain things, but to say it was an illegal vote, then if in that case, anything we voted while Councilman Ahmad was not here was then considered illegal, and we should have never approved any money. We should have approved anything that was on the entire agenda. It doesn't work that way.
Chair?
Look, it's an opinion versus an opinion. And worst case scenario, Councilman, would you like to make a vote today?
Well, I don't mind. Before we get to that, I just
Okay.
wanted a chance to address what Council Chair has said as to Councilman Abdul Haq's motion. I think what the mayor was saying was that and when we sent it out to the state parliamentarians that train us and advise us, there was no discussion that the language was vague, the word vague, into the charter. Now, it says the majority, they said other municipalities that would add a majority at the time would have that in their charter. The fact that the people who prepared the charter obviously considered that issue and kept it as a majority means it's not vague, just the way the language is read literally. It's the majority of the chamber. And the reason is because even though Councilman Ahmed wasn't there,
Correct.
they give credits and his rights as a councilman to be considered as part of the majority, not to exclude him in this type of vote. Not that, that's what they said, not
But again, many times corporation council said people cannot vote when they are not here in person. So I want to make something clear on my end. I tell you from my end personally, there's no agenda whether it was 3 or 4 as to who wins or who doesn't win. That was irrelevant to me. It's only a couple of meetings anyways. But just because it's not clear, then it's left to the council body. Even the parliamentarian that sent you the email, and I read that email, I know you forwarded it to me. She gave an opinion that she said, most cities would probably do it this way or that way, but it was not, there's nothing etched in stone as to how it's done.
well, they said,
But besides the fact, it's still, even if it's in 100% opinion on her end, it's just an opinion. It's still at the discretion per the charter of the city council to make a decision as to how we vote, unless it's in the charter.
I raised my objection. It's my advice. I'm not telling you what to do. But I don't think she said that it was vague. That's the only thing I'm saying. I don't think it's vague. I think it's clear. It's a majority, which includes the rights of the councilman not present. Unlike decisions, motions that you have a regular session where you have majority present at the time. With this type of thing for elections, that's how they distinguished it. So,
And I would agree with you 100% that the charter is not clear, period. It's not clear.
I think it's clear, but that's okay.
Well, it just says again, majority. But again, but honestly, but just point of order.
Or
To
like
say he was an illegally elected appointed, I think it's
I
wrong.
didn't say that.
Councilman
That's-
Bidu, you're next.
I didn't finish. On
Right.
the second point that you had in terms of
All
the
right.
Councilman Hack's motion, it's read in a way, and that's why you're saying take it off the agenda. It's not just to affirm, because it has extending competitive bid language, and it has additionally to direct the mayor to get the council's approval for all contracts involving employment, contractors, vendors, consultants, engineering, planning. Really what it's doing is almost as if you are doing a recall petition and taking the power away from administration and putting it into the city council's hands. That's why he said take this off the agenda, because in effect, you're nullifying the administration's ability to do contracts, consultants, vendors, engineering. That's the administrative's prerogative to do. This motion takes it away and puts it in the city council's hands.
Okay.
Number one. Number two, the issue of what is considered a decision-making for taking something off the agenda, if it can be heard in another forum, which is what the mayor is suggesting. Not that it be heard here, not that it go away, respecting the councilman's prerogative to put motions on, but give it a separate forum that we can look at it in entirety. Now, I know 2 years ago, and I'm new obviously here, but you had looked at maybe a committee to look over the whole charter.
Correct.
And revisit the charter, and that should be restarted. And I'm giving all deference to Councilman Abdul Haq, who I respect tremendously. So I think that's what the mayor was trying to say. I'm not speaking for the mayor.
Okay, but just a quick second. I respect that, and as I mentioned to the mayor via email, that obviously whatever is allowed to us per the charters, what would be, if it's not allowed in the charter, when we get to that part and we discuss it, then whatever amendments we make. But he's just bringing a proposal, or not a proposal, just a conversation forward, if you want to call it. And I cannot and will not, as a council chair, I will resign for, I'll do that, block somebody from bringing something forward. This wasn't me. This is not me voting yes or no on it, whatever it is. There's really not much to vote on, really, when you think about it. But we will discuss it at that particular point. I think would be the more appropriate thing. Councilman, go ahead.
Thank you. Just for the record, I have recommended Engineer Ali Deeb more than anybody to be employed in the city.
Speaking to the mic, please. Yes.
I have recommended Engineer Ali Deeb more than anyone in the city to be appointed and work in the city. And I have no doubt of his capability. And I have no problem with Ali Deeb as an engineer. And I would vote for $200 to $300 an hour if the budget allow it, and if it is similar to other cities, similar to other positions. I'm not talking about that at all. A resident called me and said there is 2 checks issued, 14,000.
Councilman, I'm gonna ask that we not
1 second.
discuss.
Let's,
Yeah.
why don't we on this, we're trying to take this particular item and dealing with it from A to Z right now. Why don't we wait, if you don't mind, Councilman,
I
until
don't,
this
I
subject
don't
comes up?
mind. I'm just worried why doesn't he read section 9.1,
Okay, why don't-
9.4,
why don't we-
9.5 from the chart, and
Okay.
then he talks.
On this item, let's wait until we get to it and we'll go ahead and discuss it.
Council
And
Chair,
again, if it's not per the charter, it'll be obviously wiped off. Councilwoman Wood.
Yes, could I read it to everyone so they have an idea of what we're
Well, just
talking
to be
about?
fair, let's wait until we get, that's why I want to stop discussion on this because this was just the mayor's
All right.
proposal. Take it off the agenda.
Council Chair,
And the only one
Then
that
I
can take it
wanna-
off the agenda is the
I want to
council.
state my objection at this point. You're asking us to slow down the progress of things happening in the city by putting it onto the council rather than going through the administration. And sometimes with just 2 meetings a month, things will be a lot slower than they have to be. Plus, the item that we're discussing should be decided by the residents. They should be able to vote on this at the polls.
Okay,
Council Chair.
we will discuss, okay,
I know.
not a discussion on this item.
I know, Council
Go
Chair.
ahead.
Second.
All I'm saying is, Council Chair, everybody on here must go through the Council Chair when they ask to speak. Nobody's gonna interrupt during this meeting, and if they do, I'm going to call up point of order. Can you just confirm that?
Yes,
Thank you.
that's it, okay. Councilman Wetzel?
Yeah, I was really offended there, and I think that the statement that Bill Bazey made was a slanderous statement saying that the city council robbed Councilman Ahmed of his vote. And I don't know what, that's a bad statement to make. I think he knows a city council an apology for that statement. How did we rob him of his vote?
You're asking a question. I think it goes
No, I'm
back.
asking the mayor.
Well, it goes back, it goes
How
back.
did- he made the
I'm
statement,
answering it
Roger.
and the mayor can answer, but I'm saying,
Council chair.
you asked,
Okay,
you asked.
Councilman,
specific
Councilman, 1 second.
To the answer.
Roger, I'm sorry, Corporation Council. He would like
You
the
want-
mayor, and if the mayor doesn't want to answer, it's his right. He'd like the mayor to answer, I don't know.
As the attorney said, and as the parliamentarian says, you have to wait for the 6 council members to be here to vote. So by Councilman Ahmed was not here, you guys did deprive him of the vote. So maybe you wanted to vote for him or somebody else. So that's all I said. That's what happened. Is you guys supposed to wait for the Councilman Ahmed to vote? And that's what the charter says, and that's what the parliamentarian said. And that's a state certified parliamentarian.
Okay. All right,
Council Chair,
Councilman.
I don't have no problem voting, but if I vote, which means it's gonna take whatever you said, even though I agree with you 100%. Whoever was here in attendance is the majority of the vote. You want me to vote? I'm be more than happy to vote, but I mean, if I vote right now, I'm gonna take the credibility from the people who were here by voting for Mr. Abdulhaq. But if you want me to, as a council body, I would love to.
All right, who'd you vote for?
I would vote for
Just-
Councilman Abdulhaq.
There you go. All done.
Let's move on.
Thank you.
Okay,
Let's move on, please.
you.
We spent way too much on this.
all right, next.
I'm sorry, so
Council Chair.
just as
Let's-
a point of order, a
Corporation Council,
housekeeping matter, then the clerk will reflect that a vote was added today to make.
I personally don't see it as a vote, no, it's already been voted.
He just voted though.
No, I mean, if somebody wants, Councilman Baydun asked him, who would you have voted for, is that type of thing. I would not personally consider it as an official
It's
vote,
not the vote.
because at that time, it was just the majority of the people that were here.
Guys, we're on the agenda, please,
Yeah.
man. We got a
So
long
let's go
night,
ahead,
man.
okay, so can somebody make the motion on the agenda?
I just did, Council Chair.
Okay, so motion by Councilman Baydun, seconded by Councilman Abdahak for agenda approval on item number 3. Any other discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on the agenda is item
Council Chair.
4A.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the minutes of the special meeting of September 21st, 2023 as submitted.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Baydun and seconded by Councilwoman Breyer. Any discussion on that one? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on the agenda is item 4B, minutes from the regular
Council
meeting of
Chair.
September 26th.
Council Chair, I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the minutes of the regular meeting of September 26th, 2023 as submitted.
Support.
Motion made by Councilman Baydoun and seconded by Councilman Constant, I'm sorry.
Council Chair.
Wait, 1 second.
Go ahead.
Seconded by Councilman Constant. Any discussion on that?
Yes,
Go ahead, Councilman.
I would like to reconsider the vote for approval of the minutes of September 12, which we approved it on September 26. For obvious reason, there was in the claims something I believe it's not proper. And that's for AMD company of 17,000 and some dollars. And I asked the council to look into that and to reconsider removing that item before we approve those minutes.
Council Chair, those minutes have already been approved.
Yes.
That was what you say,
So
September twelfth.
so the minutes, so just to be clear, what you are basically allowed to do at this particular point,
Only these.
Councilman, is if they've already been approved, the only thing you can do if you so choose is to change your vote.
That's exactly what I'm asking. I would like to
But they've
change
already-
my vote because there is something I
don't-
feel that is not
wasn't on
proper.
You weren't on council at the time.
Correct.
When the
It
minutes
was
were-
not on council.
No,
Not on the 12th.
No, but you got voted on later, correct? That's
you
correct, so you can.
approved, you approved it on the 26th.
Yes,
I
you-
said yes.
The approval of the minutes and the ACA warrior, you weren't on there yet. You were
weren't on there.
after
You were
the
appointed
public
afterwards.
comments.
You didn't take a vote on the,
Oh,
on that claim.
I apologize.
That's okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay. So motion made by Councilman Baydoun, seconded by Councilman Constant. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on the agenda is public hearings and comments on agenda items only.
Right,
Please make sure you speak on agenda items only. You will have 2 minutes.
2 minutes, hang on. I give 2 minutes and 5 seconds.
Stan Saab, John Daly, Dearborn Heights. Asking about 9D.
Hold on, sir.
1 second.
Hold on.
For those that are not familiar, 9D, before you start, so Saab, I'm sorry. That one is city engineer DIB, concrete sectioning street repair program, contract reassignment, motion 22-401. Go ahead.
So a few questions I got and concerns. Number one is A&G has been on these sites ever since this contract was issued. I believe they are the same contractor, if somehow affiliated. They're just moving corporation names. The owner, if he has health issues, well, his workers are still working for E&G. This is the same company I've called multiple times doing work that's below standard to what's required. You guys just approved them also for an addition for almost $1 million for cost, cheapest is not always best. I believe this bid should go back out for, this contract should go out for bid. You can't just transfer it to another company because he has a health issue. It doesn't work that way. This should be put out for bid, just like any other contract. A&G, their equipment is out on every single slab that's pulled out. They got excavators, rollers, compactors, everything, and it's the same exact workers. So I just want to ask, is this, even the guy that wrote this out to you he doesn't even know what city he's trying to work for. It says Dearborn Heights. It's Dearborn Heights, so there's a correction in his statement if you guys want to fix. But this should be put back out for rebid. And I asked council put a resolution and put the season's over. Put it back out for rebid. I don't think this is the best price we're getting nor the best quality we're getting. And I believe this transfer, there's something fishy about this transfer. I've caught this guy multiple times doing work that's illegal. And you guys still approved it and still allow him in the city. And now they're moving contracts once he is put on them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. For council members, I just want to remind the council members, when somebody's at the podium speaking and those in the audience that are speaking, please don't answer back because this is not a back and forth. This is just an opportunity for the residents to make a statement. When they're done with their time, if you so choose, preferably not, but you can answer at that particular point, but please don't interrupt the residents in the middle of their speeches.
Can somebody do that?
No. Nobody did it right now, but I always want to remind you guys. Come on up, sir. City, street name.
I'm here.
Hmm?
Vince Drapkowski, Columbia Street, Dearborn Heights. My question is regarding section 8, proposal B, the Act 78. I know the mayor wants to reappoint some commission members, but at the same time, if he's going to reappoint commission members, is he going to suspend Act 78? I mean, what's going on with that? You want Act 78 or you don't want it?
Yes.
Okay, so finish all your questions and then I'll have whoever it is answer you.
That is my question.
That you're done though?
Yes.
Okay. So who are you referencing this question to?
I'm referencing this to the mayor. If he's going to reappoint people to Act 78, is he keeping Act 78? Or what's going on with Act 78? Since it's gone back and forth to court.
Okay, the mayor would like to answer?
It says reappoint. I understand that you're going to reappoint people, but in the meantime, are you still going to put Act 78 back or are you going to keep it?
It's always been back. It's never been suspended.
Okay.
It's always been back. They've been meeting ever since.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it was ever dismantled.
Well,
I know it's not dismantled,
I
but
don't think we have proof it was ever adopted from 1964. However, it is included in the contract, the Act 78 language. That is the question.
yeah, the Act 78 language is in the contract, but there was talk of dismantling Act 78. Is that your?
Just to clarify, the only issue at that particular point was in terms of chief appointment. That was the main issue. It was never gotten, quote unquote, gotten rid of in the city that I'm aware of. It was an opinion as to what Act 78 says specifically in regards to a mayor in the city of Dearborn Heights hiring a chief, and whether a mayor reserves the right to hire a chief that he or she chooses or has to go through Act 78 to get to the top. That was the only issue. It was never, that I'm aware of, gotten rid of. Is that correct? Yeah.
Okay, I just want to clarify because there's a lot of rumors out there about Act 78 and that's just some clarification.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vince. Let's wait on this issue. Okay, Councilman would like to ask the clerk.
Madam Clerk, you sent me approval of Act 78 being adopted in 1964.
That's correct.
16,000 to 7,000.
Yep, roughly.
So for Mr. Raja, with my whole respect to him, it was adopted and certified, and it is in effect in our city since 1964.
Yes, those are the records that I found in the Dearborn Heights archives.
Excuse me, and the records that you supplied was not certified.
One second.
What I certified were the election results that were found in the Dearborn Heights archives.
Right, but it was not the certification from 1964 that has not been found, although it's gone up the chain to the AG's office and the Secretary of State office. That has not been found. And there's newspaper articles from the Kennedy Center, that's it. And there's what you say, but there's no backup to it from the 1964 Election Commission and electoral votes
Well,
from
can we find
1964.
did we find the election results from the incorporation of the city?
Okay.
I'm not doing one wrong and one right.
Okay.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna stop this for a second. Let's wait until we get to that particular vote and then we'll go ahead and discuss it further then. Sorry, I apologize.
Okay.
Tensions are
Sorry, Madam Clerk. Okay. So any other public comments? I don't want to take away from the residents' public comments. Any other public comments from the residents? What up, sir? And make sure it's on agenda items only, please.
Love the suspenders, by the way.
Thank you. My name is Dennis Groh. I live on Evangeline Street, South Evangeline Street, Dearborn Heights. I see there's a hot button issue on G9F. And I'm probably older than most of the people around here. I've seen a lot of things in my life. And it's never a good strategy to create a bottleneck. And from what I'm hearing, and I'm not privy to all the stuff, but you're now going from a system where information can flow freely to a situation where information will flow through some group that has to meet on some basis that could potentially delay things, just like Councilwoman said. So I just want to reinforce that's my observation. Dangerous move.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Anybody else in the audience? Okay, seeing none. Madam Clerk, do you see anybody on Zoom that has a comment on an agenda item only?
I do not see any hands up.
Okay. Public hearings and comments on agenda items done. Next up is fund transfers and current claims.
Council Chair,
Councilman,
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the current claims and ACH wire transfer 6-1 through 6-54 as submitted.
Support.
okay, motion made by Councilman Bedun and seconded by Councilman Abdul Haq. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair,
Councilman, go ahead.
I don't know if this is the time and place for this, but I think city council should be privy and given I don't know, a monthly or weekly or bi-weekly report on the electronic wire payments that we make, because we have no record of that anywhere. I mean, they're done without us ever seeing them. And I think we approve them once in a while, but I mean, Madam Treasurer, we spoke earlier about this, and I think the city council needs a regular check register given to them and credit card information, but as far as electronic wiring goes, can you explain that to us?
Sure. So as you recall, I would always send you a report to council body with your check register. I did that today for your September and the receipting report for September. And I always have to add in the electronic payments. The things that we have that are electronic payments are going to be your Blue Cross Blue Shield, which is a monthly premium that we send in, your payroll, which is typically twice a month. That includes payroll taxes. And the only other thing would be any bond payments. And I do include that in the email, the text of the body of the email. I break it down by the month and what it was and the amount that was wired. So that is sent to you. And I sent that today for September, like I said, and I'm happy to continue doing that.
I'd appreciate it if you did.
I do know that you've also asked for the commercial card statements.
Yes.
So I will be sending those as well to all the council members. So you'll have them for every department, as every department that has a Comerica commercial card. You'll get remember it took the place of the petty cash banks.
So is that the $1,400 without the
That is
approval?
correct.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah, send us that.
Yep, I'm happy to send that to you. I send those out typically within the first week of each month for the previous month.
All right.
Happy to do that. Whatever the council, but I will reinstate here real quick, whatever the council body requires, financial wise, I'm happy to be compliant and share that with you. Just let me know what you're looking for.
Thank you, Madam
Thank you.
Treasurer. Any other questions on the fund transfers and current claims?
Council Chair.
Councilman?
Don't.
Okay, any other? Seeing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on our agenda is item 7A, CEDD Director Jamal Bid Award.
Council Chair,
Councilwoman, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council award the bid for the Eaton Senior Center boiler room pipes and valves replacement to Allied Building Services Company of Detroit, Inc. as the lowest qualified bidder in the amount of $18,700 and authorize the controller to return the bid bonds to the unsuccessful bidders. And in addition, authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the agreement on behalf of the city. Additionally, authorize the CEDD director to approve necessary change orders up to $3,740, which is 20% of the bid amount, common practice. Furthermore, authorize the mayor and comptroller or clerk to sign the necessary warrants, the treasurer to issue payment not to exceed $22,440, log to fund 103 I don't have a balance of an account there. Eaton Senior Center Improvement, General Ledger Tracking Accounts, and paid from the unrestricted general fund pool bank account, which will be fully reimbursed from U.S. Treasury accordingly, as outlined in 7A. And I thank Mr. Jamal for putting this together.
Okay, motion made by Councilwoman Breyer and seconded by Councilman Abdul Haq. And thank you, Director.
Constant.
I'm sorry, Bob Constant? Oh, I'm sorry, couldn't tell. So seconded by Councilman Constant. Yes, thank you, Director Jamal, for a job well done. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair, yes, I want to thank the administration that they started taking care of the senior citizen centers. And I want to thank Mr. Jamal for really putting money from the CEDD for these things. That is very important for our senior citizens.
Excellent. Any
Council
other
Chair,
discussions?
Council Chair, I want to thank our young seniors who are here with us today, A to Z, starting with our very own Rose, and who show up here every week, ensuring that the Eaton Center is going to be taken care of. Our seniors, look, they just want somewhere they can go, play volleyball, hang out, and just waste time. But
We don't.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Gail. I'm kidding. But really, they come in here every week and they're holding us, their elected officials, accountable for this Eaton Center. And you know what? I thank them for that. And I got so much respect for you guys for showing up here, because I'll tell you something. If I didn't have to be here as the councilman, I would not be at these meetings. I would not be here today. But you know what? Who knows? I know that you guys care, and I know that this is something that needs to be done so that we can help move our city forward. So thank you guys for coming.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Any other discussions on this? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on the agenda is item 7B, City Engineer Bid Award, 2023 Street Paving Contract.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council award the bid for the 2023 street paving contract for the reconstruction of
Bless
5
you.
streets to Mark Anthony Contracting as the lowest bidder for an amount not to exceed $2,751,474.03. The bid amount plus 10% for materials and quality assurance, and authorize the comptroller to return the bid bonds to the unsuccessful bidders. In addition, authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the agreement on behalf of the city. Furthermore, authorize the mayor and comptroller or clerk to sign the necessary warrants and the treasurer to issue payment from local streets general ledger account number 203-895-000 as outlined in 7B.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Constant, seconded by Councilman Abdulhak. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair.
Councilman?
Sorry, I just have one question for Mr. Deeb. That 10%, is that something like with every, like, I haven't seen this before. We did?
Just 5 minutes ago, the item before that,
Oh,
you
okay.
approved 20%. This is 10%.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
You just approved it.
Is this like something normal for everything now? Or
We're doing quality control testing separate from the contractor. So the contractor doesn't hire the testing company and be working for them. That's a process that was done in the past. I don't think this is good.
Mhm.
When the testing company works for the contractor, they hardly ever fail the material.
Right.
By doing it this way, they're working for us. So I get the true test results.
So basically they hire a third party to do the testing.
If you do quality control under the same contract, which is basically the contractor hires the company, then they're working for him, right? So when the test is taken, I don't know if I have a lot of faith in the results. I'm doing it this way, so I know that I'm the one paying the testing company. I get the true results, right? So quality control is.
I'm sorry, since you mentioned the 20%, so how come that one was 20%? This is 10%?
That was Mr. Jamal. He added 20%. Mine is 10. I think I have enough for 10%.
Does it have to be with the project amount? That's why? Has to do with this, because that one is small.
I estimated 10% is enough for that function.
Oh, okay, so you do it. And I just saw one of the bidders didn't even bid on like 3 of the streets. Is there any idea why, or?
So one thing you have to remember, with all the ARPA money, with all the communities around us, we're having a lot of hard time trying to attract contractors. There's a lot of money out there. Contractors are committed. So this, for instance, I went early because most of that work is going to happen in the spring, but I wanted to start early because I'm trying to reserve companies. Otherwise, there's a lot of work out there and not too many contractors. So I'm trying to get as many committed. And then, so the other company had too much going on.
So basically, they cannot do the whole job, so you
No.
just bid the part of it? Oh.
They could do have, no, we did it intentionally that way. In the bid documents, we said you can bid 1, 2, or all 5. And then this way I get to see. So if one was low on one project and, higher on the second, we can do more. But it just happened that the low bidder was low on all of them.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Councilman Abdulhak, go ahead.
Mr. Deeb,
Yes, sir.
are you going to bid the 10% out? You're going to hire a company through bidding process to do the testing and the quality assurance?
Actually, I was gonna do it differently. I was hoping that I can get a contract with a company to do all the projects, so I don't have to bid each one separately. Just put a company under contract to do all of our testing.
Why does the company who bid did not put this already in it? Didn't we request it?
I just said that.
Not a
I
good
don't want
idea.
them to work for the contractor.
Okay.
If the contractor gets the company, then the company works for him. So it's hard for that company to fail at test results when they work for the contractor.
Do we have any bad experience with the cement companies about testing that they did not do their job, or just that's your feeling?
That's my feeling.
Okay.
That's
Thank
based
you.
on experience. I rather, they work for us, so I'm the client. When they work for the contractor is the client. If they fail him, he probably won't hire him again, right?
Thank you.
So,
Okay, thank you, Mr. Deeb.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I have one question for you.
Mr. Deeb, one more.
sorry.
This testing, will they be at every phase of the project from, what are they gonna be testing?
So this particular project, compaction, material, make a cylinder on the concrete to make sure that it meets the specs.
So
That kind of stuff. Material testing.
Are you taking,
Material testing.
what about concrete samples?
That's material testing. So
Will you
yes,
take concrete samples of concrete that's actually poured on that site?
you make a cylinder out of the
Yeah, right.
concrete made on this, and then you age it and you break it and you get the
Right.
strength.
They're gonna do
That's-
that?
Yeah, that's the
Okay,
testing.
okay.
That's what we
I
have.
know there's a lot of issues with concrete, 2 or 3 years flaking apart, that's a bad mix or something, or.
I could be, but I did run across some premature failures on some of our streets that should have not happened in 9 years. I don't know how it was done in the past, but in my previous experience, we always have samples, and those samples are made throughout the projects, and the results are kept. So you don't move forms until you actually determine the proper strength. So if the strength is 35 or 4,000, whatever it is, you sample it. And again, working for us, you get to determine when to take the test.
Right.
So the contractor doesn't control, I have a good mix now, and then tomorrow,
Right.
it's better that way.
Right, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, just quickly, Mr. Deeb. Well, first of all, Councilman Bedun, you were next.
I'm okay.
You all set?
Council Chair, do you mind?
Follow-up question, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry, just going back to you said you're gonna pick the testing company? So like he said, I don't know if I understood the Councilman Abdulhak. So you're gonna send it for bids, or you can?
So instead of doing just one for this one project, I was thinking of putting out an RFP for testing services.
For all the projects?
For all the projects. So
Okay.
anytime you need a testing service, whether it's, concrete, soil, compaction, steel, anything, then
That makes
you will have a company on retainage, and you pay them out of the project payment. So the 10% that I put here will pay for the testing for that one project.
Okay.
So this is standard industry practice. That's how the rest of we've never done it that way, but.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So, Mr. Deeb,
help, we get you some.
What? What was that?
can you mute whoever it is, Madam Clerk? Got him? Mr. Deeb, two things.
Yes.
Number one, I would like to suggest, if you're okay with that, if we change where it says the bid amount plus 10%, to change it to the bid amount plus up to 10%, just in the event, because we don't know what the actual cost is gonna be at this.
It could be less than 10%.
In case
Up
it's
to
less.
10. I'm fine.
So we'll change that motion to be up to, just in the event you found it at whatever dollar amount. The second question for you, and excuse my ignorance, the amount for testing, I don't know, to me it seems, and I'm not saying you're too high, I just trying to understand this. Is it really that high for just testing of streets?
It's not testing the streets, it's testing all the materials. So
No,
there's
that's what I'm saying.
quality control of any kind. So basically, if you make it up to 10%, then we have to live with this. So what we're trying to do is determine the frequency, how often. So there is a lot of concrete in this contract, right? 5 streets. So you want it to be able to test, all the material, in that project.
No, I'm just asking, is it normal to be in that price point? I don't know, I'm asking.
Yeah, it is.
No problem. All right, so, Councilman Constant, are you okay with amending it to say up to 10%?
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussions on this?
I have a
Councilwoman?
correction. It's not Seahan Drive, it's
I know.
Sheehan, Sheahan, and it's also John Daly, not Wet, WET, but west to city limit.
Those
are corrections
I
to the
caught
language
that.
Yeah, it was a typist.
It got changed. I didn't type it. They got.
With the corrections to the typo on the street names, any other discussion on this? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Just a little quick comment I'm gonna make, in regards to what Mr. Dibb is having to deal with, on the streets, as he and I have had many conversations on this over the years. A lot of residents ask for their streets to be looked at and replaced, whether it's cement, asphalt, et cetera. There's only so much money available per the city budget. There's only so much money that was given to Mr. Dibb per the budget, which was 2.4 million for the replacement. So there's only so many streets that he could do. One time, me and him had a conversation. I remember he said, I could do every single street in the city of Dearborn Heights. But the cost would be, I don't know if you had a formal estimate on that, Mr. D, but no, I'm messing around. But he threw a crazy number out there. Obviously, give him $100 million, he could replace every single street in the city. But needless to say, somebody's got to pay for that. And obviously that would go back to the residents and the taxes. So because of that, cities have to do studies and pick and choose. They can't replace them all at the time. They got to do the most urgent ones and then go down from there. And he does have, as an engineer, needless to say, he does have a system in place. So these are the reds. Is that correct? These are the reds. Okay. So motion carried. Next item on our agenda is item 8A, reports from mayor. Proclamation. But
I would like to motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council concur with the mayoral proclamation of October 2023 as Disability Awareness Month as outlined in A-A.
Support.
Motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilman Baidoon. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair,
Councilman?
this is a great, an award here, or a proclamation, excuse me. I thank you. I know I've spoken with our corporation council about reinstating our disability commission. I believe we spoke a few months ago, maybe 3-4 months ago. I think the disability commission is extremely important and something we need in our city of Dearborn Heights. I'll give you a quick example. In the city of Dearborn, with this disability commission, it allows those with disability, like our seniors or those who are facing some type of disability, to be able to attend. Could be like the Spirit Festival an hour early on a Friday before the lines get big, or attending any social functioning that the city has early on, because there were these fights for this commission. And so I think it's extremely important that we reestablish this commission. And so I hope, Roger, I eager and push you to please have something to us by our next city council meeting. I know it's already been established and that we just need members, but maybe we can start publishing it. I mean, I'll start publishing it if you allow me to. But I think that this is something that is something we shouldn't hold off for much longer.
I think what you had mentioned and we had talked about even a few weeks ago is autistic children and services for families, and other types of disabilities. So I'm agreeing we can put something together before next.
Thank you.
I believe the treasurer was a part of that commission at one point. So she might be a good person to speak to. Councilman?
Yeah, we don't have a disability commission?
No.
I think you have by some state law, I think you have to.
We don't have an active one.
We don't have an act, really?
Asian commission.
Are we, so what's being in violation of that? Does that cause us any risk of funding or grants or anything? Yeah, I know, but it's a state mandate.
But-
They have one.
Just to be fair, there's multiple commissions that are not fully active. Corporation Council, would you like to address that?
Citizens call in with disability issues. We do have that addressed, and we do address it, especially for these meetings, things like that. We've addressed them with opinion letters and statements to them. The commission is there. I don't appoint the commission.
No.
The question is whether.
No, the question is, he's asking, is that quote unquote illegal, or is that?
I don't know, but I will look into it to make sure, but I know we are pursuing it to get active, and with certain issues we're working.
Okay, so let's move to at least make it active. Madam Treasurer, you want to say a quick comment? Go ahead.
I just wanted to, Councilman Wenzel. I think what you're referring to is the ADA coordinator, and that's federal law.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So let's go ahead and put this to a vote. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carried. Congratulations. Next up is item 8B, Act 78,
Council
Police and
Chair.
Fire Civil Service Commission reappointment.
Council Chair,
Councilwoman, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council concur with the mayoral reappointment of Mr. Rued, if I'm saying it correctly, Murad. Oh, okay.
I think.
I'm sorry. To the Act 78 Police and Fire Civil Service Commission, term to expire November 2029 as outlined in 8B.
Support.
Second. Okay, motion made by Councilwoman Breyer, seconded by Councilman Constant. Any other discussion on that? Any
Council
discussion?
chairs.
Councilman?
Rod Murad, great attorney, great reappointment. This man serves the city of Dearborn Heights. He's a great young man, a good friend of mine, and I'm glad to see that he wants to continue to serve. And I thank the administration for reappointing him, and thank you for all his services. Ro Murad's a great young man.
Yes, he is. Just quick question. I'm not sure if the mayor or the corporation council, has it always been for 6 years? Just to make sure. Is
Yeah,
it
this
always-
one will be, yes.
So this time it's changed to 6 years. Okay. Any discussion?
No,
I'm sorry?
no,
It's been 6 years. Okay.
before he had to fill the term.
Oh, to finish up a term.
Yeah.
Right, makes sense. But that's what you mean by that.
That's
Okay.
what, yeah.
Okay. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carried. Congratulations, Mr. Murad. Next up is item 9A, Building and Engineering Director Watland, proposal.
Council Chair.
Councilwoman?
All right, thanks, Bob. I'd like to make a motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the increase of electrical, mechanical, and plumbing permit fees, as well as certificate of occupancy compliance inspection fees as outlined in 9A. And I might mention as a side note to that in comparison to other cities, we were not charging nearly as enough, and we can use the money.
Support.
Okay, motion made by Councilwoman Breyer and seconded by Councilman Constant. Any discussion?
Council Chair.
Councilman?
Thank you, Council Chair. I mean, I'm totally with this, with the increase, to be honest with you, but as a real estate agent or broker in this area, from experience, and probably you can relate, Council Chair, I mean, people look at the Dearborn Heights area as one market. I would at least, if this council body would agree with me, just maybe keeping the certificate of occupancy, just like as Dearborn, would be at 225 versus 250. I mean, we always compete to bring more people to Dearborn Heights. So, I mean, if you guys, I'm okay with all the other permits, but with the building certificate of occupancy inspection, I would love to leave it at 225 versus 250.
Council Chair.
Councilman?
Guys know one of my favorite people on this council is Councilman Ahmad, but Dearborn has a lot of tax revenue, and I think they bring in a lot of money, and I think they can afford to keep it at even maybe $100. I think Dearborn Heights needs to be at 250. I think $25 when you're buying a new home.
Just trying to bring more people to the city, that's all.
If $25 is gonna change it for them.
A lot of people, I mean, believe me, we deal with it.
I agree. So just hopefully nobody moves out of Dearborn Heights and everybody just sits put and we'll be okay.
Okay. For Director Watland, I had a question for you. I presume you're online.
You love this guy.
John Rick? Can you unmute?
Can you hear me?
There you are. Okay, so I had a question for you in regards to this. So I went through the numbers and I do see that like you mentioned in your proposal, that we are one of the, not one of the lowest, but we are lower than a few cities in the area as far as what we charge for permits and all that. But in the same token, and forgive me for, I don't know how else to say it, but our building department brings in, if not the highest, it's definitely one of the top 2 departments in the city, unless I'm wrong, as far as bringing in money to the city. So with that being the case, I think between all the permits that residents are charged for, whether they're building a home, et cetera, to me, it seems to me, being that we bring in so much funds already, that way more than covers our expenses in the building department. I'm thinking out loud here that we should keep them the same. Please convince me otherwise.
Well, that's why everything in the building department is old.
Yep.
Because the building department doesn't get anything, and we're still driving 12-year-old cars.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we need to increase it so that we can increase our budget.
But again, what I'm saying though, the revenues brought in, and you know how I feel about the building department. I think it's a great department, but the revenues brought in, as you know, the numbers are quite excessive already. So I'm asking, why do we have the need? And I realize it's lower than other cities, but why do we have the need to raise those funds, even though we have a pretty good amount of, I can't think of the amount of funds brought into the building department, but it's quite high. I remember it's quite high.
Council Chair, can I answer that?
One second. Let me just make sure he answers it first. Go ahead, Rick.
Well, most of that is the building permit.
Correct.
So that one we're not touching. It's all the other ones that we're bringing them back up because they're low. I mean, $25 to send the electrical inspector out, that's not enough to even pay his wage. That's why we're bringing those up. It's the building permit we're leaving alone.
Okay. Councilman Baydun.
Mr. Watland, thank you for that. And I think if you guys recall, we did just approve for a very long time. We got the Carpenters Union approval where they were all able to make at least a livable wage to some extent. And I think this is playing a testament to saying if we have to raise a C of O for $25, and I'll go up $50 to make sure that we can pay our employees well enough. I mean, again, and it goes back to, we're a bedroom community, very small. We're not bringing in much taxes. I know we're bringing in, a large amount, but it's not compared to other cities. And we can't even compare ourselves to Dearborn. Dearborn's got Henry Ford. Dearborn has schools. Dearborn has, not schools, Ford and I didn't mean to say schools. We have schools as well. They have hotels. They have dealerships. I mean, think about it. Dearborn is at a different magnitude than what Dearborn Heights is. I think, guys, this is a very simple increase. I know it's going to be tough on you guys as realtors. But I can tell you right now on Dearborn Heights, I think this is much needed, in my personal opinion.
Council Chair.
Yes, Councilman.
Mr. Wallen, what do you think about just increasing the CFO for up to 225, and maybe we can have another increase to 250 next year? I mean, I know we keep comparing to Dearborn, but Dearborn, they've been electronic for the past 5 to 10 years. We still have hard copies. I mean, being electronic is not even implemented yet.
That's why, because we have to keep on paper.
But at least we need to provide the people with something before we charge them.
For Dearborn, don't you pay a lot more than $225?
It's $225 for residential inspection.
I'm saying once you get the C of O and everything, it's like $400, isn't it?
No, it's only $225.
Letter and all that kind of stuff.
No, it's just like us, $225 for inspection, and I think it's more for commercial and multifamily, just like us.
Right. We were just going by what everybody else was charging. So.
Okay. Any other discussion?
I see Garden City here is at 200 as well. I mean,
I don't think they do city inspections though.
I believe they do. Garden City, they do know.
Okay, Councilman.
Garden City, I think it's
Councilman Abdul-Haq.
company. Yeah, correct. They have a
Thank you,
private
Chair.
company.
Council Chair. Mr. Watland, how many cars you need if you have old cars and you need some new cars, maybe new equipment? What do you need so we can help you with?
We need 4 new cars.
Take it up to 300 then.
What
I
else,
agree.
what else do you need to make your department function in the best way possible?
We need all the new laptops so we can start doing them in our car. The ones that we have are kind of already old, that even though we just got them turned on, but they're old. There's a whole list.
Can you please provide it to the city council? Because I believe we do have money in the general fund, and we would like your department to be at the best they can. Can you bring it next time, please, to the city council or the city chair, council chair?
We have a problem.
We will do that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, M. Heist, whoever this is, can you please mute yourself? Because getting a lot of noise. Thank you. Rick, just a little statement, as I've mentioned before to the mayor and the previous mayor, I personally believe the building department is one of the most important departments. And the reason being is when residents first move into the city, that's who they deal with. And when residents, so you want a good taste in their mouth. And when residents move out of the city, you want them to say good things. Okay, hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is item 9B, CEDD Director Jamal.
Council Chair.
Councilwoman?
I'd like to make a motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council accept and approve the agreement for the FEMA MSP, I believe that's Michigan State Police, Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, HMGP 4547-DR-MI for Miss CFDA number 97.039 project number HMGP 4547.07 in the amount of $2,725,000. The 10% matching fund up to $295,125 may be eligible to be paid by the CDBG-DR grant if secured during the second round application, which will be processed timely and accordingly. Further, authorize the mayor and clerk to sign required documentation as attached in the 13-item agreement package pending review and approval of Corporation Counsel in coordination with the CEDD legal services firm. Additionally, authorize the CEDD director to process the necessary documentation to secure the homes acquisitions pending council approval of the purchasing offers. Furthermore, authorize the controller to English and to establish and fund the 10% match general ledger account 592-536-924.592 in the amount up to $295,125 from the water sewer fund balance, which will be fully reimbursed from the CDBG fund if funding secured. Also establish another ledger account 592-536-925-592 for the grant expenses, reimbursement, tracking, and record reconciliations, noting that the grant expenditures up to $2,656,125 will be paid temporarily from the water sewage fund pool bank account and fully reimbursed from FEMA MSP HMGP 4547.07 grant as outlined in 9B.
Second. Somebody get the young lady a cup of water.
I've got it.
Can you repeat that, please?
Okay, motion made by Councilwoman Breyer, seconded by Councilman Abdul Haq. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair.
Councilman?
I really want to thank Mr. Jamal. I visited him in his office, and Mr. Hassan Bazzi explained to me about 7 or 8 projects he has on the board. He's applying for him and he's trying to get millions of dollars for the city. And I think that the administration, again, that they are directing Mr. Jamal to do such things. So thank you to the administration and to Mr. Jamal and to Hassan Bazzi.
You stole the words out of my mouth. That's what I was about to say. You're talking about 2.7 million brought in. So thank you, Mr. Jamal and team. Great job. Job well done. Any other discussion on this? Hearing none. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carried. Next item on the agenda is item 9C, City Engineer Dib, Lower Rouge CSO L42 Sewer Separation Project.
Council Chair.
Councilman, go ahead.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the Lower Rouge CSO L 42 sewer separation project scope modification contract change order number 3 for $114,452.55 for a new contract total of $12,869,220.66, including previously approved change orders, which represents a 16.21% increase. In addition, authorize the mayor and comptroller or clerk to sign the necessary warrants and the treasurer to issue payments from account number 592-537-981-005 and PO number 22-535 as outlined in 9C.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Constant and seconded by Councilwoman Breyer. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair.
Councilman?
I have Mr. Deeb over here. Anytime I see CSO, you know how I feel. Mr.
As
Deeb.
mentioned before, Mr. Dib does everything but windows in the city.
Working on it.
And windows, yeah. You're starting to sell ice cream soon too. Mr. Deeb, $12,869,220.66. That's a 16.21% increase.
Great.
You want me to just say yes on this?
So for good reasons, yes. The answer is yes. And so if you recall, there were a lot of changes made to the project. The biggest chunk of the 16% came from the open cut on Beach Daily. Because that was a huge change. We had to replace. But you keep in mind though, in that limit, on that project limits, we updated pavement, water mains, things that we open cut and we ran into. So we updated systems because it was a lot less expensive to do them at that point, since we already excavated 25 feet deep. So we ran into a lot of things that weren't part of the original scope, but it made sense. So we made a presentation and we explained exactly what what the changes are and the reason for doing them. I went through some of these items, all of them actually, and they're legitimate cost differences. Some were included because of the changes, like I said, from directional drilling to open cut, and some were just simply we didn't have accurate records. So when you open the place, like for instance, we found the cross connection on the water line that goes to Inkster that nobody knew about. So,
Mr. Deeb, my thing is, do we have the punch cards all closed out? Because I know there was.
It's not.
So then that bill's gonna be bigger.
It's not, this is one change order. So the only one that's left that we haven't done is at every project, at the end of the project, you do what we call a balancing change order. Balancing meaning that the quantities in the contract versus what was done in the field. So we paid the consultant to be on site to measure everything that was replaced. So 200 feet of linear pipe, and they measure if it was 190, we get a credit for 10. If it was 210, that he gets paid for that. Balancing change orders. That hasn't happened yet. These are legitimate changes that we encountered in the construction that weren't in the design.
No, but I want you to know, I remember that. And again, I'm gonna just remind you guys, I have a memory like an elephant. I don't forget things. And then I believe that it's his name from Plant Moran or
Von Martin.
Von was here. Guys, I could tell you right now, and I'm just gonna speak it up for the entire council. Nobody agreed to $12.8 million. Nobody was ever told $12.8 million. And like, that's astronomical. That's a lot of money. And I'm gonna have to tell you, I'm just gonna please let me finish my statement. But this CSO money that we approved right before you got on here, which, we were kicking the can down the road, like, our former councilman Muscat would say. A lot of that money was for approval, when at least for myself that I can speak, was for the water meters. And well, hang on. And today our water bills, and I'm sure every council member here is receiving phone calls on water bills. There's something going on with these water meters, or we increased the water price. Something happened. Because there's no way I'm getting all these phone calls on water. Because then we got a $12.8 million that was unexpected. And we're asking to approve of, but yet we still don't got water meters.
you don't have enough money in the
But we're
bond.
spending
You
12
sold-
we didn't know we had $12.8 million extra to spend on this job, Roger.
Estimate, you sold you sold bonds based on estimates that were not correct. I was given $25 million and 5 projects to do. Those projects cannot be done for $25 million, even on day one, without the escalation and cost. These projects, the estimates were wrong. You did not have the right estimates.
It was anywhere between $1.7 to $1.9 million extra if we were gonna do ripping or if we were gonna rip out the floor on Beach Daily and Avondale or the street, or if we were gonna pin it, but we kept running into big boulders and we didn't know what was underneath it. Hang on one second, please. It was not 12.8 million. It was nowhere near this number.
Councilman, even if we had it at the original price, you still don't have money for water meters.
I understand,
Don't have
Mr.
enough
Deeb.
money.
I want you to understand that. I get that. But now we're going back to the $12.8 million. Guys, did anybody know this was costing $12.8 million?
Council Chair.
Okay, 1 second. Let's let him finish.
Look, all I'm saying
Okay,
is,
so now let's give him an opportunity. to answer.
well, I'm just gonna let you know, I know that you said you were working on finding grants to potentially helping out for the water meter. I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm gonna be sending emails weekly regarding those water meters. Find that grant money, because I'm gonna tell you this $12.8 million, I'm not happy with it. And I'm not happy that we're spending CSO money that we were told we're gonna be for water meters. It's been almost 3 years. We've been begging, I've been lying to residents. Telling you guys you're gonna get new water meters. Hold on, Council.
No. So this is totally wrong. I have a list of the projects that the $25 million.
Water meters were gonna cost $9 million.
The first 3 projects were CSO, not water meters. So you're doing CSO. That's the original.
Mr. Deeb, I don't know when that document was given to me, but when I was at Riverside, you guys told me $9.8 million from the CSO bond money was gonna go back. Was gonna go back to water meters.
Wait, 1 second.
And then it said we spent too much money and it went up to 11 million.
Okay.
And now you're saying we're gonna work on grants and now we're spending 12.8. Guys, the residents deserve their water meters.
So 1 second, okay. If you guys keep interrupting each other, nobody will get their point across. So Mr. Deeb, please speak through the chair. Mr. Bidun, please speak
I
through the chair.
wasn't done.
I understand that, but you keep interrupting each other, nobody is able to finish. So Mr. Deeb, please finish, you and Vaughn, and then. You'll have
We've
a
been through this before. There were 5 projects that were funded by a bond. The bond was sold to fund 5 projects based on estimates. I have that memo with me. I live with that memo. Every project we put out to bid came higher than that estimates. So as a result, we're on project number 3. You can shake your head all you want.
David Saputo told us otherwise.
Hold on.
The truth is, the estimate was wrong. So we are currently out of money. We need $12 million for the water meters. I have about 3. So you can put the contract out if you find alternate sources for it, but there is not enough money for it. I'm not trying to stop the project. Before I send the contract out to bid and bring it over to you, I need to specify where the money is coming from, right? So I need to find funding before we put that. We have everything we need to go out to bid for the water meters. The only thing we're missing is money.
Okay, wait, 1 second. Allow me to finish. We also have Mr. Deeb. Okay, Vaughn, did you have something to add to this? And then Mr. Bidun, you'll have an opportunity to ask.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make sure that it was clear. So the original contract value for L42 was 11,200,000. We had the $1.5 million change order.
11,073,000.
Right in there. Yes. So we had the $1.5 million change order for the water main and road replacement on Beach Daily open cut. And then we've had change order number 1, which was for the boulders that we ran into. And then change order number 2 was Beach Daily and the water main for the open cut. And then change order number 3, which is here, is for additional items that we've ran into through the course of the project. And as Mr. Deeb said, there's a definitive gain. I mean, nobody likes change orders. The issue with the rocks, the net gain there was we took advantage of good pricing to replace the water main along Beach Daily, which greatly needed it. And we took a roadway that was rated, at 2s and 3s, and now it's a 10. So that's a net gain. Furthermore, through the help of not just Mr. D, but many others here, for L41, we recently were approved for a grant there where we had, it's basically essentially $3 million is being given to the city to help. So that means that's a net reduction in the bond amount that'll have to be drawn upon for L41, which is mandated again by Eagle to be completed by the end of the year 2025.
Okay.
Councilman, do you have another question?
Yes, I don't have a question. I have a statement. If you came up to me today, I think anybody on this body, maybe even the mayor, maybe even Roger. But if you came up to us and told me we got 12, we have 11, $13 million to spend. Do you want to fix Beach Daily and Avondale? Or do you want to give every resident a new water meter? You know what every single one of us would have said, including the administration? We would want a new water meter. And from this, and exactly from Mr. D, again, this is not a Mr. D, but I'm going to tell you, maybe I should have looked into this more. But I'm going to tell you right now, I was also told, don't worry about it. I'm almost there. We're going to find the money for I almost have this grant money coming in for the water meters. And you know what I'm believing? I believe I'm just being told what I want to hear, because we've been fighting water meters for the last 2 years. Look, you can stare at me the way you want to stare at me. What I can tell you is I'm here 2.5 years later, and you guys are still telling us something about water meter. We don't know if we got it. We don't know if we got it. What I can tell you is my water bill came in and it's about $600-700, where I'm used to getting water bills at $200. I mean, it's astronomical. These things are crazy.
Okay.
Mr. Deeb has told me he can't even find parts anymore on Amazon or on eBay to be able to fix the water meters. So what do we do now?
Okay, but just something I want to make clear. The CSO is mandated. CSO is mandated, so.
So have the state pay for it.
1 second. So it's not a choice to say we're not gonna do it. Well, one second, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Abdulhak was next, and then you'll be next. after that.
Thank you, Council Chair. Mr. Deeb, I was on the council when the bond was approved, 25 millions. It was basically $16 million for the CSO and $9 million to be set aside. And I demanded to put it in a lockbox for the water meters, because that will relieve lots of residents from paying extra money for leakage and for late reading, because now they're receiving bills for 6 months or 4 months, and some people here live months to months and paycheck to paycheck, and they cannot get hit with something like that all of a sudden. What happened? I will ask the treasurer, what happened and what's left of the $9 million in the general fund or whatever it is? And where was it used?
Okay, so the bond, the 21 bond, we call it, was the funds came in, it's 25.7 million. And that was in May of 21. Current balance today is $7.3 million.
For both the
That's what's in
CSO?
the account, in the bank account now.
That's what's left from the
In the
CSO
21 bond
in the
account
meters?
Fund, yes.
Okay.
That
But
is
to
correct.
be clear, it's not set aside for the water meter.
No, I
That's
understand. I
what's
just
left
want
of
to
that
know how much we have
25.7.
from the bond.
Of the total bond.
Yes, of the
Right.
total
Total
bond.
bond, that's what's left.
That is
It's
correct.
not enough for the water meters, and probably it's not enough for the sewage, the
My only
CSO.
concern is that, and I've mentioned this before, and the comptroller and I agreed, when I said we need to be direct paying these CSO projects and not paying them from a water account. They should be paid from 21
Thank you.
bond. And that was changed recently, and I hope it's cleaned up to where there isn't anything still owed from a water account, like our Chase Water OM account, to the 21 bond, because that would, of course, increase your 21 bond balance. But right now, your 21 bond balance is 7.3 million.
Madam
today.
Treasurer, how much money you have in the water account? Approximately.
Chase Water OM is sitting at $7 million. Comerica Water is sitting at $5 million. Morgan Stanley Investments is approximately $9 million and $1 million in the pool account for general Comerica Water.
So we have close to
It's about
22
million.
$22 million.
That is correct. That is what we would call surplus monies, which normally I invest and make money off of it, but that is what's available.
Can this be used? I will ask the administration, can this be used for the water meter or portion of it?
Council Chair. So we had several meetings in the last month or so to go over the CSO projects and the water meters with both the state, Eagle, and also with Plant Moran. We've been talking about the water meters. We do have a company, and the company that we actually have the water meters right now currently. And yes, we do have a lot of issues with the current meters and also reading them. We can't, get the equipment to read some of them. And that's one of the issues that we're having. So with the state or Eagles actually putting a mandate on the city, this is going to get really worse for us because they want us to take another almost 40 million. 55, sorry. So that went up again. So it was 40 million a few months ago. Now $55 million that they're forcing this city. And, we've been going back and forth with Eagle. And this is not something that you guys have to do this, or we must do this. Otherwise the state will file a lawsuit, or Eagle will file a lawsuit against us. And they probably will do the project, and they'll charge us whatever cost that they will come up with. And the question is that you guys should be asking is the bond money. So how much we have? $7 million is when we cash the bond. A normal city would have cash bonds as when you have projects due, you pay as you go. So if you have, you take out, $10 million, you take out $10 million from the bond. So now the $7 million been sitting there for how long? And we're paying interest on it. So this is that question. If you guys are going to be fiscally responsible, you guys need to ask that question and maybe look at the data, why we cash the bonds, back in the day. And, and instead of now we're paying interest on all of it.
Can you share that data with us?
I don't have the data. So
Then how do we know it's true?
Council Chair.
Okay, one second,
Council
Councilman,
Chair.
go through the chair, because we can't have people.
You're right. Sorry, I'm wrong.
Okay.
Probably I
Councilman,
know
go ahead.
about this issue a little bit because I was there all this time. We took the bond basically because it was 2.5, I believe, interest rate. It was very, very low. That's why we took that much money and we wanted to use it. It wasn't for any other reason. Now, we can blame the previous administration, we can blame everybody, but we have a problem in the city. Either we face it and we be truthful with the residents and we tell them the truth, what we need really to make our city functional properly and solve our problem which are mandated, or we can just kick the can down the road. Let's be truthful with our people.
Council
Simple
Chair.
and easy.
Mayor?
As I said, we're having several meetings with all the entities involved that are forcing us to do this project. And, I do want to commend Wade Trim. They're really helping us out, especially with the CSO project, trying to see and fighting with us, the state with the requirements that they put on us, that they want this project within, was it less than 10 years, they want it done. I mean, less than 10 years, they want us to get these projects with $55 million the city has to pay. So we are working on this, and when we have something concrete, we will present it. On the other note, for the water meters, we did have a meeting for a couple hours last week with Plant Moran to figure out about the 12 million we need for the water meters. And in addition, we talked the last few days with Mr. Deeb about trying to do section off with the water meters to do the commercial first, because we will have some money from the CSO money that we took out for the bond and also the water meters. I mean, I agree with Councilman Baidoon. I was there, we voted for it, but you know what, with the cost and everything, if that project, the can was kicked down the road and we're stuck with it. And we're trying to make the best of it right now. So we are stuck with this and we have to fix it. If you would have done this, 5-10 years ago, like we were supposed to, it would have been probably less than half the cost. But we have to put up with it. And we're the one that we have to go through this right now. We're the one that have to meet with Eagle. I was actually in Washington, D.C. on another discussion. And I did meet with EPA, and this is something's coming also from EPA, and we're trying to elevate this to see if EPA can help us out with grant, as Councilman Baidoon mentioned. So we are seeking grants, and Wade Trim, the funding scout, you know, that they're trying to, we actually, this administration, we've gotten the most grant money in the history of the city that these guys were able to get us. And we can share that data with you guys to see how much grant money we have received or allocated in the last 2.5 years.
Can I, Council Chair, can I add?
Just one,
Oh,
go ahead.
or-
Let me
I'm
make sure
sorry,
the
Ali.
councilman's.
Oh, that's fine. Go ahead.
How much money we have left from the ARPA money, which qualify for water, for sewage, for ready projects in the city? I believe we received the 24 or 25 millions. We have 10 millions we put in the general fund, and we have 14 million approximately. Where is this money and why? It's
12 million.
I don't have.
anyway, it doesn't matter, 12 or 14. What happened to this money? And by the federal government, we are qualified to use it for ready projects, including the water meters, including the sewage and this. Madam Chair, Treasurer, do you have a number for us? What's left of it? Please.
Okay, so without looking it up, just,
We
yeah, you can
just-
look it up, that's fine.
I'm
Okay.
just trying to understand that we want to help the administration to succeed as much as we can. But we have to tell the public really the financial situation of the city.
Okay.
That's simple,
Council
that
Chair.
Can I add
Okay,
one more?
so let's have Director Deeb and the mayor, then Mr. Bidun.
I'm
Councilman
done.
Bidun.
I got nothing to say.
Okay.
I use
Director
it for-
Deeb, go ahead.
So
We need water
one
meters.
quick comment, though, when those projects on the bond, when the bond was sold, when you sold the bond, it was based on projects that you committed to Eagle. So the CSOs that we're doing were a commitment with a deadline. So we have one more that we haven't started and and this project must be completed by the end of 2025. 2025 must be completed. So it isn't like we're trying to spend money that it's not needed. We made commitment and we told them we're gonna do those. And they hold us to those dates. So they come and inspect every time you separate a CSO, they send an inspector to make sure that these sewers are not going to the clean water. This is all a federal law, Clean Water Act, and that's what we're suffering. So when we say we have 3 more to do, the mayor mentioned the 3 more. We have 3 more areas to do, 3 more CSOs to do. These things are expensive and they're trying to put us on a deadline. We're constantly fighting with Eagle. We're trying to stretch it out based on ability to take out more loans. And I keep getting, I think the last time it got rejected was last week. So we're trying to stretch it out. And now we're elevating this issue to a federal level to say, look, we don't want to be non-compliant. You know, we want to comply with the law, but we wanted to do it in a way that is responsible, fiscally responsible, and in a way that we can afford to pay for it. So yes, we do have these projects and yes, we may have 7 million left in that bond, but I also have a project that I need to finish by 25.
Okay. So,
My
Mr.
last
Mayor,
word.
okay, last one, then Mr. Mayor.
Come on, yeah, we gotta speed up on this.
Ali, I'm trying to use the most money we have available on hand. That we do not burden our resident, especially the low income, with anything not necessary
Sure.
or not needed.
Exactly the
And
reason
that's why we are here as city council. We trying to work with the administration, with you and with Waitram to minimize the impact on the residents.
So Vaughn just reminded me, that's exactly the same reason we're using with the argument with Eagle, that we do want to meet the law, but we wanted to do it in a way that our citizens, we have one of the highest, rates around. I don't want to add more debt service. If I add debt service to that particular on CSO, it's going to hit the rates immediately. So that's not what I wanted to do. We're looking for clean water. We applied for Clean Water and Drinking Water Act funding to try to alleviate and pay for those requirements in a way that will not obligate me to take on debt service. That's the reason we're doing what we're doing. The mayor mentioned the Grant Scout. Absolutely. We have applications all over to try to find a different way so we don't have to pay for them.
Okay,
Thank you.
so Mayor, go ahead.
Okay, so the money that we keep mentioning, the ARPA money that we have, that obviously it's restricted. And the meeting we had with Plant Moran, we're actually discussing the money. So when you get a grant, some of them have, you have to have a match. Some of them are 50%, some of them 25%, and all of them are water related. So you can use some of the ARPA money for those projects. So that's why we're actually waiting to see when we actually get the grant, because right now they're just, they're approving the budget. We have some money will be allocated from both Congressman Sri Tanadar, also Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib. We have some money will be coming from Senator Peters' office. So some of the money that we're getting, it's earmarked to us, once they approve their budget. But there's some other grants that you actually have to pay certain amount. If you get, like, there's a grant that I can't remember which one is which. You have to have 50% match. There's some grants you have to pay 10%, some 25%. So we're going to keep that money so we can allocate it to those grants, so we can use some of these things on some of the projects. There's a huge issue with our infrastructure is aging. I mean, this is like 60 years or even more, like our buildings, we're always in firefighting mode. Even the Richard A. Young, now we just found out the roof is leaking. That's going to probably be a few $100,000. There was never a capital plan of doing any kind of improvement to any building in the city or any street. It's a very minimal, as Mr. Deep mentioned, for some of the work that we have to do, like street repairs. We have the water sewer, also we have water main breaks. I was in a meeting with probably, let's see how much, probably like about 40, 50 cities, a few months ago, mayors and supervisors. When I told them how many mains we're having per month in the last year, all of them combined didn't have those amounts. And this is something that we keep paying on water main repairs. So this is something we're also looking at. I don't know if you guys remember, the ones that have been on council for a while, the previous administration, they had the water, the main pipe burst. They have another pipe going to another pipe and it bursts and expands it, so they don't have to dig and remove the pipes. So this is something that we probably need to look at with Wade Trim. So a lot of stuff has been ignored. This is something that didn't happen overnight, guys. This is like at least 60 years that nobody's done anything, and now we're stuck with it. This is something we're working. I mean, these guys are working hard. Mr. Deep, he's probably one of the hardest working person in engineering group, that he's actually going street by street. He's driving his car, going to different streets, trying to check, some of these things. And I think just recently they just installed, we have the water coming from GLUA, the pressure is so high, it's bursting our pipes or our mains. And, I don't know if you want to talk about that. So they got to try to put some relief stations. So when the pressure goes up, because our pipes can't handle these things, because the pressure is so high. So that's one of another issue that we're working on. So, you guys need to be patient. We're trying to do everything we can with what we have. We do have a limited budget, and we're trying to get every penny that we can from government entities, from federal government, to help our residents.
Okay. Madam Treasurer, what is the dollar amount you were?
There was a question. There was a question I'm answering.
Okay.
By Councilman Abdel Haq regarding the ARPA monies. The balance is $14,271,694.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other discussion on this one?
I got a question about that real quick.
Go ahead.
How is that accurate if we had 24 million? We took 2 million and put it inside. Oh, you know what? No, we put 10 total. 2 of it was from that went to the budget.
10 million was for
back
the
in
general
March and
fund that you didn't have to specify what it's for lost revenue, which is what you did.
Yeah.
But it is correct to say, because I did have this conversation with Plant Moran today, that the water meters would qualify under the ARPA.
Yeah.
Okay.
Council Chair.
Thank you very much, Councilman.
Thank you, Council Chair. Mr. Deep, just to understand better. So beside the CSO L42, we still have one more?
One more.
One committed One, we agreed to, that's L41, and that is to be completed.
Okay.
Completed, construction completed by end of 25. So I have to be, we're in design now.
Mhm.
We have to be out to bid in spring to allow me enough time to meet the deadline that we committed to 10 years
But you
ago.
have no idea like how much would it cost? I mean, it's too early.
So please don't look at the estimates because those estimates never came through. I disagree. This is what I'm working with. These estimates are. No, I don't know. I mean.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think.
41 is gonna be roughly $6 million.
Okay, so out of the 12 million, 12.8, and we only have 7 million, how much do we pay out of this so far? Any idea?
You lost me.
Like the CSO L42.
Oh,
So it's
okay.
costing 12.8, correct?
Yes.
So
last payment, we're at 11, 10.
We have, the contractor, we have paid them 12,400,000
Already.
with the most recent.
What's the point of asking for our approval?
No.
Oh, that's under, you've approved that amount.
That amount paid, you approved. This is just a change order.
just to change your, so.
Change, you only approve 114,000.
So we already paid for this, yes.
Minus the
L42.
Yes.
Minus
yes.
the.
We're almost
okay.
done. The project is almost done.
So basically, if we still have 7 million in bond, that should cover the last, the last project, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we
That's
just need
the
to.
point I'm trying to make the.
So we just need to find money.
I'm gonna tell you right now, the next project I will vote no on.
Yeah.
I'm all about getting water meters. I'm gonna vote no.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's your prerogative.
I mean,
I'm
we
just
definitely
making-
all need water meters, councilman, but we still need to finish this project too. So we need to find a way to find water, to buy those water
That's
meters.
what we're
I know you
doing.
keep mentioning 12 million, but you didn't send it out for bid yet. So how do you know it's about 12 million?
Because I know how many units we want. I know the units.
Like just an estimate, so you just
Yeah.
estimating those
That's a
stuff?
pretty good estimate.
Okay.
We know the unit price and how many units you
So
want.
can we work on it between the ARPA money and whatever we have? Maybe, I don't know if we can borrow money from the water fund?
Please understand, the mayor made a comment, and that is, we are looking actively, very, very actively looking at grant money to offset to augment the bond money. And if I get, like, for instance, L41, which we haven't paid for, the 6 million, assuming that's the number, it's an estimate. If I can get half of that or 80% or half of it in the grant money, that means I just freed up $3 million from the grant, from the bond
For the money we
to
have.
use for the last project, which is the water meter.
Yeah.
We're trying every possible source to do that instead of adding debt service and increasing our
Mr.
rates.
Deeb, okay, Mr. Deeb, I just gotta tell you, why don't we look for that grant when we just spent 13 million? Why are we waiting till we do the last one to look for that kind of grant?
Why did you sell the bonds for these projects and agree to do them by 2025?
Because
I don't know. I'm just saying, I was handed this when I joined the city to make those dates because we committed and we sold bonds for them. And I'm trying to make that happen. Now, you didn't have enough money. I'm just, we're trying to find a way now instead of taking more debt and
Council-
increasing the rate.
Council Chair.
Last question, Mayor, you'll be after, Mr. Councilman Abdulhak for last question, and then Mayor is next.
Mr. Deeb, you are the city engineer and the way Trim are here. What is your best estimate, money-wise, needed to finish all those projects in the water meters? Let's be.
And the water meter.
In the water meters, yes. How much money we need in the city?
18 million.
So we know what's available and what's needed, so the residents would know.
18 million.
6.
12 and 6.
12, 18, minus 7.
Fifth piece, about 15.
It's about 10, 11, no, so minus, I assume the treasurer says 7 million is available, 7 left, so 18 minus 7 is 11.
Well, basically, we need 18, take off 7, we need to come up with 11 million. So somehow. we
So
need to
it's
come up with
not
11.
50 million or 40 or anything.
No, the 55 million are the other
Over 10
three,
years.
the other 3 CSO, so we're finishing first 3
Just
CSO.
this one.
Yeah, this is the
All right.
commitment on, but Eagle is committing us to the next 3 CSO because they want all the city separated from sewers from storm. The next phase, the next 3, U1, M13, M14.
Correct.
all three of them are estimated currently at 55 million, design and construction.
Madam Treasurer, is this money available, the 11 million in the general fund?
Yeah, I can't completely.
You can. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Ali.
Mr. Mayor.
You know, again, we are working really hard trying to get funding through every entity. We're working with, you know, both congressional delegates. We're working with the state rep, with the senator, with both US senators, trying to get more funding. I mean, they already know the status our city is in, and they know what's being imposed on us. And one thing that we haven't mentioned yet also because we are part owners of the duo. And that's another problem. You know, if they seek bond, you know, to fix some of the issues at duo, you know, this is something that we also have to pay, you know, as a city. And so that's something else that is gonna come our way. We haven't seen the numbers yet, but Mr. Deeb is on their technical committee that goes to these duo meetings, and I'm on the election committee. And I can tell you, I've seen bad numbers coming to DUA to update the sewage plant that we're part owners of. So the other thing is, a lot of things that's happened in the past, you know, again, you know, I don't want to keep talking about the past. We paid close to $12 million from taxpayers' money to replace the lead lines, close to maybe 12 or maybe more. These are money that we took from residents that we could have gotten grants for that, because there was a lot of money for lead lines after the Flint crisis. But the city of Dearborn Heights at that time, they decided to, let the residents pay for that. So again, that money is coming out of the water fund. So again, we're doing everything we can to take money from outside. And, you know, we have brought a lot of money in from outside sources, and we are seeking grants also for the water meters. But again, we have to hold some of the money, because every grant that we get has to have a match between 10 to 50%. So we are seeking grants.
Okay, let's go ahead and take this to the vote.
Chair, I
Councilman
have
Wenzel, go
a
ahead.
question. We've been talking a lot about these water meters. Mr. Deep, can you tell us how much each water meter costs, and then the total cost with installation?
I truly don't want to leave that because we haven't bid it yet, because that will give competition, a number to shoot for. I'd rather not. We know the number. We know that pretty much the system we want. We met with the companies, all of them that provided. We know what system we want. I'd rather not put the unit prices now. I'm giving you the total cost of the project, but it is going to be a unit price. So if I reveal that now, it defies the whole competition process.
That'll be installed by a private contractor, this meter,
Absolutely.
not by the city.
Yeah, so the mayor mentioned something that's really important. So we're also seeking funds for the lead line replacement. So good practice to keep in mind is to merge the two projects, because you're going to be in the basement replacing the meter. It will cost you a lot less to run to replace a lead line at that point, instead of going twice in two different contracts. So this is what other cities have done. Dearborn did it exactly the same way, and they saved a lot of money doing it this way. So we're including that in the project. Now it will be funded, so each house will have, two contractors, and one will replace the meter, one will replace the water line. Yeah, it's a little tricky, but yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Very good
Let's go ahead
job,
and put
Mr.
this
Deep.
thing to a vote. Motion made by Councilman Constant, seconded by Councilwoman Breyer. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Madam Clerk?
Nancy Breyer,
Yes.
Damn.
Zuhair Abdahak,
Yes.
Hassan Ahmad,
Yes.
Moby Dun,
No.
Dave Abdallah,
Yes.
Robert Constant,
Yes,
and Tom Wenzel.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Council Chair, thank you
yes.
to Mr. Deeb. Good job, and let's not shoot the messenger.
No, we love the messenger, actually.
No, it's that.
We love the messenger.
I appreciate it, sir. But just keep in mind, though, there are a lot of legacy things that, we are having to deal with. Not the least of which the mayor mentioned DUA. This is an everyday fight for us. We bought into the system that should have never happened. I don't know why we did it. It was just handed to me when I came in. I read the contract. It makes no sense. Why did we?
There was a reason why the county wanted to get rid of it.
There'd be very good reasons, trust me. And so having been on the other side, because at the airport in my previous life, I was a member of that. So I fought against it, but we didn't have much choice at the airport. But in the city of Dearborn Heights, we had choices. Why did we elect to be owners of that? I don't know. It just, so now we're on the hook for all the improvements.
Council Chair,
Okay.
just so the residents
gotta go
know
to
what
the
we're
next
talking about, we're the DUA. We bought in the DUA. I don't think anybody knows what that is. It's the sewage treatment plant that where we send our water to be treated. In the 3 or 4 years ago, the city, along with some other cities, grouped together and bought that facility. And I don't know if we make money on that process or not, but just so all you know, that's what DUA is. We are part owners in the sewage treatment.
Downriver Utility Wastewater Authority. So it was created by, it used to be the Wayne County plant, sewer treatment plants. It was sold and created, authority was created, and it was named Downriver Utility Wastewater Authority, DUA for short. And 13 communities plus the airport became the owners, operators, and proud owners of the sewer treatment plants.
And anybody wants a tour, let you know, just take a.
I can't
Just
tell.
make sure you take a gas mask or something.
All right.
Thanks.
Next item is item 9D, City Engineer Dib again, concrete sectioning street repair program. Again, item 9D.
Council Chair, I'll read it. So it
Councilwoman, go ahead.
gets presented. I make a motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the reassignment of the concrete sectioning street repair program contract from Angel Cement Limited Liability Corporation to A&G Construction under the same terms and conditions and for the same cost as outlined in 9D.
I second for discussion.
Okay, motion made by Councilwoman Breyer, seconded by Councilman Ahmad. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I'm gonna have to agree with the gentleman that got up here and spoke earlier. If we're gonna be transferring this to another company, we need to go out for bids. That has always been our protocol. I think this needs to be a fair bid. Anybody can come out and say, you know what, I didn't wanna do Dearborn Heights anymore, then we just go out and hand it out to somebody that we know. Doesn't work like that. I'm not saying that you know them, I'm just giving you a hypothetical. So ultimately, I think that this is something that we need to go out for bid. And that's where my vote was gonna stand today.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I do agree with Councilman Baydun because this is lots of money. And we have to see if we can get better deal and the same person or company can bid on it. If they are the lowest bidder, good for them.
Council
Okay.
Chair,
Council Chair.
Councilwoman?
I agree with Mr. Hassan Saab, who knows a little bit about construction and has seen the fact that this company and their subcontractors that would be dealing with misused and didn't use rebar and some of those things.
That's not true.
Are you sure?
Absolutely
Okay.
not true.
Okay, was that Councilman, was that you, Councilman?
Yeah, Council
Oh,
Chair.
Ahmed, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Council Chair. I just don't think we need to give that position for companies to start assigning stuff to other companies. I do think my colleague said, I think we need to send it back for bidding.
And not just that.
Wait, guys, go through the council, please, no blur. Councilman Video.
Sorry about that. You know what? I'm what's wrong.
I know, you make the rules, then you break them.
Forgive me. Mr. Deeb, listen, like I said, I think in 2 meetings ago, I know this has nothing to do, you're just a city engineer.
It's a mess.
Well, yeah, but I want you to know that there are videos that are circulating. I've had friends send me saying, hey, what's going on with this video? And I know we're not going back and forth with, but what I do want you to know that there's a video circulating. Rumor is, hang on, rumor is that could be a company that the city is using. I'm not issuing a name, so I don't want to get any, argue. Just want you to know, let's just go out for bids.
Okay, you just killed the construction season. I still have 600 slabs. I can terminate it tomorrow. If you don't pass it tonight, it will be terminated. Construction season's
Hang on,
over.
so hold on,
So
hang on.
I'm just telling you,
I know.
I have no issues with that.
Okay.
But just two reasons, two things. A lot of accusations have taken place. None of it came true. No one ever produced evidence, ever. I have every construction done, every slab replaced. We purchased tape measures and taken photos. We have many people doing concrete work in the city. This company and using the subcontractor A&G is not an unusual practice. That same contractor is doing L42. So the subcontractor was doing other work in the city.
We have to go out for bids.
No problem.
And I just want to say,
Don't call me on concrete repairs because that's the only
Okay.
place I can do it.
okay, then don't do concrete repairs for anybody else in the city then, but don't strong arm me and say that I have to use a certain, I have to approve a certain thing or else we're not gonna be able to get things done.
I'm with you.
It needs to be done correctly.
It-
We awarded the bid to Angel and now we're switching it to A&G. It doesn't operate like that. And you seem like you're getting upset that we're not going with
I'm
A&G.
trying to get work done. I have.
We all want work done.
But
I wouldn't be calling you if I didn't want work done.
Okay, done. No
Okay.
problem.
But something I want to point out to some of my council members, I had a conversation with Director Deeb on this. I do see the residents' concern about switching it to A&G Construction from being Angel Cement. He's proposing or saying that that's the same company, similar workers, et cetera, et cetera. But I do want to point out something. At this point, Mr. Deeb has got this particular contractor charging us $52.
55.
I'm sorry, $55 per yard.
Mhm.
Versus what a lot of companies are charging 90, 110, et cetera, et cetera. That's a very, very good price. So here's what we have to keep in mind. If we go out for bid, when you go through the process, you've lost it for this season. So now you're gonna be going into next season. And any bids they give you may or may not be done next season for that price. Not to mention more likely it'll be at a higher price based on prices continuing to go up. So yes, it's a difficult decision we gotta make, but I just wanna make sure I point out to you guys, if we wait on this until next year, I don't care if Bozo the Clown gets this thing done, if he gets it done right. And our engineer and building department, check it out, make sure it's done right. And we're doing it at a much, much cheaper price at $55 a yard. To me, it's something to consider. I do see the concerns of the resident. I also addressed it with Mr. Deeb in regards to some of the accusations that are being made about cement being dumped in the sewers. And yes, that was a concern, according to Mr. Deeb. When I spoke with him about this, he said no proof was brought to administration other than saying it's on social media. I personally did not see the video, but I'm not saying the particular person is not out there. I don't know. But he asked to be provided with that video and was never provided with that video. Second thing, I asked, is it possible? Because I did see pictures of a sewer grate they had a lot of, it looked like cement stuff all over it. Now, did I see cement go in? No, I did not personally. And according to Mr. Deeb, I'm just saying, actually, you know what? I'm gonna let you explain it because you know this stuff much better than I do.
Before he does that, Council Chair, I just want to say something to you. It was me that told you this when we first approved it. We're not gonna see anything at $55 a square foot. But what I've also been informed was, yeah, we're paying $55 a square foot, but then we're paying for the metal rods, we're paying for this,
No.
we're paying for 20 different other things, hang on, which is adding up to more than $90, more than $110.
So now let's do this without interruption. Let's allow Mr. Deeb to answer. Go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, Councilman Baydun, that is not true. It's a complete unit price. We measure the length and the width and we divide it by 9. So we pay per square yard in place. So no, there is no additional cost for anything. And competition have raised all kinds of stuff. He's been fought by all the competitions. And to me, I put the contract out to bid with all the specs and everyone is welcome to bid it. And when we measure, when we go and do the payment, it's based on finished product. I have a person in the field measuring every slab we pay for. So it is not, there are no additional extra anything. There's no mobilization, there's nothing. We pay per square yard. Now, about the slurry, when you saw cut, before you remove the slab, you saw cut it. And this, when you saw cut, there is a slurry coming out, which is nothing unusual.
Is it like
There will
dust
be
almost?
water down dust, and that gets,
That's true.
drained.
That's
That
true.
is a slurry. It's slurry. Now it's gray in color, it will end up, but there is no one's dumping concrete. In addition, after the last discussion and the social media, we made that particular contractor bring his own bucket the big 55-gallon drums to wash all his equipment and take it with him. So we're not even discharging on this road. Other than that, you know, I can, you know, if you cancel that contract, you do have the right to cancel it. Absolutely. We'll put it back out on the street, but it will be for next year. Now, I do, it was just brought by Mr. Conrad. This contractor also does the water main repairs. So we have a whole bunch of water main repairs.
Water main
Pavement, sorry, water main pavement repairs. So if we cancel it, that will stop too.
Yeah.
So.
Council Chair,
You know, it's up to.
Okay, you guys, just make sure you're all set, Mr. Dib. Okay, Councilman Wenzel.
how many more projects are they contracted for this year?
It's not how many projects, it's a slab replacement. So
Yeah.
we've marked up a whole bunch of, like
How many-
today, he did 16 and he was waiting for tomorrow. I just got the weather report before I came to this meeting. We have 4 days of rain. So I told him on the south end to stop cutting because I don't want the removal and there'd be a puddle of water for 4 days. So we may, you know, we have a lot of work.
How many more do you project will be done this year if everything goes as
As long as the weather holds, we have more work than.
How many,
than-
like 10?
Oh, no,
Oh.
we're talking Bobby, 100 and.
In this season, this
Yes,
construction season?
Yes, yes,
That's got to end in about a month or so, right?
but still,
3 weeks.
this guy is moving quite fast.
They're gonna do that many in a month?
If the weather holds 40 and above, I can do it. But I'm concerned about the repairs of the water main, concrete, so that will be, we'll have to go out and, you know, if we put an RFP out on the street today, it will be, we won't be back in this season. To get bids and go to council and get new contract in place and stuff, it'll be next season.
Council Chair.
Councilman.
Thank you. Council. Mr. Deep, so how many already like ready to be poured? Like there's a lot of slabs already cut?
Yeah.
Good to go?
Yeah.
And you said it's $55 per yard, that's out the door? Nothing
seven-
extras?
7 inches thick, yes, that's his price.
That's how much it's costing us.
Yes.
There's nothing extras.
Nope.
And what exactly, Mr. Needs to be done?
So we use the same contractor. When we have a water main break that's in the, you know, pavement, we have to break out the pavement. We repair the water main and then we put stone back in its place. Sometime after, you know, or during the summer here, we have to have a concrete contractor come in, square the pavement up with the saws, remove the stone down to, you know, a 7-inch thick pavement or 8 if depending on the road where it's at, and place the concrete back in. So, I mean, I believe I'm just pulling a number out of the air. We have more than 30 pavement repairs that still need to be completed before winter if possible. And this contractor is also doing those pavement repairs for us as well. So, I mean, it will become a problem doing, you know, winter maintenance, you know, with stone in those holes. We'll have to come up with some other, you know.
And which department is responsible for checking their work? Is it your department or is it the engineering department? Is it you?
Ali has
So I have a field engineer who actually has excellent records for the inspection.
Is that Mr. Jamal I saw here?
Yes. Zach, yep.
Not Hassan.
No,
not the Jamal.
no, another guy, Zach. So he does. So when an invoice comes in, we actually have the original estimate, the actual measured estimates, and then I use his numbers to pay the contractor, not the contractor's numbers. It's a process, and you know.
Okay, any other discussions on this? All right, hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No.
No.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Nancy Breyer,
Yes.
Dave Abdallah,
Yes.
Zuhair Abdallah.
No.
Robert Constant,
Yes.
Tom Wenzel,
Yes.
Moby Dun,
No.
and Hassan Ahmad.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-2.
Okay, thank you. Next up is City Engineer Dib, Asphalt Paving Street Repair Program, change order number 2.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve change order number 2 to the asphalt paving street repair program contract with S&J Sealer Company in the amount of $82,750 plus a 10% owner reserve for testing and quality control for a total request of 91,000 for a new contract value of $388,800. In addition, authorize the mayor and comptroller or clerk to sign the necessary warrants and the treasurer to issue payment from GL account number 202-203-880-500 as outlined in 9E.
Support. Okay, motion made by Councilman Constant and seconded by Councilman Baydoun. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair.
Yes.
Just want to ask again for the 10%. Are we going to bid it out? So this will be part of the exact same contract. So testing contract that's coming out will pay for all of these. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Constant, are you okay with changing it to plus up to?
It's fine.
Okay, so we're not committed to 10% because it's not been bid out yet. That's why I'm concerned.
Okay.
Okay, any other discussions on this? Here none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on our agenda is item 9F, Councilman Abdul Haq, City Charter Competitive Bid Process Affirmation.
Council Chair.
Councilwoman?
I'll read it. Recommend the motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council affirm the city charter provisions regarding the use of competitive bids to buy all goods and products that exceed $1,500 and to extend the competitive bids to all services provided by consultants, vendors, and any other services to the city. In addition, direct the mayor to get the council's approval for all contracts involving employment, contractors, vendors, consultants, engineering, planning, construction, and legal services before making any payments from the city treasurer as outlined in 9F.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilwoman Breyer and seconded by Councilman Wenzel. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair.
Councilman, go ahead.
Since I am the one who put it through, I would like you and the mayor and the residents to know what happened. I got a phone call after the meeting, which I attended on the 26th, from a resident and sent me some papers from Lara and some papers from the city agenda and claims regarding AMD contract. I looked at it to find out the owner of the AMD is my friend, Mr. Deep. And I found two payment of 14,000 and some and 17,000 and some for 2 different months. I went next day to the mayor's office to pay for a FOIA I requested before I took the city council oath, and I paid $200 toward it. I asked the secretary, can I have a copy of AMD? I wanted to see what this is for. She said, I'll email it to you today. The day passed, I didn't receive anything. I went next morning and I asked Mariana, the chief of staff. She said, it's still in negotiation with HR. And the mayor has every right to sign this. I said, I don't disagree with you, but it needs city council approval. I went to the human resources, she wasn't there, she was out for lunch. So I sent email to my colleagues, to the treasurer and the clerk about this incident. To me, it's nothing against Mr. Deeb. Again, I consider him a close friend and I admire his, professionalism and what he's doing in the city. The issue is, I am a councilman, whether the mayor think I'm legal or illegal, that doesn't matter. The issue is the city council is committing to pay full time for an engineer who was supposed to work up to 28 hours a week, part time. All of a sudden, there is a contract never represented to the city council. Then I get the runaround. It exists, it doesn't exist, it's here, it's there. Then now we have a new story. It's because it's W1099. That's why I put this just to affirm, because the mayor and I, when he was on the council and I was off the council, and we used to meet on regular basis at Mr. Bazzi's house with some friends.
Never been to my house.
His
his issue was he wants to make sure everything is done by the book. He wants to make sure that Mayor Palatko is doing the right thing and he's bringing everything to the table. That's why I'm just here. I'm not the change in the charter. I'm not asking to change the charter or add to the charter, even though the city council has every right to make resolution which add to the charter and ordinances which add to the charter. And that's in our, power. I'm asking just this administration to follow the rules like I asked before. Nothing more, nothing less. And I refer him to section 9.1 contracts, 9.4, 9.5. Read the charter. I'm not against you. I want you to succeed, but have a respect for this body and don't do things in a shady way. Thank you.
Okay.
Council Chair.
There's no need to say the word shady, but
Council Chair, well, I want to be clear, he's never been to my house, so that's,
I never said in your house. I said at Hassan Bazzi's.
And friends, you said.
Okay, so one thing I want to be clear. Okay, so like I said earlier, you can't amend the charter. You can't do any change to the charter as requested in this motion without having to go to the residents to approve. Okay, that's period. You can't do that. So if you do that, then that's a violation of the charter. So the other thing, like I said earlier, all we did is we changed the method of payment, from a full-time or part-time employee to have them to do a 1099. That's all we did. So there was never a contract, to like from one to the other. Again, if you look at the charter, it says that I don't have to go for engineering service in front of council. So I am following the charter. It's for the charter. And what you guys are trying to do, again, if this passes, you guys are choking the city from doing anything. So anything has to go in front of council, including employment. Like seriously, there's no city in Michigan that I know of, per Plant Moran and every mayor that I've talked to that has this in their charter. And this is actually meant to choke the city from doing what needs to get done for the residents of Dearborn Heights. If you guys want to pass it, go ahead. But I'm telling you right now, you guys are in violation and that's all I'm going to say about that.
Okay.
Council Chair.
Mr. Mayor,
Council Chair, please.
Council Chair, may.
Corporate counsel.
You're next.
Council Chair, please, I want to ask the treasurer a question. How you pay the employees who are working as employees in the city? Do you know their names, their salaries? Do you have any?
Oh, from the treasurer's perspective?
Yes.
No, when we do the payroll taxes by the treasurer's office, it comes from payroll and it's lump sum.
So you don't have any names or anything, how
No.
much each one
We
gets
do not
paid,
have that information
correct?
in the treasurer's office. No.
Now, when it goes to ACH claim, what that means?
I'm sorry, HCH claim.
Yeah, because now we have two claims which you're going to pay as ACH.
Oh, yeah.
What
Yeah.
that means to you? Is this regular employee or he's a contractor?
That sounds contractual to me. And it sounds like any other invoice, right? That would have to have backup to it and itemized out.
So
And the
why
council
I
body
was
would need to
told so
prove it.
many stories and not come in clean and say, yes, there was a contract because of this and that, and we put it to bed.
Okay,
Councilman,
Corporation Council, go ahead.
I'm listening to Councilman Abdul Haq, and the 9.1 is for competitive bidding, contracts and purchasing procedures as to the purchase for or contracting for materials, supplies and public improvements. It doesn't speak on service contract or service contract, service consultants that are there. And what the mayor was referring to is Plan Moran did look at this issue and say no city does it for service contracts. It's not included in the charter. And they also looked at Southfield, Westland, Lansing, about 14 other cities to come up with that. And they said that they don't go out for bids for different amounts as the service contracts. The professional services for engineering, accounting, legal audits, actuary reports are excluded. But we took the time to check it. But what I'm asking for, and I respect Councilman Abdul Haq and what he's doing. And I think that what you said about affirming, it's The motion I saw or what was sent to us goes way beyond that scope. But Councilman Abdul Haq has a legitimate concern, and I want him to know, I can't speak, I wasn't there at city council when he's, or sorry, at the administrative building when he came in. But I really think, as I emphasized, that we do need a sit down and look at the whole charter, look at these issues as part of it, and we can start that off first. And I'm willing this week to get this started.
Council Chair.
Council Chair, one quick question. I want to clarify, I just want to clarify
Please,
something.
because
that you're saying. I know, I will allow you.
This is my
understand.
motion. I like to respond to him.
But just quick question.
Please.
When you said euphoria,
Yes,
that was not during the time you were a council member.
that's why I am in charge the 384 and I paid 200, and when they are done, I'll pay it. So I don't want anybody to say.
No, but I want to make it
using
clear,
his
as a council
office not
person,
to pay for
as a
FOIA.
council person, you shouldn't have to pay for it. You shouldn't.
It's
have to pay
okay,
for
I don't
information.
mind, I am able to
Go
pay.
ahead. You have a question.
But 9.4, it says over $5,000 must be approved by the council. And they said lots of things, any things or things. You explain to me what they mean by anything or things. That will include everything we do in the city.
If we refer that other cities are not doing it.
I don't care
then
about other cities.
No,
Talk about the
no. It says approval of contracts, okay? So no contract shall be entered by the city for the make of any public improvement. For the improvement, okay? That doesn't mean that how it's a service contract. And if you're splitting the words to say that, then you're assuming that and you're adding what the charter doesn't say is included.
Now we have a full-time employee, 139 hours. That's a full-time.
I don't want to get into us discussing
Yeah,
the specifics of any employee and their
No,
contract.
but let me just say, Council Chair, I'm gonna play devil's advocate for a second, to be honest. I don't really care for this motion, 9F. I know I've set the gentleman up here and really, I'm not really familiar with it, but if we said, look, at the end of the day, we all ran on being fiscally responsible. It's an election year right now. Every door I knock, I'm saying I'm gonna be fiscally responsible. If we're saying that we're the check and balance, what's the big deal? I mean, if there's nobody's hiding anything and I doubt anybody's doing anything wrong, what's the big deal? It's gonna slow something down. I mean, look, I'm a firm believer if anybody's gonna get a raise or if you're gonna hire any new employee, yes, it should come before council. I mean, I'm gonna call it for what it is. There were 2 new directors to our police department that were hired that I found out through the Arab American News. I had no idea. I wish I would have found out, but that's the hard truth. And they're doing a great job to our police department, but at the end of the day, I want to make something very clear.
City council chair.
One second.
Well, I just want to say, if the councilman is saying, be transparent, we ran on transparency, then be transparent. But if this is also, Councilman, gonna slow things down and it's gonna put the city in a position that's gonna really slow things down, we don't want to do that to our city. We can't.
All I want is a transparency.
And I agree with you. I think everybody here wants transparency.
Okay. Corporation Council, then Council.
I was gonna say that
Councilman.
just all invoices are approved by the city council. Any money that comes in is gonna be approved by the city.
But
That's not the.
Okay, guys, allow them to finish. Are you all set? Okay. Councilwoman's next and Councilman Constant.
Like I expressed earlier, it definitely will slow things down. And I thank the gentleman for saying that when he came up to the podium. It is a separation of powers and it's not beneficial to do this at this time.
Okay.
We'll just echo what Councilwoman Breyer just said. That's the issue. And it's the amount, so not to exceed 1,500 competitive bids for service contracts for consultants and I listened well when the city attorney said they research what other cities do. So the issue is Mr. Deeb went from being an employee to being paid as an independent contractor, as a consultant for, we've got a very talented consultant now that we want to keep, and I don't know the reason behind it, but we just heard him for half an hour or so explain in very good detail about how if we wait to do certain work, it's going to cost us more money, about the astronomical costs we're facing for the water and sewer, capital improvements. So, it's done. Should that have gone before the council? And then we get into a long discussion about it. I think I've got section 9.4 of the charter in front of us. I think things should stay the way they are.
Okay.
Council Chair?
Okay. Just
Sorry.
1 second, Councilman, just quick question. So in the emails back and forth between myself and the mayor, I know one of the things that the mayor was concerned about and the corporations council, I know we had also phone conversation, was the term all services. That's one thing I'd like to address or have either corporation council or the mayor address their concern about that. That's number one. Number two, in my personal opinion, at this particular point, to the best of my knowledge, through conversations with Councilman Abdulhak, the intent, just to make it clear, is not to change the charter at this point as we speak, correct?
Intention whatsoever.
It's correct. So if this corporation counselor, because it's not really, I mean, it's a motion, but it's not really a full-blown motion. If it was just changed to add into it, re-add into it, the verbiage specifically, word for word, that's in the charter, then the only thing Councilman Abdulhak was looking to do is just to affirm that the administration is aware that we're going to follow the charter and most specifically this particular term. Then to me, there should be no problem with that. Unless you
can do that on every section in the charter, Council Chair.
I'm sorry?
Why don't you just do affirm on every section in the charter, everything that we have?
I disagree with you on that, Mr. Mayor, because if let's just use 100 sections in the charter, 100 different items in the charter, hypothetically, right? I could come in today and say, I make a motion that we continue to approve item 27. No big deal. It's already in there. I haven't changed nothing. We're going to continue to approve item 27. It didn't change the other 99 items. And I believe, unless I'm wrong, that's what the council was looking to do, was just to affirm that the administration is going to continue to follow the charter, most specifically on contracts to potential employees.
But would you mind if I had an opportunity to review with Councilman Abdulhak, the language here, because it's triggering things that I don't think is in the charter, but I'm willing to listen to council and see if we could come back in the next session, just 2 weeks, to look at this and make sure we.
Absolutely. Yes, but I just want to answer Roger, my personal opinion.
Go ahead.
I do see the administration's concern. I do see concern about slowing things down, which is not a good idea. And we've always talked about this. When contractors are delayed in getting paid, you eventually, nowadays it's hard to get a contractor for anything. I know firsthand myself, personally, trying to get anybody, I'm calling people, hello, I would like to give you money. Can anybody come in so I can give you money? And nobody wants to come in and do any job. I've got a problem with my roof. I've called 50 people, like nobody wants to do them. It's crazy nowadays. So we don't want to slow the process of paying people down by putting in any type of monkey wrench that slows it down, and then nobody's going to want to do things for the city. So I do get the administration's end.
Because it says direct the mayor to get to council.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. So this is what I'm proposing, and then at the end, it'll be up to the councilman because it's his motion. If we were to just table this, hear me out.
I'm listening. I'm open to any suggestion.
Table this until next council meeting. Meanwhile, in between, corporation council administration will take your intent, which is keep the charter the same, reword it in legalese that administration / corporation council is comfortable with, and then bring it back to the table, maybe send it to you ahead of time to look at. As long as it's the same, it's in the charter, to me, I don't see where that would be problematic.
I think it'd be good to meet with Councilman Abdulhak.
Maybe face to face. But to be fair on this one, I did propose to the mayor that we meet on this prior to today, and he preferred not to. Just to be fair.
Okay, but I think I'm not sure about what.
Okay, you weren't involved with that.
I'm
Okay.
willing.
Council Chair. Councilman Abdulhak and Councilman Wenzel. I apologize because he wants to finish his statement and you're next. But
I am one person in this city. I would like to speed up everything possible for the residents. More than anyone probably in this city. Raja, you know how much respect I have for you. I have a question for the mayor. A blunt question, direct question. Did you instruct any employees not to discuss the contract with anyone. Because there is a contract. I want you on record to say no.
I think the question is whether there's a contract or is it.
No. I am asking him direct question.
Oh.
Did he instruct people in the city, more than one, not to discuss the AMD contract with me personally and with other people? That's the question. Answer it.
Like I said, all we did is we shifted from a person, him taking an actual check to the entity that he created. You know, we discussed it. We have not gotten a contract signed by either himself or myself.
Was there a contract which not signed?
We're actually negotiating something for a contract. He's still getting the same amount of money, not a penny more
Thank you.
than what
Mayor.
you guys agreed on.
I really
So he's making the
appreciate it.
same amount of money. So there's nothing other than what you guys approved for his rate per hour.
You and I, Mayor, fought
Councilman
when we
Wenzel,
found out $6.8 million the previous administration overcharged you on bond, which was paid in 2011, and they kept charging you until 2015, until I stopped it with a couple people in this room.
Council Chair.
And I know
Councilman Wenzel.
I don't want to give a blanket check to anybody to write anything unless that comes back to the city council.
Okay,
Mr.
Councilman
Deeb is not
Wenzel
a
and Councilman
check.
Bidun. Sorry?
Mr. Deeb is not getting a blank check.
I didn't mean,
Whatever he gets paid, whatever he charges, we pay. So Mr. Deeb is not getting a blank check.
I'm not saying.
No, you said a blank check, so I want to be on record again. Whatever he charged, whatever he works, he actually, no, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that.
You did.
He's actually charging less than what he's working.
That
He's
is
making
true.
he's making meetings. Today, he's not getting paid for this, guys. He's not getting paid for commission meetings. Okay, if you guys want, I can get the previous company that was working with us, charging us 5 times the amount that he's charging us. Okay, this is ridiculous that we even talking
It's not
about this.
Mr. Deeb, I'm about, I admire Mr. Deeb.
No,
And I like Mr. Deeb and I'm willing to pay him anything. I'm just trying to keep check and balance in the.
Council Chair, they keep going to the HR to ask him how much he's getting paid. I need to see his hours, you know, so.
Okay,
That's my right.
Councilman Wenzel, go ahead.
Thank you, Council Chair. If anybody's been watching these meetings for the last 6 months, I've always been harping on getting 3 bids for all the contracts, over $1,500, and I believe in the charter it says any contracts over, service contracts over $5,000. It was stated that we don't bring service contracts before city council, but we recently, city council had to approve a service contract with Weight Trim Scout. And we approved several maintenance contracts. So it's not true that we don't approve service contracts. We do all the time. And like I said, I'm in favor of this just because it follows the charter. This does not say anything that's not in the charter, this motion. And so I mean, I'm gonna vote yes on this because it just states what's in the charter.
Okay, Councilman Bidun.
Look, the elephant's out. Everybody's staring at it. Why don't we just talk about it? What's the point of going from 1099 to W-2? Why is there a contract out of nowhere that, council wasn't aware of, which I'm hearing that hasn't been signed? I mean, look, speculation is out there. Let's put this to bed. What's the purpose of going 1099 from W-2?
Okay, wait, hold on a second. So let's not go there. I had a conversation with.
I know, but I did.
I know, but just to be fair, let's not talk about specifics about a specific employee. I did speak with the gentleman. He did give me the reasons, but let's not be specific on this. This one's just a generic statement from.
I know, I'm asking a question.
I know, but I'm just saying that in the same moment, it's not fair for any employee's personal finances to be out there.
I'm not asking about.
So let's talk generic. Let's talk generic about this particular motion, not a particular.
Okay, I'm just gonna give you some other information. In government, when you work in government, especially in Dearborn Heights, at least I would hope, everything is public records. I can FOIA right now how much every single person here is making.
Correct.
And so can anybody in that resident.
Correct.
Look, the question is that I'm having, and I'm not bickering back and forth with Mr. Deeb. I don't care if he gets paid 1099. I don't care if he gets paid bi-monthly. for all I care.
Well worth it.
You know, he's a great addition to the city of Dearborn Heights. I can call him at any time, should send him a picture and say, hey, let's get this resolved. And he goes out there and gets it resolved. Guy does great work. However, my question is, again, I'm not, you had the conversation. I didn't. I don't know what that is, but you know, the room knows what's going on, but nobody else had that other conversation.
Okay.
And I'm not saying to speak about what
Yeah,
he gets
'cause it's
paid.
private.
I'm not, I mean, it shouldn't be private. though.
Well, no,
Again, my last question is this. My last question to you is this. Are you getting paid 1099? And are you also getting a contract from the city if you're bidding on something? I'm just asking a question, like, can EMD or AMD Engineering?
double getting paid? No.
No. Can AMD Engineering LLC go out and bid on something for the city of Dearborn Heights?
I'm just trying to stay away from anything getting into this. I don't.
Guys,
I
free
think-
speech,
I think-
man. We're
I
just
think-
having
I
an
think-
open
You know
conversation.
what? I'm not disrespecting.
I'm not disrespecting you
I'm
either.
just finishing
Okay, but
my
don't interrupt him.
sentence.
Let him finish.
I was still talking. He didn't go through the.
Okay, let him finish. Let him
I
finish.
was
Go
talking
ahead.
to council chair.
Yeah, so my question is, and it's a question, can Joe Schmo LLC, who works through the city as a contractor, also go out and bid for something on the city? That is my question, that's all. Because I'm under the impression, Mr. Deeb is an employee, gets health insurance, gets a pension,
no.
gets.
Part-time. See,
Okay,
that's why I said
part-time.
don't get into it. 'cause-
Okay, so now he's part-time, he doesn't get into those. What is the purpose? I'm sure it's not a big deal.
Okay.
Well,
Well,
I'm just
Council-
saying what you originally said about Councilman Abdul Haq and I agreed to meet to go through the language. I'm not discounting what Councilman Wenzel has said. I think it's a lot of issues we've raised with this and as affects the charter. I think the two of us or three of us putting our heads together can come up with a resolution. We'll be ready for the city council in the next meeting.
So one way to do this is Councilman Abdul Haq, at that particular point, would like to restate the charter provision that says 1, 2, 3, 4. That would be the easiest and simplest. No matter what we end up doing after today, whether we approve this or don't approve this, change it or don't change it, he got his point across, administration knows.
Thank you.
He would like, in his perspective, more transparency, not to necessarily say something was done wrong.
Sure.
In his perspective, that's his opinion. And this is where me and the mayor were in disagreement. I said it has to be discussed, and then it might be the same as what the charter already is. Nothing's gonna change. Any other council members have?
Council Chair.
Councilman, go ahead.
I just have one question. If somebody can answer me. I know a couple of council members, they said this will slow business down. How would it slow business down if we approve stuff every 2 weeks for everything getting paid in the city? I don't know if somebody can answer that.
Having to go out to bid.
Mr. Mayor,
Bidding.
what you want to say in the microphone, because they can.
You gotta go out for bid for every little thing, even if you wanna service the HVAC on the roof, you have to wait for 2 weeks. Go on the agenda, wait for 2 weeks, go for bid another 2 weeks for you guys to approve it.
How often are we?
You got a month, just one month.
Guy, don't let him finish.
You got probably go at least a month just to service an HVAC on the roof or something like that. So again, no city, I just keep repeating myself. No city does this, guys. Again, you guys can do anything you want, but
Okay.
if you guys can reaffirm what
Mayor.
the charter says.
1 second. Councilman, let the mayor finish first, then Councilman Constant, then you're next, and then we'll have to vote on this. We all set, Mayor?
You added in addition, that's the problem.
We can remove an addition if that is okay for you.
Okay. Councilman?
Well, I'd just like to say, I would like some more information. There might be some unintended consequences here about what other cities do. Some of these issues regarding does this or does this not change the charter? I've got the language from the charter here, and it says purchase of any materials, tools, apparatus, or any other things, consideration over $5,000. So what's the problem with referring this to the administration for us to get some further information? And I particularly would like to talk to our city attorney and go over some issues. I don't think we need to know publicly why, for whatever reason, our city engineer, Mr. Deeb, is going from, one form of compensation to another. That may be, there may be a variety of issues. And I certainly don't know that we would then, he's been with the city for a few years, have to go out to bid and have, somebody say, well, similar to what we did with the golf course, there was a talk about this consultant or that consultant. Under the prior administration, we had no consultant. So I would like to see it referred to the administration for some further information. Okay, Councilman.
The charter, Mr. Mayor, allows you between two meetings of the city, in case of emergency, anything happen, you can spend money as much as you want if it is approved by the city council. And I think if we can build the trust between the administration and the city council, lots of good things can happen in the city. And I hope we can start from here on new page to have serve our city.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and put this thing to a vote.
But Council.
Well, first of all, before we go ahead and put it to a vote, Councilwoman Breyer, I made the suggestion that we table this and give it an opportunity to meet, put in the specifics, and then bring it back possibly to what do you call it, to a vote.
So stated.
Would you be okay with that? Okay. So, I'm sorry? Yeah, just to table it until next council meeting.
Are you okay with that?
Okay, so motion has been amended by Councilwoman Breyer, seconded by Councilman Amati. You still seconding it? The amendment?
It wasn't me.
It was Wenzel. It was Tom.
Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped one. Sorry about that. My fault. Councilman Wenzel. Councilman Wenzel, you still amendment, but I'm sorry, I think you want to speak on this or you already spoke?
No, I just spoke, but can you tell us exactly what the amended?
So all
motion is?
I'm stating is, and again, there's been emails back and forth on this, conversation back and forth on this with myself, the mayor, clerk, and everybody else. All I'm saying is the administration is saying this is going to tremendously slow things down. That's one side. The other side is Councilman Abdulhak stating, hey, we should follow the charter. I'm saying if Councilman Abdulhak's motion is really just to follow the charter, but yet administration / corporation counselor says that the wording in this is not what the charter says, then to me, it's an easy fix. You sit down, see what the charter is, make sure all of us are okay on it. They meet, they bring it back to our body in 2 weeks. We're not voting on it. I mean, we're just really just receive note and file. That's what's we already have it in the charter. There's nothing to vote on, but the councilman will feel comfortable that we're following the charter and everybody's been made aware.
So we're voting to table it.
To table it until
Essentially.
he meets with the corporation council further and make sure that the right wording is in place. Because keep in mind, we can't change the charter. Just like that.
Sure.
Yeah. Is that okay?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Table.
So let's go ahead and take this to a vote to table it until the corporation counselor and councilman meet. I have no problem meeting if I need to be there. No problem.
We would like.
Okay. So with that being the case, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carried. Okay. Next item on the agenda is item 9G.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I'd like to motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the 2023 Bridge Inspection Program with weight trim an amount of 15,500. In addition, authorize the mayor and city clerk to sign the contract on behalf of the city pending corporation council approval, and authorize the treasurer to issue payments not to exceed 15.5 as outlined in 9-G.
Support.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Ahmad and seconded by Councilman Baydoun. Any discussion on that? I know Councilman Abdulhak, earlier in the day had a question for me. It's probably the right time.
For, I believe, Mr. Deeb, I believe, if my memory is correct, a few months back, we brought to the council some kind of application for a grant for, I believe, $34 million from the state. Half of it will pay from the residents and half is from the state, and it could be forgiven in the future. Do you know anything about it? Where
There were brought multiple grant applications at 50. They're not, it wasn't a grant, it was DW, yeah, the DWS.
I'm not sure, but the number was around $34 million, half from the city, half from.
So loan forgiveness, a grant. So basically you're qualified as, what are we considered?
overburdened communities. So we qualify for loan forgiveness, which is the 50% of that loan.
Okay. So what happened to it?
Still in the works.
Okay,
Still in the works.
all right.
We also have other loans, other grants that we pursued, which covered replacement of two bridges. We put the worst two bridges for. on that.
If approved, will
Yeah.
you use it for anything in the city or it has conditions on it?
When you say anything in the city that has like.
Meaning like repair bridges, roads, water meters,
So that was a-
CSO.
So it was clean
Yeah.
water.
So the
Yeah.
DWSRF grant that we applied for, we were very specific. We had $12 million allocated for the water meters. We had $6 or $7 million allocated for water main replacement, and then the remaining, I think, is 13 million allocated for lead water service line replacement.
So now you know that the part of where we're pursuing other sources. So in, the previous discussion about the water meter, this is one of the sources. So clean water is not the same as drinking water, DWSRF. So under the drinking water, you qualify, clean water, you don't. So clean water, we went after the CSO needs. Which if I get 50%, that will be great. On the drinking water, that's where we went after water meters and
Is there any time, time period to know if we're going to qualify for it or not?
I think we're in the stage, what, 2 now?
Yeah.
We're in level stage
So-
2.
Yeah,
Stage
so in the next few weeks, it'll be verified whether we qualify or not.
Thank you.
Okay, I hope we follow up on it so we can relieve
It's
the
constant. We have a
taxpayers from
calendar.
paying the $12 million.
We have a calendar of events and all these things are on the calendar. We definitely, I didn't want to announce it until it's actually a sure thing because I have a gentleman, Mr. Baidoon will hold me to it. It's not a done deal yet.
I don't forget.
I know you are.
I don't forget.
It's not a done deal. I mean,
Okay.
when it is, we're still in the, we're still.
Because I heard 9 million, we're about to lock in $9 million for our I'll stop there. Your facial expression right now. We're locking in a grant right now. They're gonna be able to cover our water meters.
You locked it in. Maybe you should be on the state side and improve it for us. I mean, we're.
If you need me to come out and lobby for you guys, I promise you I will.
You'll be good at it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Seriously. So that's the bridge inspection, which by the way, what you have before you is that's a requirement.
Yep.
Annual bridge.
This is an
inspections.
annual
We have 14 bridges, the condition of which are, it is mandated, the bridge program, we have to inspect them. We get a great report. This company has done it in the past. I've personally reviewed every detail of their reports. By the way, that's what we need when we put together the capital improvement and we say, this is what we need to get done, an estimate. It's based on the actual inspection. So a professional bridge engineer will do the inspection. The report comes back to us. We go over it. We determine what needs to get done. And it comes back to you in the form of a budget and you get to approve.
As I recall, it's pretty expensive.
It is pretty expensive.
Yeah.
It's pretty extensive. Yeah.
Okay. Any other discussions on this? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on our agenda is Fire Chief Brogan, AAD purchase opioid remediation funds. Remediation funds.
Council Chair,
Councilman? Or Councilwoman, I'm sorry.
I'd like to make a motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the purchase of 36 automatic external defibrillators, and 2 trainers from Stryker for a total cost of $67,308.60. In addition, authorize the mayor and controller or clerk to sign the necessary warrants and the treasurer to issue payment from the fire MEDC grant. You heard that word grant, account number 101-335-940.075 as outlined in 9H.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Breyer, supported by everybody, but no, let's pick somebody. So Councilman Abdul Haq. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No, I just want to say something. I want to
Wait,
thank.
You're opposing or?
No, I said
We
yes,
said
but
no.
I want to make a comment.
I just want to thank you for everything you do, the fire department. This is very important because there is lots of drugs going around our schools and our community. And this is something will save life. And I thank him again for doing this.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussions on this? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried.
Now-
Next item on our agenda is item 9I. We'll go to Councilman Abdul Haq. He had asked for the last one, but we gave it to the Councilwoman. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Recommended. Okay. IT Director Cooper, purchase and payment, WDHT desktop computer replacement. Recommended motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the purchase of one desktop computer from CDW for WDHT for a cost not to exceed $2,165.31 as a replacement for Asian equipment. In addition, authorize the mayor and controller or clerk to sign the warrant and authorize the treasurer to issue payment from the PEG funds, account number 101-809-981-001. Further, provided the mayor also authorizes any such payment as necessary expense, the city council authorizes warrants to be issued for the payment of these services. By doing so, the city council is authorizing any such warrants and payment without a prior authorization by the city council of the specific warrant and payment as permitted by and consistent with city charter section 8.9 as outlined in 9I.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Abdul Haq, seconded by Councilman Constant. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair,
Yes, sir.
I would like really, first, I will thank Mr. Cooper for doing so. And I encourage him to use as much money from the PEG to make this city in the 24th century, not. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussions?
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I just didn't understand the last sentence in this. It says, by doing so, the city council is authorizing any such warrants and payments without prior authorization by city council of specific warrants and payments as permitted. What, I mean,
So if we had to give them 3 payments of $2,165, we don't have to keep coming back to the city council, I believe.
Yeah, and that's been added on a lot of them.
Well, if it's taken, yeah, but it's taken out of the PEG funds, it just would be one lump sum.
Well, remember, it's capped at $2,165.
Right. I just don't understand why that's put in there. It's only one of any of these that's put in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. But why is it saying that it's, you know, it's the city council is authorizing the payments without prior authorization by city council?
Well, because at this particular point, we're saying that they're gonna go ahead and approve the purchase. They're gonna go ahead and purchase it. They haven't purchased it yet. Once they purchase it, we're approving the payment automatically based on this motion. So they don't have to come back. So in other words,
Okay.
administration
Right.
doesn't have to come back in front of us
Right.
and put a proposal that we paid 2,100 and we've already agreed to buy it. We're just gonna allow them to go ahead and pay for it directly. Keeping in mind, again, clearly capped at 2,165.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or discussions? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on our agenda is IT Director Cooper, purchase and payment of WDHT video camera.
I'd like to take that too.
Go ahead.
IT Director Cooper, purchase and payment WDHT video camera. Recommended motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the purchase of one Canon XF605 4K UHD Pro camcorder for WDHT for a cost not to exceed $4,699 as a replacement for Asian equipment. In addition, authorize the mayor and controller or clerk to sign the warrant and authorize the treasurer to issue payments from the PEG funds, account number 101-809-981.001. Further, provided the mayor also authorizes any such payment as necessary expense, the city council authorizes warrants to be issued for the payment of these services. By doing so, the city council is authorizing any such warrants and payments without a prior authorization by the city council of the specific warrant and payment, as permitted by and consistent with city charter section 8.9 as outlined in 9J.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Abdul Haq, seconded by Councilman Breyer. Any discussion on that?
Council
Yes.
Chair?
Councilman Wenzel?
We've been talking about this for years, new studio equipment, and it was always said, well, we can't buy this because it won't be compatible to that. Is this specific camera part of a master plan for other equipment coming in the future? Or is it gonna be outdated by the time we get some more equipment in a year from now? I know, because it was a hot topic and we tried to get this taken care of years ago with no success at all.
Brought out the big guns. It's got Angela out now.
Well, this is for her. It's based on her recommendation, and I'm here just to try to help support her with some of these purchases. And this is what she's identified to being a mobile device for her, a mobile camera. It's not necessarily the studio camera, but it's the mobile camera. We're already looking at different equipment as we go through to move this forward with it. So this is something that's compatible. And what she's choosing now, it is going to be equipment that is compatible, wide variety of different equipment. So we're not limiting ourselves. We're not purchasing like a camera like we have here, that limits to what we can connect to. This is her. She's going out on site and be able to use her tripod and set up her cameras.
Councilman Wenzel, you also-
Angela, are you familiar with this camera? Have you seen it or used it?
Excuse me. I have not used it myself yet, but I've done a lot of research into different brands of camera. I trust the Canon brand. That's actually one that I use for myself at home. So it's a new camera, and everything that all of the features that it has, I felt would really work for what we do here. And it's definitely an upgrade from what we have now. Our cameras that we have now are 10 years old, and there's a lot of stuff that are starting to fail on them. So I just felt like this was a good fit.
The Wi-Fi compatible?
It is, I don't know exactly like what it all entails, but it does say that it is able to live stream.
Okay.
I will tell you, if you're calling on this and I think I've been here for what, 3 years, you've never asked for anything. And we have the PEG funds. If Councilman Tom Wenzel's giving you a hard time, let me know. I'm gonna take care of it from here. Enjoy it.
Thanks.
We'll be coming for more.
Councilman Wenzel is our secondary IT director,
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
He loves it, Chair.
Me and you. Councilman Blah.
Okay. First, thank you, both of you, for what you're doing. I just want to explain to the residents what PEG is. It's a public education and government money. It's on your cable. 1% of your monthly bill is charged to you, and it comes to us basically to educate the public, to educate the people, and to have this kind of place so people can come and see how their government is working. And I will ask you, you have over $1 million and some dollars in this account sitting for a long time. It was supposed to be over 2 million, but let's do what we can with this money because it can be used only for public education and government. Buy all the equipment you need to have this city council live for every house to see in Dearborn Heights. You have the money, use it, and we support you for it.
Thank you. Okay. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next item on our agenda is item 9K, Library Director McCaffrey. Thank you,
Council Chair.
Angela.
Thank you.
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the purchase and payment of delivery vehicle for library materials and programs for costs not to exceed $26,969 from Lughammer Ford of Owasso. In addition, authorize the mayor and comptroller clerk to sign the necessary warrants and treasurer to issue payment from account 738-738-808 as part of a previous grant authorized by council as outlined in 9K.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Constant, seconded by Councilman Abdul Haq. Any discussion on this?
Council Chair.
I had a question too, but go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you, Council Chair. So my question is, I know I only see in the support here one vehicle, and how come we picked this one? And aren't we supposed to shop around?
Hello, so this is part of basically MI deal pricing, which is the best pricing we can get through the state as part of a bidding process that they go through. And in terms of getting it for about 26,969, it's the base package. It meets what we need to do. It's no bells or whistles, just basically all-wheel drive. It's got a small cabin back. Unlike the van, which has a little more cargo space, we wanted to have a smaller cab or a larger cab for passengers, should we actually need to go to a meeting or do something with, go to a conference or something like that. But yeah, it's got a smaller payload in the back, but other than that, it's pretty much the base package for that. In terms of the number of bids that we got, it's basically the lowest price we could get on that. So, and it is lower than sticker price, and there's no delivery
You
fees.
said you got different bids? Because I don't see them here, only.
No, it's lower than sticker price. It's not, I didn't get three though.
So if you prefer a van, how come you just went for the pickup truck?
Well, we have a van. We also wanted a pickup truck. We wanted two different things. We actually wanted to be able to have some passengers, actually have 4 seats. Should we actually need to do that? And plus a pickup truck has different cargo options. For instance, when you have a van, you have to stuff everything in a van. With a pickup truck, you actually have higher cargo clearance, so you can put different things in it. A smaller transit van, you have to, the space can kind of get restrictive in terms of what you can put in it. And then you can't go anywhere with it, so.
Thank you.
Okay.
Council Chair. I'd like to add that this is a 2024 Ford Maverick Super Crew AW all-wheel drive XL pickup. So it's a very good price for a brand new vehicle. And the order cutoff date is to be determined. You're also getting 36,000 miles or 36 months factory bumper to bumper warranty. So it's a really good deal.
Yeah, I thought it was a pretty good.
Council Chair. Councilman. And look, again, I think this goes back, I think Angela doesn't really ask for anything. I think our library director hardly asks for anything. And there's probably 1 or 2 things a year.
Just give them new carpet a couple months ago.
Well, it's coming up.
And I don't think the councilman was really discussing, why did we go with this? I think it was more about usually,
Across the board, like we need.
yeah, traditional practices, go out for bids, issue the bid that you chose. I mean, ultimately here, I think this is a great deal. You really don't want any bells or, I think you're rolling down with, I don't think you have automated.
It does have automated ones.
Automated windows, okay. I mean, $26,000 is a really good price. So I won't oppose to that, but I think just moving forward, just keep it in the back of your mind, and that goes to all the directors that we have to go for bids.
Council Chair.
And that's about it.
I will say the MI deal involves a bidding process to an extent. It is not without a bidding process. So MI deal does include that built in. And there's a number of other organizations that we do business with, like TLN, the library network, goes out for bid for among 52 libraries, which is far more actual bidding power than our city has. It can get better rates than our city can. So, and under the charter, it does allow us to go through a bidding process as long as there is a bidding process somewhere along the line, whether it's through our governmental entity or through another government.
So if you did go through my deal, which I didn't know you did, that's sufficient and enough.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, when we go out for bid, I'm sorry, we'll put these things together. It does say MI deal if you go to the motion. So we prefer to go to my deal because it's a state, they go out for bid for all the cities in the state of Michigan. And that's the best deal that they can get, for all the states or all the cities that participate in my deal. So it is the best deal. We checked it. So for the amount of options that they have on this vehicle, my deal is the best deal.
I just want to also make for full disclosure, I always read my packet. I don't want.
No, I know, but when you said you mentioned my deal.
Yeah, I passed by it. It's okay. I mean, look, I'm not infallible, Mayor. But I want to make it very clear. I always go through the package. So please don't say that I don't.
No, I didn't say that. All I said, it's in there. It says my deal.
I know. You said if you go through the packet, which I do.
Council Chair. He said the motion.
Just one question.
It's not in the motion.
Council Chair.
This is the motion.
No, I mean,
Yeah, that would be the packet. The motion, it doesn't have it on there.
Right.
Council
So
Chair?
question, Mike.
Council Chair,
Originally,
oh.
you wanted a van and then now you want an SUV. And I get it, you rarely ask for stuff, but just question in my mind. If you originally would have bought a pickup truck only that seats four, could that have sufficed instead of the van and been able to hit two birds with one stone?
No, the reason, one of the big reasons.
Or do
that
you
we're
need 'em
actually
both?
getting- Yeah, you need them both, and here's why. Because we have people that deliver on both ends of the city. It's kind of a large geographic city in a lot of ways, and we're gonna be expanding that program, so we need to make sure we have a vehicle on South End. Right now, we do have employees using their cars sometimes to do deliveries, and MMRMA really frowns on that. So we need to make sure, because we only have a vehicle on one side of the city, so we need to make sure we have one on both sides of the city. So that's the one big reason why.
Thank you. Councilman Wenzel?
Thank you, Council Chair. Yeah, like I stated a while ago, I'm all for the three bids, even if one of them is a my bid, because it was proven by our IT director a few months back that he found a better price than my deal. And he came before council to amend the budget on that deal. So my deal is not always the best price. Plus, it shows city council how good of a deal it is. If you say, here's my deal, 24,000, and the closest one to it was 32, we'll go, wow, that is a good deal. Just for our state of mind or in our minds, what the deal we're getting. But it is standard procedure to get three bids, and my deal might go get 10 bids, but we don't know that. And it was stated by one of the residents that they looked it up and they were only asking one or two companies for prices. My deal was, so it doesn't hurt to get three bids. It satisfies all of us up here to show that that is definitely the best deal. I mean, I've asked for it in the past, and it's happened a lot lately where not even a my deal bid was submitted, just one bid. And I don't even know, some of these last IT things, there wasn't any bids. Was there any bids on these cameras? I don't know. I mean, there should have been three bids. Were there three bids on them? Oh, I don't know. See, it should go for city council. Here's the three bids. Here's the one we're picking. And the cheapest bid is not necessarily the best bid.
No, agreed. Yep.
And we've done that before in city council where we've had some pavement contractors that we awarded to a higher bidder because of his expertise.
Yep.
So in the future, and I've said it before, and I don't know what I have to do to get it, we need three bids on anything over $1,500. And I mean, I don't know if it's in the charter. And just saying my deal is the one bid because they bid it out, that's not satisfying me. But in the future, I wish all directors like Councilman Baydun said, please give us the three bids on items over $1,500.
Okay, let's go ahead and take this thing to a vote.
Thank you.
All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Next item on our agenda is Police Chief Hart, transfer of canine ownership.
Council Chair,
Councilwoman?
I'd like to make a motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council approves the transfer/retirement of Dearborn Heights Patrol K-9 Twix and approve a release and hold harmless agreement reviewed and approved by Corporation Council. In addition, authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the agreement on behalf of the city and an authorized agent to sign the agreement on behalf of the Dearborn Heights Police Department as outlined in 9L.
Support.
A motion made by Councilwoman Breyer and seconded by Councilman Abdul Haq. Any discussion?
Council Chair.
Go ahead.
Sad day in Dearborn Heights, retiring our very own
Twix,
which was with Moby Shammy. He was our canine. And my wife works with his sister. My wife, who's a diehard dog lover, was just like, we were so hurt by this. But we know that Twix is gonna be in good hands, and we wish Twix a happy and healthy retirement. Sad day.
Yes.
Council Chair,
Councilwoman?
do we have a replacement for Twix?
Yes, we do have a plan to replace not only Twix, but they have a second one and then plans for a third one through various grant and other federal support.
Thank you. Keep the grants coming.
Yes, ma'am.
Council Chair.
Councilman Abdul Haq and then Councilman Wenzel.
Mr. Wenzel, go ahead.
So Wenzel wants H first.
All right,
Go ahead, Mr. Wenzel.
thank you. Duty first, what do you say?
He said H first.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I know, that was a toss up.
I'll go first. We didn't, in the backup, there wasn't a contract on this, and I have a friend that retired from the Lincoln Park Police Department years ago, and he was the K-9 officer. And his separation contract, when he retired, and the dog retired with him, there was a clause in the contract that said he could not hire that dog out for his own profit. Say, for instance, now he's got the dog, and he could say, hey, I can be a private contractor where I have a drug sniffing dog or a dog that does this and make money on that dog that the city paid for all the training and everything. Is there something like that in this contract?
We have a specific language in the contract that deals with, for instance, that he can't sell it to anybody or use it for any other purpose, whoever, because we didn't know exactly if he was gonna take it or not. And any liability that happens after he transfers does not come back to us. So there's a whole harmless language in there. We put that how if he sells the dog or that he has to notify us first, let us know what's going on.
Well,
and for the insurance purposes, as to whether he can rent it out or if that's what you're asking.
No, make money on it. Say this officer, just theoretically, starts a company, K-9 company, and he makes money on going and doing in high schools and sniffing lockers. And he does that for profit. I mean, my friend, he had to sign a contract, said he would never use this dog for profit.
I don't think the officer that left the department is taking Twix with him. He's not, is he?
Say that again, sir.
So I'm gonna have the director just give us his take on this, because I know this was one of his specialties in his previous job.
It was, but I'm unsure what the question is. What am I?
The officer that resigned is not taking the dog with him.
Yes, sir, he is.
He is?
He is.
Oh, wow, that's great news.
Yes. So this is separate. And to answer your question, sir, I actually thought we had a line in there that said he can only do competition. Like he can take them and put them in competitions, agility, that kind of thing. I was looking, I know I wrote that in here.
So, Director, if you recall, in our conversation, in our little kind of impromptu meeting that we had.
Yes, sir.
I added the verbiage on there, subject to the review and approval by Corporation Council. So if you recall, the legalese would be added later if this motion gets approved.
That's correct, sir. And I know, and I just kind of looking through this, I know we talked about, because no, you can't represent yourself as a working certified dog. You can't go do work with it. So yeah, we do ensure that we have that. Basically, Twix is going to be a very well-trained licky dog. He will go find kids and have a good time and enjoy his retirement.
Enjoy his retirement.
Council Chair, I have one follow-up question.
But
you said we're gonna get 2 or maybe possibly 3 more
Yes,
dogs? Can you tell us why we need that 3 dogs?
Because 3 is better than 2.
Yeah. 3 are more expensive than 1.
Not when they're on a grant, sir.
Grant?
So let's be clear here. Everything we do with this department is cost beneficial to the city. I don't say we want 3 because I want to spend money on 3. I want 3 because I want the capability. So I used to run the dog program for ATF. I know what these dogs cost. I know what it costs the city. I would never sign us up for something just to incur cost.
Well, I mean, we've had only 1 forever.
Okay,
Now
so
we want to get 3. I mean.
we used to
do we
use
make
fax
money?
machines. Do we want to keep using those?
I'm sorry, what?
We used to have fax machines. Do we want to keep using those?
Council Chair, I think what we're gonna do. I'm listening to Councilman Wenzel. I think we're gonna go for 2, and obviously if we have the money for 3. I know they work with the schools, they work with a lot of different programs, which we'll be using these dogs for. So that's why the more I think is better.
So you always have to have 1 per shift.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to have to call a dog handler out when he or she's not on shift. And then we also have different capabilities. We not only have patrol, you have drug, you have gun. You also have, quite frankly, you have what's called a silicon dog. And a silicon dog is used for human trafficking when they utilize thumb drives.
So we're trying to give the city the ability to fight crime in every facet that it allows. So I'm trying to make sure that we give you the capabilities that this city is going to need going forward.
Okay, any other, Councilman, go ahead.
Director, those dogs, they stay with the officer, right?
This one.
As far
As during the night when after they
Oh,
finish
yeah.
their shift, they go home with them.
Yeah, the way we run our dogs is they do stay with their handlers 24/7. Some departments, and I don't know which ones in this area, some kennel them. We do not. They go home with their owners. or
Do we
with their
assign, a specific car for each dog?
We do.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions or comments from council members? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on our agenda is item 11A, City Engineer Dib, first reading of proposed ordinance.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I spoke with our,
Wait, you gotta read the motion.
You have to read the motion.
well, before we read the motion, I just wanted to let you know that I spoke with Mr. Watland and he actually asked me if we can table this so that he can actually read throughout all of this. And so,
I see what you're saying. Okay.
yes, I didn't want to read the motion.
Okay.
I was, if it was okay with Mr.
So let it come from administration, whether it's chief of staff, Director Dib, or the mayor. Do you want to table this?
What, 11A?
Because according to the Councilman, Director Watland said he wants this tabled until he has a chance to read it.
No, we actually went through the planning and zoning. So we can do this the first reading and we've been waiting since April 5th, for the study session. Taylor's already ahead of us and we just gotta make sure that it's approved. So we can catch up to Taylor. Taylor signed it a long time ago.
Yeah, me.
Council Chair. So just for the records, though, this went to two sessions at the planning commissions proposed by the building departments, 2 sessions, and got approved. So we have approval from the planning commission to bring it over to you for recommendations to approve it. Now, it was presented to you on March 28th of 23, and we had the study session on following week on April 5th, where we had the PowerPoint presentation, we had the Q&A. So it's been through all the steps. And as the mayor indicated, we were ahead of Taylor, but because of our delays, Taylor adopted it in May, and now I have a street under one zoning ordinance and have the same street under, I can't enforce it until you guys approve it.
Okay,
Simple.
so why don't wait, Councilman, I'm sorry. Is somebody looking to make the motion right now and then we'll have it seconded and then we'll have discussion? Because now we're going into discussion without making the motion.
Yeah.
Is anybody interested in making the motion?
Council Chair?
Councilwoman? go
All right,
ahead.
I'd like to recommend that the Dearborn Heights City Council move that proposed ordinance H 23-03, an ordinance of the city of Dearborn Heights, providing that the Code of Ordinances, City of Dearborn Heights, be amended by amending section 36-64 concerning Taylor Dearborn Heights Gateway Overlay District be considered read for the first time as outlined in 11A.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilwoman Breyer, seconded by Councilman Constant. Now, let's go ahead and go into discussion. Councilman Wenzel was first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Council Chair. As Mr. Deep stated, this was presented to City Council several times with a PowerPoint presentation. This ordinance, and from my understanding, is the exact ordinance that Taylor approved because we want both cities to have the exact same ordinance, so things are exactly the same on each side of Van Born. We've been waiting for this for a long time. And I've been part of this in a sense, because we had meetings in the past and everyone's on board with this. And Taylor, they've been waiting for us to get something done. So they just said, you know what, we're passing this because it's the right thing to do. And not only do I think we should approve this motion, but I would like to amend this motion that this to be considered not the first reading, but the first and second reading of this motion.
Yeah.
So we can get this underway.
Okay. 1 second on that. Councilman Abdulhak, go ahead.
It was after the.
I really don't know much about it. But from what I gathered, that they are like recommending something to rezone. The zoning board of appeal on both cities can rezone parts of this area. I really would like to have a chance to ask questions about it if possible and table it until next meeting for approval.
Okay, let me just give you just a quick summary on this for those in the audience that are not familiar with this. All this basically is gonna do is gonna have ordinances on both cities to where everything is pretty much comparable. Because remember, most city streets are for the same city, so you have the same ordinances. But look-wise, what we have on Van Born, we have two different, completely different looks on almost every other business. And aesthetically, it doesn't look as nice as it should be. There's a lot of great plans in place that I went to the first meeting and been to a couple different meetings, and first meeting was when Mayor Pletko, God rest his soul, is probably in his 40s. And this thing's been going on for years. Honestly, I'm kind of disappointed how long it's taken. But that's in general what this thing is about. I would like to hear from Director Watland, because now I'm concerned about what he mentioned. I just want to see his side to this, Director, if you don't mind. You could unmute.
Again, I don't think he said.
See there.
Director Watland, are you on there? All right, let's while we're waiting for him, if he comes back on, any other council members that you had, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, you were saying something.
We can't hear you.
So Taylor already incorporated this, as was mentioned, we were way ahead of Taylor and now we're way behind Taylor. They're already starting to develop one of the areas off of Telegraph and Van Born on the Taylor side. So anything happens right now, it's gonna be per the old ordinance. So this ordinance we spent close to 2 years, Councilman Wenzel, like he mentioned, he was part of it from probably day one. You know, we've been attending these meetings, going through different cities, trying to make Van Born a better street and better aesthetics, you know, for the residents and businesses in the area. So we should at least go to the first reading today. I mean, we've been waiting on this long enough, and there's businesses already asking us about this new overlay, because again, we're starting to look bad because Taylor already incorporated something. The businesses on the Dearborn Heights side are asking that question, how come we haven't followed through with what Taylor put on their side?
Okay, Councilman Abdul-Haq?
Just a question, couldn't we done in cooperation with Taylor, something like downtown authority, so we can ask for grants, we can ask for things, from different government entities to do a lot better for our residents in that area. Here, I believe we are just restricting ourselves to, a private investors come and do some business. In my understanding too, that Taylor can rezone anything they wish without our approval. It might be contradicted with the side we have. So I really am not against it. I hope that we do approve the first reading, but I really like to consider options which might be better than what we're proposing.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor and then Councilwoman.
Okay, again, Taylor, we began about the same time for the area, for the Van Born ordinance. And we started the same time. So now Taylor moved on to another street. And one of the things that we wanted to actually do is, go look at DDA. So DDA is not as simple as just saying, we're gonna make this downtown or DDA. There's a process that we have to go through. So we are looking at grants. When I mentioned grants earlier, that's one of the things we're looking at to see if we can get grants for the street to get funding to make sure that we can improve aesthetics on Van Born corridor, to make sure that businesses see if there's funding that we can actually get businesses to improve the aesthetics in front of their business, their yard, or put whatever, like the face of their business. So in order to do something like that, we do have to make sure we adopt this ordinance that both cities have the same. So no one city can do anything other than what's in the ordinance. And this ordinance is been approved both by the planning commission for the Taylor side and also our side. Our planning commission approved it. They've been in meeting for almost 2.5 years that I've been in, that they're actually been going through this here. So this is not something new. You know, we can do the first reading today if you guys approve it. You know, whatever recommendations, you guys can go visit it. You can talk to whoever wrote these. But again, you know, we need to proceed with getting at least the first reading on it.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilwoman Breyer, I'm sorry.
All right, I'd just like to mention that the Van Born corridor, both myself, Tom and Bob have served on it for probably 3 years or more. And it's about time we do something. So I think we better pass this first response and get the show on the road.
Council Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, if everyone remembers, Masco was gonna move and then they leased their property to Ford Motor Company. And their, the old Masco headquarters end where the Kmart was. And the idea was to piggyback on that and to improve the Van Born Road corridor, but both sides, because we're getting more and more used car lots and so forth. To make Van Born Road have, you know, a walkable path and to slow the traffic down. There's been a lot of bad accidents on Van Born. And this is just part of that.
Right.
So there was talk about making the redoing the road and so forth, because the road's crowned. And so the driveways and the sewers, everything around there crumbles. Go ahead.
So there's a lot more in that we went through during the presentation, but for the benefit of Mr. Abdul Haq, you weren't here when we did we had a PowerPoint presentation. We every item of the overlay has been gone through repeatedly for many years, as we have 2 or 3 councilmen before my time. So when the consultants made the recommendations, it had to go to the 2 cities to make sure they're uniform on both sides. So appearance of a building on Taylor side is not drastically different than Dearborn Heights side. And consequently, that this was the result of both cities agreeing to the same standards. So now we have the number of parking, the level of finishes, the aesthetics. So no cinder block walls, for instance, the lighting is similar, the traffic flow is similar. It is, and I don't take credit. I came in at the tail end of it. I'm just trying to get this thing implemented because I do have a lot of requests for construction and I don't know what to tell them. I can't enforce something that is not adopted, but on the Taylor side, they adopted it. So it's kind of like we're in between now.
Okay, Chief said, may I answer that?
Yes, I just wanted to add a little bit of the history here. So on April 5th, we did have a study session where most council members were there except for Mr. Abdul Haq. So if you want to go back and look at the history of that from April 5th of 2022, there was a study session where the presentation was done. It was presented, yes, it was presented as well on March 28th of 2023 for a first reading as well. Again, there was never a study session set up for it. So here we are again. Mr. Dib is ready to do the presentation again. It has a few updates. So I would just recommend that you listen to him. And if you need a study session afterwards, you can definitely schedule one and then have a second reading if there are any concerns afterwards. But again, it's been delayed for way over a year. So I do think it's important to move forward. So if you're willing to listen to him today, we have the presentation ready.
So we
Well, I don't know if we want to do a full presentation today.
No.
If you want to.
It's up to you. I mean,
On
I
April 5th.
want to give Mr. Abdul Haq the
Well, we do a first reading, then do a study session, if that's the case.
Council Chair.
Yeah. Councilman Abdul Haq.
It's
Okay,
22.
if you allow me, we have the president of the planning commission. If we can hear from him since they approved it. That probably will happen. And I'm not against it. I am willing to go along, just to let you know.
Hassan Saab, I'm the chairman of the planning commission. So this first reading should be approved because Taylor already is moving forward with it. We're behind. So the whole point of it is for us to match both sides and both cities to work together, and we're behind. way behind them. So by moving this, like Councilman Tom Winslow said, they're going on to the second reading before the master plan. So by you guys delaying this any further, it's only delaying our side, and they're moving on with their plans. And to get grants and stuff, you gotta work with both cities.
Yeah, I know.
Mechanic shops and all that have been capped. Nothing's getting approved on it. There's no spot zoning or anything going on there. So
This whole process started way back when. I remember I went there with Mayor Paletko, and I'm talking about, off the top of my head, it's gotta be a good 5 years, maybe 7 years, when it first started. Yeah, when it first started, and then Wade Trim did like a study session, not a study session, like they asked the residents how they felt, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not talking about like good 6, 7 years ago, so I'm surprised how long this thing has taken.
right, there's a lot of people that actually coming in front of us that bought property there, but they're just waiting because certain things are getting denied. But they're like, what do we gotta do and how long are we waiting? On the Taylor side, they started with facades and zoning and new buildings going up. At our side, we gotta get these approved to move forward. Like we had an investor come in front of us 2 weeks ago. Couldn't get approved for what he wanted to do because it's not allowed anymore. But he's like, so what can I do?
Wait, I'm sorry, nothing from the audience, please.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Sam.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate
All
it.
right, Councilman?
Thank you, Council Chair. So Mr. Deeb, so what's the process? First read, then the second read, and
Yes.
you approve it after the second read, or you approve it at the second read?
Now, Mr. Winslow, Councilman Winslow was saying that, I mean, you can waive you can do the first read, and I assume the second read, you can do the approval after the second, yes, so that's.
So at the second read, you do the approval?
Council.
So definitely we'll sticking with the first read. I don't know, I have a question here. It says some of the uses that you can have car dealership. Is that like whatever grandfathered in, or this is something for new
So
business?
this is to enhance the appearance of what's out there. This is not to.
For businesses. new
Right,
business.
so it is if you're referring to the mandate, so no more car deals, that's separate.
Okay.
We still, so when we get a proposal, we're still reviewing it. I just wanted to be able to enforce the new enhanced vision for Van Born. So once you adopt this, this is going to, so anyone will apply for renovation or new construction will have to adhere.
Yeah, but
to
nobody
the
will
new
be
rule.
forced to
No,
do it.
yeah, it has nothing to do with
Approving business.
yeah.
Okay.
Guys, it's up for a vote.
No, I mean, Councilman Ahmed, he mentioned that, I just tell him the difference between first and second read. So if you guys waive the first read, the second read, then it gets adopted.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Okay. So motion made by Councilwoman Breyer, seconded by Councilman Constant. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. First read. Second, next item is item 11B, Clerk Senior.
Council Chair,
Go ahead.
for our honorable clerk, I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council adopt a resolution regarding the early voting plan for City of Dearborn Heights residents. The council concurs with the recommendation of Dearborn Heights Election Commission and hereby establish a single municipality early voting site for all statewide and federal election conducted in the City of Dearborn Heights to be Canfield Community Center located at 801 North Beach Daily, Dearborn Heights, Michigan, 48127 as outlined in 11B.
Support.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Baidoon and seconded by Councilman Abdul. Any discussion on
Council Chair?
Councilman?
So I know just a little bit about this because I was at a meeting, I believe at a church on Outer Drive, and we're talking about this. And so will this go into effect for the next cycle of election, which would be the presidential primary?
Yeah.
And this will be a station at Canfield where they will be open for 13 days or 9 days?
9.
So we don't know. Sorry. You guys are not having
Yeah.
your mics on. We are planning for a February 27th presidential preference primary. We're not certain on the date yet.
Yep.
Okay, and it will start 2 Saturdays before the election. And be open, I think this Sunday, it'll close the Sunday before. That
Let
would
me
be the
ask you
last.
one other question. So the Sunday before, okay. Will this also, play a role in the next city council election? Local elections is my question.
This one, you
The
mean?
election
Not this
commission,
one.
it's only, it is only the proposal is only mandated for state and federal.
Okay,
So it would be up to the election
Gubernatorial.
commission on whether to fund, because then the city would have to fund the locals. We
Okay.
haven't gotten that far yet.
okay. So this is an early voting. I love it.
Okay.
I love it.
All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried.
Thank you.
Next item on agenda is comments from council members.
Council Chair.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna start with this one just because it's kind
Yeah,
of important.
absolutely. Please do.
If I could take this opportunity to have a moment of silence for our video guy, God rest his soul, Stan Gornello, unfortunately passed away. So I'd just like to take a moment of silence, thank him and his family for his service to the city of Dearborn Heights. Great gentleman, unfortunately passed away because of medical complications, and wish his family the best. Just a moment of silence, please. God rest his soul. Thank you. Councilman.
Thank you. That was actually one of the things that I had on here written. My second thing that I have here, well, I'll just go through the good stuff. First and foremost, congratulations to our fire department on doing a wonderful job at their open house. My son had a blast, didn't get out of there. Actually, we fought for me to get him out of the fire truck because other kids wanted to play. It went really ugly, but I'm happy that everybody enjoyed themselves. It looked like I looked like everybody was having a good time. Secondly, I would like to congratulate the Crestwood Chargers on their new facility. And I'd like to congratulate Annapolis High, I believe, on their new field. I believe they also just received new turf. I haven't been able to step on it, but I know Crestwood just received theirs, and congratulations to Annapolis. I won't take up too much of the theme because I see we have some of our honorable trustees with us. And then I also wanted to discuss something that has just been ongoing. And I don't have an answer to it. I see maybe the mayor may have stepped out to go to the restroom, but oh, well, okay. Well, maybe we can have our corporation council look into this. Something is going on with our water bills. Our water bills are extremely high. My water bill, I told you guys, I think just came in at $500-600. The charter states you must do a reading every bi-weekly or bi-monthly. Bi-monthly, so every 2 months. And, excuse me? Nice. She probably has a water leak. I mean, I don't know. But I will tell you guys, the water, I'm having seniors call me and saying, hey, Mo, like, I'm on a fixed income. You guys haven't sent me a bill in 4 months, and now I have this astronomical high water bill. It's not right. It's not okay. We need to figure it out. I don't know why our water bills are so high. Councilman Ahmad might be selling his house and not even be the councilman anymore because how high it is. No joke. So we need to figure why our water bills are so high.
A part of it is, has been multiple month billing.
Well, I know, but I want you to know we shouldn't be given a month.
No, I agree.
Month billing. And I also want to know if somebody will come out and let us know factually 100% that there wasn't a increase in the water rates without the approval of council or. Excuse me?
I think they did give it to us, Wayne County.
No, you can't increase the water rates without the approval of council and having a public forum and approval of the council.
Town hall, yeah.
Yeah, well, so I'd like to know if that is, because I know that Councilman Wenzel has asked that question a couple of times, and it was stated that there wasn't any increase in water bills. Well,
okay.
Our water bills are very, very, very
So
high.
I can make just 2 quick comments on that. Number one, unfortunately, a lot of the water bills that are going out right now are for 3 and 4 months. It's starting to be on somewhat of a regular basis. Multiple times during budget sessions and previous to that, I've asked the water billing department, and I've presented it to both mayors, to have additional employees in the water billing department. It is way, way underemployed. I mean, there's basically 99% of the time, just one person in there. I've walked by there all the time. I get many residents that say they call water billing, they can't get a hold of somebody, not because she's not answering, but because there's too many calls coming in at once, emails and people at the front. I've asked multiple times that additional employees should be added in there in our budget. I don't know the who, what, where, or why, but it's not happened.
I also want, I would direct.
So therefore, that's why they're coming out, instead of billing the residents for 60 days, that's why it's having to come out every 3 or 4 months, because there's just not enough employees in there. Well, it's that simple.
Yeah. So we need to do that. And speaking of employees, which is also on my list, I know that the HR, our administration, I believe Mariana sent us an email regarding the Eaton Center Coordinator, full-time position. Roger, I'm just gonna direct this to you. Maybe you can write this down and just, let's just do it, okay? We have hired 2 new police directors without the approval of council. They didn't have to take any exam, didn't have to take any test. Let's stop with all the bull crap. Let's hire our coordinator as a full-time position. She's part-time. They need it. She wants it. Let's just go full-time for the young gal. And let's stop going with the bickering back and forth. We have enough money in our general ledger. We have enough in our budget. It's gonna be, yeah, I don't know what the end result is.
Don't say a dollar figure.
Yeah, I don't know what the dollar figure is, but it's negotiable and it's workable. Let's just stop. I think we've asked for this for so many times. Councilman Muscat, actually, I was on the phone with him today and he said, that was one of the things that he brought up to me. He said, don't forget about our coordinator at the Eaton Center. So I'm bringing it to you, Roger. Please give us something definitive ASAP.
See if we can get her a raise too. She's been there more than a year.
Raise is one thing. Let's start off with just getting her
Let's get
full-time.
Josie full-time.
One second.
One last thing. Also, I have something that I just want to get off my chest. And Roger, I want you to look into this because actually it was stated that this was your ruling as to why this is happening. But a lot of my colleagues, the clerk, the treasurer, every council member here attends city functions. While we're at these city functions, there's a city photographer. And our city photographer is not taking any photos of anybody other than the city's mayor. Which is fine. You could take pictures. He's the mayor of the city. And so when I've asked on multiple occasions to our city photographer, why are you not taking photos of myself, council chair, our clerk, our treasurer? And the response was 2 different times, 2 different responses. The first response was, it violates the Hatch Act. That does not violate the Hatch Act. And then the second, and I said, where did you get this information? He said, our corporation counsel, Roger, told us. The second response that he told me was, the mayor told me not to take this because it violates the Hatch Act. I just want to make something very clear because then I went out and solicited one of my friends and said, hey, this is the scenario that's happening. I'm going to an event as a city official at an open house and there is nothing posted about me being at the city event, nor is any other council member or any person that's elected in the city or any city employees for that matter. And it's because Roger told, and this is, and I'm not saying you did, but this is the information that was given to me, was that you told the photographer you're not allowed to take photos of anybody that's running for office because it could potentially be a political strategy. No, I'm not wearing any gear that says go with Mo or vote for Mo Beydoun.
Why don't I just stop you? I don't even know who the photographer is.
Bob Bancroft, he's our marketing manager.
I've had no conversation about.
Yeah.
You don't order him to do anything.
I'm glad to know that.
I mean, I know that the Hatch Act will apply to officers in uniform.
Yeah.
Or.
There's nobody, there's nobody from the army, there's nobody in police uniform or fire uniform.
Anybody.
Yeah.
Or no one's asked me any questions.
So can you also give me an opinion and maybe you can give that back to Mr. Ancrock and let him know that that's actually false. And then you can also send me an email stating, hey, I don't know why he told you this, but I never stated that.
I will talk to him.
Thank you. So moving forward, can you just make it clear? Maybe, I mean, do we have to put a resolution that you're allowed to take photos of anybody else other than just the mayor?
Let's start. Let me just check and see what, this is the first I'm hearing of it, but I'd like to look into it.
Thank you.
I'd just like to add something to this. So the councilman was asking me about this and I don't think it's coming from an angle of, hello, please take a picture of me. I really honestly and truly don't think it's the case. I think it's more of a concern as to why am I, in this case himself or any or elected officials, why are they being intentionally excluded? Why is this all, I'm just gonna call it straight up a photo op for the mayor only. That's where the concern is.
Every time I've been to all the events.
Yeah, you're in them. I know.
I see.
You know what's funny? You're in them. And then I'm not.
They don't take pictures.
Pull them up. Go to City Hall website, and I don't know who runs the City Hall, the City Hall Facebook or Instagram.
It's Facebook, John.
Whoever's doing it, it's truly has never put anybody unless it's their birthday.
No,
I know Councilman.
My birthday wasn't even mentioned.
They don't like you.
Councilman Ahmed on his back, him and I have been working on, and he's followed what Dearborn has done with some of that money to really highlight the city council on a lot of our blight campaign and things like that.
I'm gonna send, and it's
So,
gonna put on the.
as far as I know, we've had,
One meeting.
we've had a conversation, Councilman Ahmed and I, about including in the blight campaigns and the media piece, the money that you guys allocated to include your pictures on it in this throughout the city. And that's what we're working on with our committee, that we invited Pat Muscat and Ahmed and the chief. So it was a proactive, including for the money you delegated, I think 25,000 that you set aside.
Correct.
That money is to be used to include you in the photographs and pictures, not to exclude. And Councilman Ahmed and I have met before he left and now he's back to make sure this works. So that's as far as I know. It was proactive.
So is he allowed to take photos of us as our corporation
I
counsel?
don't see why not. I don't see.
I mean, if he's allowed to take pictures of the mayor, he is allowed to take pictures of anybody.
Yeah, I mean, uniforms are.
I promise you, he said, Roger said it violates the Hatch Act. I don't know why the Hatch Act has become this new rule in the city of Dearborn Heights that you can't take a photo of anybody. You can't stand with anybody. Hey, be careful, you might go to jail. You're taking a photo of us. I just think it's embarrassing.
I think that proactively, the councilman, Ahmed and I have gone forward and I've stated to you that we want to make sure you're included in the campaigns that we're doing, like for the blight campaign. And he brought up what they're doing in Dearborn. I don't see Dearborn excluding city council people.
I know, and that's great, Roger.
So it would
Thanks.
make sense that I would go forward and say no.
Yeah. I just want you to know, just for full disclosure, myself, I believe I saw Councilman Dave Abdullah, Councilman Wenzel, all that were attended the open house, and I believe we attended the chili cook-off. I know the city website didn't want to disclose that we were there, but yes, we were there. And I don't want residents to think for a split second that we don't go and spend our time outside of public service to go out and share these great events. Because I know the administration has, for some odd reason, don't want us to be opt into those photos, but.
I don't go that far to say that.
I'm not saying you, but yeah.
I'm not saying that's what the administration. I've not heard any meetings on that.
All right.
Would you like to say something on it?
Oh, yeah. Well, thanks, Mo. I've been keeping this to myself for the last couple of years, but there was an incident at one of their outdoor concerts about 2 years ago. And in the last 3 or 4 years, Bob's taken dozens of pictures of me and my family, and they've been on every publication around. And at this one time at this issue, when I was at this outdoor concert, when I was having some issues with the mayor, Bob Amcraft came up to me, and I was standing there with the mayor and a close person to him. And Bob went to take a picture of the three of us. And this person, I'll mention this person's name, said, Bob, no pictures of Tom. And ever since then, he has not taken one photo of me, maybe one or I was, but
yeah,
it's been very, he used to take pictures of us, me and my family all the time. And since that point, he's maybe taken in the last 2 years, 1 or 2 photos of me.
Yeah, well, I just want to make it clear, Roger, and this is to every director in the city or in the administration. One, this is a city council meeting. This belongs to the council. This is the council chamber. Number 2, earlier today, a director disrespected one of our elected officials, which I heard and should be reprimanded, to be honest. If I was the mayor, I'd have him fired. And lastly, not another person here should be avoided from being, and let me tell you, it is a purposely avoiding to even say hello to us because we might ask for a photo.
You know what? We've had retreats with the staff here to be friendly and proactive with the citizens. Yes, I mean, people.
You're following the lead. I'm telling you, you're doing a great job.
I'm serious. It's working on the issue. That means we've identified issues and we want to make sure we address it. That's not a bad thing.
You're doing a good job. You're doing a great job.
So I'm not me. I don't run it. It's HR that runs it, but they're taking the active role of training the staff. I just came in a year ago, right? So it's training the staff and they're having retreats and meetings on how to be proactive with the citizens. So
I'm done for that. Thank you, guys.
Councilman Abdul Haq, I believe was next. Okay, Councilman, go ahead.
Thank you, Council Chair. Since we were on the topic of taking pictures, I guess maybe Corp Council is gonna take the lead in fixing this. But going back to the water issue, I mean, like Councilman Baydun and Council Chair mentioned, I guess the water billing went for 4 months, and the reason behind it is the short staffing in the water department. So we need to work on something, having more people work in the water department. I came here today to pass a resolution with my fellow council members to just cancel any penalties, but I did get a call from the water department just before the meeting. They said they were able to get it from the administration that there's no penalties for this water bill. So you can pay anytime, whatever you received last, like 10 days ago or 15 days ago.
Time.
No, they can pay it. They have, they can pay it
Not a
until the
year
next,
from now.
until the next cycle. So they have a couple months still left.
Months, or do they got 2 months?
About 3 months, I think, left. Because there's, I think they're due October 18th. So you still have about maybe 90 days.
October 18th?
They're due October 18th, but you have another 3 months to pay.
Okay.
So you can pay anything on it, no penalties. That's a good thing about it. I mean, the water bills were so high. I mean, it's a summertime, people fill up their pool, sprinkler system is on, and you name it. So but the good thing, I mean, there's no penalty. You can pay it for the next 3 months. But we do need a solution. We need more people at the water department. And we need
Water
those
billing.
at the water billing department. And we need to figure out something. I know Mr. Davis said he's working on it. So we need to figure out something about having those water meters. This is something urgent. That's going to help a lot. We're going to be more precise with the water billing. I mean, that's all I have, Council Chair. And one more thing is,
Motion.
before I'm sorry.
I second your motion.
Councilman Ahmed,
Yes.
would you make a motion to give those people 2 or 3 months without penalty? So it
Well,
is-
that's exactly like, we don't need no motion because I guess they were
We have-
able to.
we
the
have to vote to
Yes.
basically allow the treasurer to waive that.
I did, you know what, I did ask the lady from the water department and she said, no, you don't need to, they have Sheila. So I don't know if she's on, she said she's gonna be on.
Let's do it to be sure.
I don't know, is Sheila on?
Madam Treasurer,
The iPhone's got a hand up.
In order, according to the charter, in order to waive an AP, had to be approved.
You
by
guys
the
can't
council.
see it.
doesn't matter.
I want to leave by 10.
Anyway.
I mean, I'd be more than happy to make a motion.
Well, just give her, if it's not her, then.
I think we should do it as a motion, but that's up to you.
I
I
was
could do
going to, if I may,
Sure.
Please,
um,
is it,
recommend that you adopt a resolution tonight to extend that to 90 days without penalty. Because normally your billing cycle is every 2 months and it's a 30-day due date. So naturally, we're at 4 months on billing right now. That, I don't know if Sheila's on or somebody from Water Department, but they do offer, if it's over $1,000, that 90-day without penalty. But I think there's a lot of people that are not at the 1,000 mark, but
Correct.
they're still at 500, 900, 700, which is significant for them. And we need to extend some grace to our residents.
is that?
Council Chair.
It doesn't sound like.
Council Chair.
Sheila, are you iPhone?
Madam Treasurer,
Yes, and
is that,
That's not.
No, okay,
I'm sorry.
one moment, sir. We thought you were somebody else. 1 second. Okay,
Council Chair.
Mr. Jamal.
Do you have,
is that going to affect your cash flow?
not from water? Because remember what I gave you earlier for
22 million.
balances? 22 million, correct?
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Ahmed, you want,
I'd like to make a
do you
motion to
want to
suspend,
make the motion?
I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules.
Support. For what purpose?
To take a vote on a motion by Councilman Ahmed about lengthening the period of time without penalty for the water bills.
Second.
okay, so motion made by Councilman Tom Wenzel, seconded by Councilwoman Breyer to suspend the rules to vote on the extension with no penalties on the water bills. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair,
Yes.
shouldn't it be?
We're not just suspend the rules. I'm
First
saying
we have
we're
to
suspending it
suspend.
for.
Okay,
Suspend the
perfect. Yes,
rules
suspend the rules.
Okay,
Yep.
any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item now, the motion made by Councilman Ahmad. Go ahead.
Council Chair, I would like to motion to postpone water bill for another 90 days with no penalties.
Support.
What water bill penalties
Water bills,
to be waived for the next 90 days, to be more specific.
correct. And they can pay the water bill
Yeah.
within the next 90 days.
Right.
Without any penalties.
Without any penalty.
Without any penalty.
Support.
Yeah. Motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilman Baydoun. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair, do we have to put any dates in there?
No.
90 days.
90 days
For
from
the next
today.
you said the next 90 days?
from October 18th.
From the billing period.
From billing period.
Councilman, I think that'd be the best thing, 90 days from the date of the billing period.
Correct, yeah.
October 18th would be that.
No, this is the due October 18th.
From the original billing
The
period.
due date, right? Council Chair, the due date?
Yeah, no. I wouldn't do it from due date. I would do it from the original billing period. Total of 90 days personally, but that's what I'm saying.
Billing period.
They give you, okay, the current water bills are due 30 days later. Are you saying
Correct.
another 90 days? It'd be 120 days from the billing. date.
No. I mean, the way I'm thinking about this,
It should be 90 total.
even if we give 90 days from October 18th, that's gonna be with the next cycle.
It wouldn't even be.
So I would say probably give it 60 days. Because already they have 30 days, give it 60 days probably.
That's why I'm suggesting 90 days from the billing period.
Okay, I got a message from the water department, if you don't mind me reading it. Okay. They're saying until the next bill. We do not have a set billing period.
Right.
They are not due 30 days after. I don't think they give you
Well,
30
it
days.
says it may be
90
paid.
days.
But after the
Council
30 days,
Chair.
penalty.
Wait, I'm saying 90 days from the billing date. Whatever it was billed, up to 90 days with no penalty. It'd be easiest, simplest, clear.
From the current billing?
From the current billing date,
How would you know the billing
not the
date?
bill, whatever
That's
the
next
bill
year.
date, whatever it was.
60 days
90 days.
from today.
Council-
Yeah, 60 days from today.
I'm gonna read the ordinance.
Nothing from the audience.
You
but-
guys, another part.
It says
Yeah.
bills will be immediately due and payable and may be paid without penalty up to and including the 20th day after mailing. And if not paid by such a date, a penalty that's prescribed by resolution of city council shall be added.
And they get a 6-day grace.
Right, so we'll put that in.
They have a
35, section 35-162 ordinance. H 90-6.
60 makes it payable this year.
90 days from billing.
Let's make it easy. I know they're doing October 18th. Let's make it December 18th with no penalties. Are they different?
They're all different.
They're all
Yeah,
different.
She's saying the due dates are variable.
Yeah.
So
Go 60 days.
where do you,
Okay, let's
Stop.
make 60
You know what
days
I
from
mean?
whenever they're due.
Right.
If they're due October 18th, the 60 days. If they're due October 20th, then 60 days from the.
December.
So give them extra 60 days with no penalty.
and then when do you stop that?
Okay, time out. No, if there's different billing dates, that would not be a good idea because you're gonna make administration nuts.
The due dates are
Let's just pick a
variable.
date up to such date, no penalty period for everybody. Let's keep it
90 days
simple.
from today.
From when?
90 days from today.
You know what? Let's make it till December 25th, till Christmas. Make it easy. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Well, then, no.
For 60 days.
Okay, let's.
You got a water billing or due date.
Yeah, no,
Issue.
the due date.
Well, I don't think they're saying issued.
Wait, but it's not say something.
December 31st.
Issued?
Council Chair, let's just make it till December 25th. Anything after December 25th will have a penalty.
Are we talking about when the bills come out?
December
No,
31st.
they have from now till December.
December 31st, ended to the last day of the right before the new year. That's it. Christmas, nobody, the city's gonna be closed, it's the holidays. You think somebody's worried about paying the water bill on that?
December 31st without penalty. That's the-
Dave, I'll know last day.
Until December.
Council Chair.
Yes.
Okay, let's make
So you're
it
gonna-
60 days from the due date because we have different dates.
Guys,
I know, but it'll make it. Stop.
December 31st.
This way, everybody is equal.
December 31st.
December
Okay, so
31st.
motion made by Councilman Ahmad. They have no penalties on the current water bills up to December 31st
All right.
of
We
2023.
gotta vote on it.
Seconded by
Second.
Councilman Baydoun.
Right.
No other discussion. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it.
Good job,
Motion
Councilman.
by and seconded by.
Councilman Baydoun. Okay, next item.
Uh,
I haven't.
Council Chair,
I didn't
Yes.
do a comment.
since we're done with this, one more good news. It's my 13th anniversary today. So happy anniversary.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was married on 10/10/2010.
If you're late, it's not gonna be there. All right, all right. Any other?
I was 10 years old.
I have a comment.
Wait, guys, one meeting, please.
We open 11.
All right. I have a call from a lady today who is older. She's over 80, her husband's over 80, he's got medical problems. They are having issues with Comcast trying to see our meetings. They also do not purchase the press and guide. I suggested where they could maybe get one for free, thanks to Gail, but they have issues knowing what's going on. They haven't had anything from September. And Comcast is telling her that it's with us where the problem lies. So she wants a solution to this. She's very upset that they can't watch council meetings and they can't
Are you aware of
physically bring him here. He's dying with his kidneys right now.
Angela, are you aware of anything as far as why the council meetings are not going on Comcast?
She said they're supposed to be at 3, 6 and 3 in the morning and they haven't been able to get anything since September.
So just to be fair, if you could get her name and number, and then maybe give it to Angela or Director.
His name is Bill. I'd have to look it up.
Okay, then someone will contact you. Okay, any other comments from council members?
Council Chair,
Councilman, go ahead.
I too have been contacted by several residents that say the meeting from 2 weeks ago hasn't been there shown yet.
Put a resolution that you have to air it.
Well, we did. I thought we did. You know, we did that, and for some reason they're not in there. This water bill issue, we talked about 100 different things up here. Why the water bills are so high? We need a statement from administration saying exactly what's going on, because we can tell them all kinds of things, and we may be right, we may be wrong. But it's the administration's job to tell the residents why their water bill is the way it is, be it two cycles, rate increase, someone else increasing it. We don't even know. We haven't been told. City council hasn't been told why the water bills, unless we ask someone, the only thing we know is they're billing 2 different times or for 2 different cycles. But we don't know the definitive answer why these water bills. And I'm asking the administration to make a public statement and tell exactly why the water bills are so high. Number 2, the coordinator at the Eaton Center, the city council directed the city HR director to hire a coordinator full-time. We're not asking Roger to look into it. We're telling their HR director, and it's past city council, to hire this person full-time, same pay they give the Berwyn Center director or coordinator, without taking any tests, get her in there. And the reason was we're trying to find the money. That was 2 months ago. We're trying to find out where we can get the money. You know what? We directed you to get this position full-time, HR director, take care of it before the next meeting. Before the next meeting, HR director, this person must be hired full-time, same pay as the Berwyn Center. Okay, now, Saturday, October 28th, the Dearborn Heights Watershed Steward Commission is having their late fall rain garden cleanup at the Richard A. Young Center. It's a great family activity. It's a cleaning, pulling weeds, raking leaves, bagging stuff up. It's a really cool thing for families to get involved with. And it's Saturday, October 28th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And this week is Fire Safety Prevention Week. And I can't think of anything else to say better about a family doing something good for each other than doing something fire safety related. And I'm recommending that all families out there, like we do ours, our family has a meeting place in case you have a house fire. It's simple to do. You get all the kids at different doors of the house and you say, go, and you run out of the house and you meet underneath your neighbor's trees. It's one really simple thing to do, and it could save a life and could save a lot of worry in case of a fire in your house. And on a very serious note, and I believe residents might speak on it, this Saturday, October 14th, we'll be honoring the 1-year anniversary of the death of Joey Smith. Saturday at 9:30 p.m. at Party in Annapolis. I'll let Margaret take it from there. Thank you, Council Chair.
Any other council members?
Are we still, which are we on? Are we on announcements already or are we still doing comments?
As much as we can, because we gotta get
all right.
Residents that want to speak, but go ahead, let's do it.
I'll do some announcements. I'm going to pass on the Ecorse Creek and the South Dearborn Heights Civic Association and make an announcement that this October 13th, if you are 55 or older, we are having a senior celebration by Amicus and Mayor Bazzi. And it is, I believe Edward Hines Drive. I have an address. I have free tickets. So anybody that's 55 wants to go, I have tickets. And then at Eaton Center, we are celebrating a gentleman turning 105 the day after Election Day. And if anybody would like to come to Eaton Center and honor Larry Gerard, November 8th at 1 p.m. We will have cake and I don't know what else at this point, but the gentleman, we gave him 100s and now he keeps adding to it. And he's a fantastic guy. He still shoots pool and he expects to win. So
Deacon.
yeah, he was a deacon in the church. I think he's backed off from that, but he's a very busy man and he's going to be 105. So
Wow.
Larry Gerard, Girard. Here
we go.
Council Chair, I'd like to thank the council for, we finally are getting moving on the Van Born corridor and everything that needs to be done. A lot of room for improvement there on Van Born Road.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are you looking at?
I was looking at our honorable councilman Constant.
I want to talk about the golf course, the Warren Valley Golf Course. I did make a visit to the place. It looks fine. And I'm going to ask Jason, after a long conversation with him, to come to the city council and tell the residents what he's going to do for the students from the schools and for some senior citizens for free. And I believe that is fair for the city in return for the money we spent. I hope that everybody will enjoy that course. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members with comments? Hearing none, next announcements. Any announcements from administration?
There she is.
Sure.
Go. Good evening, Lynn Senya, City Clerk. Thank you, council, for adopting the resolution, and our election commission for supporting that. I'd like to also thank the administration for working with us on getting the Canfield Center and tomorrow Watt over at the Canfield Center for already blocking out those dates so she doesn't book any functions there. And on that note, 4 weeks from today, we are going to be hopefully closing up the absentee counting board because it's election day. Can you believe it? So I want to remind anyone that has received an absentee ballot to return their ballot as soon as possible. It's easier for us to have everything in place before the election day, right, Joanne? We get all those signatures checked and everything. Right now, we have about a 22% return on about 4,900. That's just approximately, okay. We do have our drop boxes at the JFK Center, at the JFK Library. Thank you, Mr. McCaffrey. Here at City Hall, we have the drop box connected to the building and at the Justice Center. We're waiting for our 4th drop box and they can't be installed into the security cameras are installed and Mr. Cooper said that will be sometime. So one last thing. Anyone that wants to join our team, we always have room for workers. Thank you, Treasurer Hicks Clayton, for working too. So anybody that wants to join our team, we'll always have room for you. I have applications. If you need to check on your ballot status, you can always go to michigan.gov/vote and it'll tell you if you filled out absentee ballot request, returned it, it shows you exactly when it was sent out, when we received it in. We do that on a daily basis. We do have information on our counter on your way out from the League of Women Voters. Anybody that responded to the request for an interview, the candidates, that information's on our counter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. IT Director?
Yes, David Cooper, Director of Innovation Technology for the city. Part of my announcement, there's actually going to be a video. We have been working extremely hard with the platform of Civic Plus that you have graciously let the city use. Just let everyone know, one of our first phases was our city website. It is not 100% done. I want to state that right now with it. Because of our contract with our prior vendor, we needed to get something, there. So basically we copied everything over, got the gist of it. It is still evolving if people frequently visit, you'll see updates on it, some graphical changes, some information changes on there. Our next phase was our civic clerk portion of it, where we're doing our packets. The directors are now all submitting online. We are moving to a more automated process there. The next phase that we're about ready to introduce is our Dearborn Heights Connect. We now have an Apple app and an Android app where residents can communicate with us as a city, directing it to either ordinance, DPW, or general concerns. So I'd like to actually show just the quick video. We've worked tirelessly with the ordinance, with DPW. Angela did a great job putting this promotional video kind of together for us. Let me make it.
The city of Dearborn.
Oops, Roger, you're the star of the show now. You're right in the center.
Shall move.
The city of Dearborn Heights is excited to announce its new community engagement app, Dearborn Heights Connect. Now citizens can visit the App Store or Google Play to download the Dearborn Heights Connect app directly to their mobile device. It's also accessible on our website at dearbornheightsmi.gov. Go to the Report Concerns button. You'll find it there. First, click the orange Add button. Confirm your address or the location of the issue. Choose the category that pertains to your request. Then, snap and upload a quick picture if you can. Describe the specifics of the request or issue. Then you can set up an account to track your request until it's fixed. We know submitting a request can be an ordeal, and in some cases, it's hard to find the department that's responsible for specific issues, when an issue has been addressed, or even how to report the issue. With Dearborn Heights Connect, the power is in your hands. Go ahead and download the app today.
Thank you.
Yeah. Again, I want to stress as we're going through this and we're creating more automations and more online forms. We are working with the treasurer's office, with the building department, with every department. I would say that right now about being able to move to online forms, even to take payments all online with the process. We have to kind of work in stages with this. I really want to state that because if we push them down and there's mistakes, who's going to pay for it? The residents are going to pay for that, and we don't want that to happen.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Director. Appreciate it.
Well, hello, Council Chair and Mayor. Just want to talk about a couple of items. First off, join us at the John F. Kennedy Jr. Library on Saturday, this Saturday, October 14th, starting at 11:45 and lasting until about 2:25 p.m. as we will experience a partial solar eclipse. We will have viewing glasses for everyone to safely view the eclipse. We will also have children's activities, thanks to the Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation and the NASA at My Library program for their donations. Next, October 28th from 6 to 8 p.m. at Carolyn Kennedy Library, we will be having our Trunk or Treat and Haunted Mini Golf. We have a staggering amount of inflatables, fun golf holes, giveaways sponsored by community members and businesses. If you want to sponsor a golf hole for $50 or help out with the trunk, call 313-791-3804 and leave a message or email MP McCaffrey at dearbornheightsmi.gov. Any voluntary donations will be given to Goodfellows to make the holiday season better for less fortunate families. That's all for now. Thanks for your time and see you at the library.
What's the date again, Mike, for the trunk and treat?
It is Saturday, October 28th.
Thank you.
From 6 to 8 p.m., sir.
Mike, thank you so much. And I owe you like 5 gift cards, so we're gonna talk right now.
Okay, sure.
Right before you leave.
Okay, we'll do.
It's Lynn's fault. She should have reminded me.
She's not your private secretary.
Hi, Council Chair. Just want to make an announcement that we're doing an expungement day with the AG's office at the Richard Young Center on November 11th, Saturday. We'll be making announcements and putting out flyers for the community. We will also look to start, as this is a start, to open up our city hall, to have volunteer lawyers come in. And my friend Eric Adams from New York did it in Brooklyn before he became mayor of New York. To allow lawyers to deal with immigration issues, estate planning, wills, issues that our citizens have. We'll work with city council in putting an agenda together for the lawyers to come in and volunteer their time. So for instance, 6 to 8 on a Wednesday. Every week there'll be something coming and we will work with you to see what the citizens need. It's free legal advice.
Thank you for adding that on there. Great idea. Thank you, Roger.
Very nice.
All right. Any other administrative announcements? Hearing none. Next up is our public comments. Come on up, man.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Amal Barakat. I live in Cheltenham Lane. I'm a new resident in Dearborn Heights. Been here for a year.
Welcome to Dearborn Heights.
Well, thank you. I don't know if I can continue to smile, but I did want to touch base on the water bills. I have my current and I have all my other water bills. We've been in this house for, we bought it back in 21, but I've been living in the house for about a year and maybe a couple months. My bill came. I'm usually on auto pay. I don't like to deal with them, but something somehow made me open it. And I'm glad I did, but I almost had a heart attack. You guys all said $300, $400, $500, $600. Mine's not even $2,000, not even $3,000, $8,311.98. I thought I had a leak, but I thought if I had a leak, it would show somewhere in the house. I have a pool. I filled the pool in March, but we got billed from May 18 to September 13th. It shouldn't be a factor in it, but
Even if it costs you $8,000 to fill up your pool, I would tell you close your pool down.
well, I did fill up my pool, but I filled it back in March and I was billed for it. And it was maybe somewhere $138. That's what my bill came before. And prior to that, 161, prior to that, 619, where something is going on. I'm not sure what's going on, but something's going on. So please, I want this also to be on record. I've gone to the
Water department?
The water department.
What water billing, just to be clear?
The water billing, right here.
Right, right.
Her name is Pam, nice lady.
Oh, yeah.
And I asked her, hey, is this real? She said, oh, yeah, but without looking at it though. Yeah, this is because it's been 3-4 months. I said, okay, I'm good with the 3-4 months, but look at the price. And she just about had a heart attack. So I'm looking at it. I don't know what to do. It says E, which is estimated. And I asked her to look at it. She's like, well, that's accurate. I said, am I looking at things wrong? Are we spelling accurate with an E now? I'm not sure anymore. I don't know what to do. So they told me to go to the mayor's office. We've gone to the mayor's office. I've called. I work. I don't have time to sit 5 hours in a meeting. I don't have time to, come in the morning and be directed to another place. So my question to you guys is, what do I do with $8,311.98 until December 31st?
Okay, so I can tell you, this is in general, but you said you spoke with somebody in water billing?
Well, Pam, and then she spoke to somebody else, but I was advised to get a plumber.
Okay.
I got a plumber. We turned on the water in the house. It rotates, it does its thing. We turned off the water in the house, like regular water, not the main, not that. And it stops. So if there was a leak, it would be spinning. There is no, I can assure you, there's no leak.
So that's one of the things that they do. The other thing is if they had done, you said estimated. So sometimes you may have had some water bills from previous. You said you've been there a year and a half. I presume that there was a final water reading done from the previous purchase when you purchased it. Are you sure there was a final water reading?
Oh yeah,
done?
It was in our
Because my concern is, well, I'm thinking if there was no final water reading done, you still have a previous bill and they're getting estimates. Then suddenly they give you they go actually read it, and then it's going to be much higher.
So if I'm looking over, I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yeah.
If I'm looking over here from October of 2021, it said estimated, which was $5.46. But then I look at, it says, you know, where it says other info and whatnot, it says rollover, which was $114, which is fine. But that one, you know, the one right after it says auto, then every single one of them was estimated.
So that's where there could be possibly the issue. The next thing I want to tell you is sometimes the actual meter, that's why we want to replace the meters, is got an issue. So it has to be calibrated again.
So it was.
Okay.
They came out. They looked at it. And immediately after they came out, I get a bill like this. It's like, okay, something's going
So
on.
they took the water meter away,
They did something. I wasn't
but did
home.
they take it away?
I'm not sure, to be
You're not
honest
sure.
with you.
Okay. I personally, I would suggest maybe first talking to Sheila. She's very knowledgeable on this type of stuff in the water billing. Madam Clerk, I hate to be put somebody on the spot here, but is it Sheila's got the longest tenure here than Pam? Is that correct? If I'm not mistaken? Yeah. She's somebody that I usually talk to in terms of a lot of stuff, so she's very familiar. But beyond that, I don't know what I can
Okay,
answer.
so I'm asking, if I can't get a hold of Pam, I can't get a hold of the mayor, I can't get a hold of 1, 2, and 3. Is Sheila gonna be able to help me? Am I gonna be able to get a hold of her?
Sheila's very helpful. If you don't mind, if you do me a favor, let's do it this way. Because unfortunately, based on the situation, it's hard to get a hold of her. Can you give George right there in the beige sweater, your name and number? And I know they're right next door to Sheila, and I'm sure she will at least contact you. Beyond that, after that, it's, I hate to put him on the spot, but it's next with the mayor/council. If there is quote unquote, we're presuming there's no problem. Obviously, there must be some problem.
If you can give your information to George, I will follow up with George and get
Please.
information and leave your number so we can call you back.
Okay.
I just want you to know, and did you say that you filled up your pool and it was is it a big pool, small pool, like kid pool?
No, it's an in-ground pool.
So it's saying $139.
And no, that was only it wasn't full up to the top. It was maybe 75% full from the previous year. And then I just filled it, which is nothing. But I filled it previous from before and it was $600.
Correct.
Where it's you know, it's reasonable. 619. And then I bought
Let her
water
hold it
tanks.
tomorrow.
I'm not gonna fill it from my hose. It takes longer to do that than buying the water tanks.
I would start with Sheila. From there, Corporation Council is gonna look into it for you. They'll follow up with you. If that goes nowhere, you can get a hold of me or get a hold of me, whatever, and then I'll let you know the next step in the process, because there is a process.
And be sure and write a letter also, so you have something in writing, and so you called.
Okay.
And
Will do.
Sheila's currently watching.
So Sheila's watching,
Sheila's on,
she's
she's
seeing
on.
it. So she's expecting your call tomorrow.
Sheila will take care of it.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so
I'm
much.
not saying take care of it, but she'll let you know the
No, at least
process.
I need to know what to do
I
because
100% agree.
I mean, this
Hey,
is,
tell them, might as well just sell the house, put it on
I
the
might as well
95.
just sell it and just go and do something
No,
else.
no, no,
Look at
no,
the
no.
And in that case,
We'll have to solve this problem.
You,
We'll have to
no,
solve it.
I mean, I'll tell you, I love my house. I love my property. I love my neighbors. I love the neighborhood. Am I so ecstatic about, you know, the city hall that I can't get a hold of somebody on Friday, Saturday and Sunday? No. You know, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I don't like the fact that the city is not opened on Fridays.
Right.
It's a whole nother story. Maybe I'll attend another one, but trash days Thursday, I don't get sometimes picked up until Monday. But that's another story. So, and I can't call anybody because Friday we're closed.
George and the Corporation Council will make sure Sheila contacts you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next up.
Dave, I reached out to you for an extra minute. I really need it or some
You
extra
are?
time. I reached out to you earlier for an extra minute, but you didn't answer.
Well, I don't know when you call.
I called you at 12:13, but I really need, I want to put something on the record about Ali Deep said that I never sent him the video or anything for that contract. I did, and I sent it to all you guys. Debate.
Okay, so hold on. You might give him the extra minute, 30 seconds. What do you want to do?
Okay, I'll give you, could I trust you? So we'll go ahead and give it to you in a minute.
Okay.
I didn't.
No, I just wanted to put that on record that for this contract, for the cement contract, I did send a video. And that thing he's saying where the cement's cut for the sewer, there's no cement cut there. There's no cuts at all. There's nothing wrong with the sewer, except they just dumped cement.
Okay, so you sent the video to who?
Ali Deeb on his phone. I sent you guys pictures.
Okay,
of
the
video.
mayor said he hasn't received it. Can you send it to the mayor?
They did receive it via email.
You sent it to the mayor? Okay.
Andrew Ali Deeb.
Bud.
State your name.
Hassan Saab, John Daly, Dearborn Heights. So I have my attorneys actually on Zoom and I want to clear something up on the record. Last time I was here, I questioned one of the directors about something and I told them that I had some information regarding on certain officers and what was going on. When we left, a police report was filed against me for extortion. Police department. When I requested a FOIA of my personal name with all the data from the police department, my name was denied. And I filed an appeal with the mayor. Nobody's ever responded back to me with my appeal. So I have my attorneys here. So I went about myself because these directors want to intimidate people and challenge me. And I respect the challenge and I'm going to challenge them. So I hired 2 attorneys for 2 legal opinions. Their positions, the way they were hired is illegal. And that those legal opinions I'm gonna get, I want them entered to city council. And I'd like city council, when you get them, for you guys to enter a resolution to terminate those 2 positions. Because I think the police department has police officers in their ranks that are very capable of doing these exact jobs. And then the other thing I have is Director Swope himself, the people that he's getting from outside cities that he's hiring in, these background checks that are being done. I don't know if you guys know about certain officers that are being hired and what their background is and why they're coming to our department. I think it's too explicit for me to even say on the record of what some of these officers got caught doing on the job or were doing on a job while in uniform. So I do have 2 of my attorneys on there. Like I said, and the legal opinions don't go into favor of their positions at all based on the city charter. And I really wanted to talk to them. They ran out like dogs, to be honest with you.
Okay.
It's protected speech, sir.
No,
Protected speech. It's protected speech.
Okay, Bud.
Please, out of respect to us, not for anything else.
They ran out, so they wouldn't answer anything or say anything. And I want to direct this question to Roger. Roger, my FOIA for my personal information that I can walk into the police department and get a record of my stuff, my name. Why was it denied? Saying I'm interfering with law enforcement proceedings.
Well, there's an appeal process,
So,
and there's a certain time to answer the appeal that you raise, and they're still within the time frame.
So I want to answer back to Roger. The day when we were outside in the hallway, that meeting, Director Swope had his body camera on. When you came and told me, you shook my hand and said about what happened when Mr. Beydoun stepped in the altercation. And you said that Officer Bazzi is a good cop, right? That you don't agree with the disciplinary action all the way. That's on video. So when I FOIA'd that video, he told me, let's sit together and watch this video together tomorrow. I said, no. But then when I FOIA, now they want until the 16th or 17th to send it to me. What's the delay?
Well, first I'm going to answer. I didn't say specifically what you said, but there is a trial tactic where you put on a record certain things and you ask somebody why did they say that when they didn't say it. So I don't know what video you're talking about.
His body cam?
No, excuse me, I'm answering it. I'm not aware of any body cam.
Okay.
I've not seen any body cam. I did not say that to you.
Okay.
I do not recall saying that to you, and I spoke to you briefly.
Okay.
So I would not lay a record by saying that's true, what you're stating.
Okay.
Okay,
So we
so
get
just
the
for the
video of
record,
that?
but I'm not familiar with it, but I
Okay.
will look into it.
Oh, yeah.
And so my other thing is, again, a police report was filed against me, and what the police department is trying to do is censor me about these officers. What's going on with these officers is deeper than what you guys think about an investigation. What's going on is that they're forcing these officers to resign. They're putting so much pressure on them to resign. Did anybody ask why the K-9 officer left the city? That was the question. Did anybody ask why? Nobody's here to answer why he left. They're putting so much pressure on these officers to leave, to resign, so it doesn't look like anybody got fired. And that's the problem. And why? Because that's in the works with the union and the contract to get 5 officers that they don't want in the department out by forcing them. And one of those officers, unfortunately, was on that incident with a guy breaking into the house. And they're using anything they can find against these officers to force them to resign.
Well, I disagree with what you're saying.
I don't
You know I
disagree,
will.
but again,
No.
my thing here is that I'm asking counsel with my legal opinions that I paid for $8,800 now with my attorneys here.
Well, it's more than a water bill.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, she's got holy water. I don't know what to tell you. You need a second mortgage for her water bill. Because I would like to, if you guys put a resolution to terminate those 2 positions, because they were entered illegally and there's other people trying to get hired in the city that, like, again, you said, a part-time, for the Ian Center, or they won't do nothing.
Our coordinator.
And not the coordinator, I'm sorry. The one more thing I want to ask, are the directors police officers or are they contractors to the city? Please, I want this question answered. Are they contractors or
You
are
know
they
what?
actual police officers in the city? Please, I need this question answered.
One is they're both
So
one is
what,
police officer.
okay, so one's so why are they in uniform?
What'd you say?
So if they're a contractor to the city, why are they in uniform?
The Director Plow, Vanderplow was not in uniform.
Okay.
Did you see him in uniform?
I mean,
Did you see Director Vanderplow in
where-
uniform?
So-
You saw Kevin in uniform, Swope in uniform.
So if he's representing himself as an undercover cop or something, that's not considered a uniform with the Dearborn Heights police logo on it?
I have no idea.
Police logo?
You're asking me if he's undercover?
Is
The
he?
police officer?
Is he?
I don't know. Why?
But because this is a very technical question to this. Is he, if he's a contractor?
Send me an
why is it-
email and I will answer you. That's all I can say. I don't understand the question. I think their
I
positions
think they
are
come in a
clear.
position where in uniform.
If he's
to intimidate
undercover,
people.
I don't know. I don't know if the dog was undercover. I don't know. I'm just saying.
No, not the
objectively
dog.
answering
Listen, it's
you.
not the dog. I'm talking about the directors.
Objectively answering you.
Their positions are illegal based on the city charter. And my legal opinion.
No, I disagree. What are you talking about? The charter says that it can be hired
The
that
way they were hired in.
Act
is illegal.
78.
Correct.
Yeah, I don't want to debate.
Okay.
Act 78
So,
We're gonna get the
is
legal
included
opinion. We'll
in
go
the
by the legal
contract.
opinions.
Okay.
Thank you.
thank you. Next up,
The Honorable Vince Dubkowski. Dubkowski.
Drapkowski.
Dubkowski. Dubkowski.
Drop the cow and add the ski. Vince Drapkowski, Columbia Street, Dearborn Heights. I don't care what you think about police officers or whatever your case may be with them. If you like law enforcement or don't like law enforcement. I come from a family of law enforcement. I have several members of my family that work with the state and various cities. I myself served under 5 chiefs of this city. And not once has any of our chiefs, officers, or anybody disrespected the council the way Mr. Vanderplow did.
Yeah, out of line.
Okay, if you can't keep yourself to a higher standard. And if you can't carry the weight of that badge, there's the door.
Yeah.
There's the door.
Yeah.
I'm done with the subject matter. We've been here since 6 o'clock. It's now going 20 after 10. I highly recommend that the city council gets back to a study session to discuss matters that you guys are supposed to discuss instead of dragging out these meetings. You know, our time is just as valuable as yours. So do it right. Have your study sessions the way you're supposed to and have your council meetings after. That's why they're 2 weeks apart. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up. Practicing.
the street name, please.
What? Margaret Kingmaker Street. Joey's anniversary is October 14th, and we will be meeting at Party in Annapolis at the corner, but we will be on the school side. 9:30 is the time because I believe the phone call of the 911 came in at 10:27, and that's the time now. With that being said, you know, all is welcome. Do I have any answers for getting the bright side strips for the nighttime issue that we have around the school zones? And also too, Annapolis's homecoming was this past weekend. And when the parade was going on, I know we're short officers, whatever the case is, but back when I was in high school in 2006, when I graduated, we had officers blocking each direction so nobody could go through in the oncoming traffic this way. I had several people tell me that they were not there. And that's disappointing because these are children's lives. Once again, it needs to be addressed. I believe that's all I have for today, but I'm just very hurt with that being done. So, thank you.
Thank you, Margaret.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next up.
Thank you so much, Margaret. Thank you for coming to the meetings. Thank you for always being a voice for Joey. I know that if something would ever happen to me, you'd be a voice for me as well. Honestly, I love you for that. Thank you.
Rose Trepepi, 2 Lane Street, and I'm not here to holler at Mo. He says I holler. I just talk in a different way.
Salina.
Thank you guys for what you did tonight, but I also want to let you know, they took everything down in the parking lot, the Eaton Center, and it's a mess. I rode around and found the sweeper, pulled him over. He said, call this person. Then I saw another guy. I said, what? He said, call it Mikey. I called Mikey to clean the parking lot today.
Great. Thank you, Mikey.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
I have to give them a cheer.
Thank you, Rose. I love your way of being up here and yeah, you know what? I'm done with you. I'm done with you.
You don't know what you're messing with. I might need a moment or two more. If you can indulge me. This is more public service. I'm not.
Okay, a little bit longer.
All right.
So then, all could I have to give it to Hassan?
All right.
1 minute.
Gary Mayatki, Plainfield Street. First of all, I'd like to compliment Councilman Wenzel, Councilman Abdul Haq, City Treasurer Hicks Clayton with respect to the comments that were made with respect and the hard vote that was taken with respect to the police officer's contract. I think it will be proved that what you stood up for was a very important thing. Councilman Baydoun, I'd like to compliment you for basically standing up for the right of a resident to end up speaking at the last meeting as well. I think your comments were, well, Mr. Saab, when he ended up being cut off, I think your comments were well taken and were appropriate under the circumstances. Now more of the public service type of thing, because I was watching this and it was like, seemed to me that there are a few things that we're not seeing. Your honorable body has control over all expenditures under section 8.9 of the charter. Let's start from that. That's the starting point for everything with respect to this. And with respect to anything that ends up being done, you should revisit the resolution that was proposed back in July of 2021 with respect to complying with section 8.9, but at the same time, making sure that you have budgetary control and are able to maintain that budgetary control over the administration. That's a very important thing for you to do. You can't just say per section 8.9, we authorize anything up to whatever you come up with. You have to make sure that you have parameters in place with respect to that. And since I have limited time, I'll hold off on that. Okay, all the discussion on the bidding procedures misses something very critical and fundamental. You're not having to worry about the charter. Since 2007, the charter was amended and basically everything now is by ordinance with regard to bidding procedures. So you can do changes to the bidding procedures, sections 2801 through 2805, and essentially end up putting into effect what you want in terms of those changes. And by the way, just because it's not in there right now doesn't mean that you can't end up having something. I would not necessarily agree that all services should go out to bid, for example, but you can end up making changes that you see as fit, and you should consider those very seriously. And then with respect to the city engineer and the LLC that he has, this raises concerns. And I would note, and I like the city engineer, and I think he's very competent at what he does. I appreciate him, but improvements can end up being made by the city through its employees. If it's done through its contractors, then you have to go through a bidding process. And recognize that when you are dealing with someone who is a city engineer, you are often talking about public improvements. So you potentially have to go through the bidding process whenever it comes to the type of work that's done. Another issue, if you get paid as a contractor, when you end up getting paid as an employee, At the same time, that's a real problem. I'm just saying, and I would recommend that everyone take a look at section 4.9B of the charter. That might help where it says, except as otherwise provided in this charter, the respective salaries and compensation of officers and employees is fixed by or pursuant to this charter shall be in full for all official services of such officers or employees and shall be in lieu of all fees, commissions, or other compensation receivable by such officers or employees for their services.
Okay,
So,
thank you, Gary.
Gary, I like to say something. First, thank you for your comment. I did what my conscience told me to do. But I just want you to know that I asked the administration to give me actuary report, how much it's going to cost for the police officers increase. And I did ask to have a report, how much it will cost the city to give the officers who were hired after 2011 health care when they retire. So those things, I want you to know that we are on top of it.
Council Chair, if I may comment briefly on something. The city treasurer is correct. I mean, we were always told that pension attorneys told us that we had to end up having an actuary report. Concerned me so much after the meeting, I actually found the specific sections. You did need an actuary report.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up.
One thing you'll have to define is which actuary report, because I spoke to the pension board and they said there's at least 3 types of actuary reports. The follow-up is with.
Rachel LaPointe, Merrick Street. I'm exhausted. It's been a long night, guys. I think it's great that we're doing friendliness trainings. I hope the mayor's taking them. Following up on Margaret's announcement about the memorial in the evening for Joey, if anybody is interested and not able to stay up late, kind of how I'm feeling right now, there is going to be a memorial bench dedication at OW Best Middle School at 11 a.m. on Saturday as well. So there is a morning option if you wanted to come and participate in that.
Who's setting that one up?
The PTO at OW Best purchased the memorial bench in honor of Joey. If the water meters could be covered by ARPA, I think that is a great use of the funds that would benefit all the residents. And that would be a way to also not increase our water bills, since that would mean we don't have to take out more loans and add that debt onto our bills. Regarding the AMD thing, I hope that we are not paying a contractor now when he's possibly still on payroll, and if the contract's not approved, but we've already been paid 2 bills for a contract that has not been signed or approved. How does that even happen? How can somebody say, here's my invoice for the work that I've done, but we still don't have a contract? If anybody else did that, we would go, what in the world? Mr. Deeb does a great job. He's doing awesome. There's probably a great reason to switch it up, but let's do it the right way. There was a situation with some men who were behaving extremely inappropriately near schools that residents only found out about through the news. I am deeply disturbed that my friends on the school board notified me that they never got a notification from our police department. There were men in school parking lots, nude, doing absolutely inappropriate acts for public. And nobody said, oh, let's email D7 and say, hey, there was somebody in your parking lot doing this. They would not have known to keep an eye out for these guys, especially when then on the news, Mr. Vanderplau's saying that they think it's some challenge that there's going to possibly be more of these men doing this. Does nobody give a flying rat's patootie about these children? And I put that as nicely as I can because I wanted to use much stronger language.
Yeah.
Okay? Because this is not something to mess around with. We all know the issues. We all know that it all boils down to the fact that the administration's not doing their job. The mayor's not doing his job. That's why he's sitting in his office in these meetings when it comes time for all of us to say what we're really thinking. That's why he leaves, because he doesn't want to hear it.
Thank you.
Hi all, Tanya Sterlini, Brookside. I'm speaking on behalf of a resident, but I am school board for D7. And I will say that incident at the school, we were not notified. I don't understand. We found out through residents. How in the world is our district not being told what is going on in our parking lots? That is absurd to me. Absurd. So I hope we can do better. I hope we can do better, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Last time you came up, you hit us with some good energy.
Yes, I try to bring good energy every time I come, Mo. I don't know what that means.
No. Oh, man. I've been saying all the wrong things today. Huh?
Okay, because I feel like I come with great energy every time. My name's Leslie Winless. I live on Annapolis Street in Dearborn Heights, Michigan.
Hold on, the thing died.
He's giving me 10 minutes. Oh, I don't even need 30. I'm sleepy.
Start going.
You gotta wear a lion's shirt.
So I just want to do a friendly plug and reminder that everybody save the date for November 18th at 4 p.m. That's when our second annual Friendsgiving event will be happening. If you're unfamiliar with what a Friendsgiving is, it's a community Thanksgiving event. And then we took it a step further by giving away free food and clothes and hygiene products just to showcase what we do every day with the community pantry. We also decided to adopt 4 organizations this year: the Annapolis High School PTO, the D7 Dads Club, the Dearborn Heights Panthers, and the Dearborn Heights Food Pantry Project. 2 other things I wanted to state. One, when you guys were talking about the water bills, I have not talked about them here because I've had other things to address, but I've definitely talked about this on the rants and complaints page. You can look me up there. The water bill has been a problem for a while now. It's been outrageous to me of over a year. And so the humanitarian in me really wants to challenge you guys to take your vote a step further and to prevent shutoffs through the end of the year.
No shutoffs.
Oh, no shutoff. Okay, well then even better then. All right then. Thank you. That'll solve that one. The next one is I really liked that video and the app idea. I think I'm gonna steal it for D7. But I feel like Mike McCaffrey should do all of the voiceovers for the entire because no one else can do it justice.
No.
I mean, if you're not gonna have Mike McCaffrey, you gotta have me as a backup. I mean, I don't know. Have a good night, everybody.
I know
Thank
you were coming with it. Anyone else?
Okay. Anybody else in the audience? Wait. We got on Zoom. Maybe on Zoom. Looks like we have Dana.
Good evening. Ready, Mo?
Good evening.
Dana Parrish, Greenlee Park Street. Dearborn
Hold on,
Heights.
we have somebody on Zoom, sir. Just give me 1 second. We're gonna do Dana's first.
Zoom.
Yeah, you got a gentleman.
Go ahead, Dana.
You ready? Okay.
Yeah.
Dana Parrish, Greenlee Park Street, Dearborn Heights. Good evening, everyone. Wanted to hit a couple of things. One is, I agree with Vince on the meetings running way too late. It's almost 11 o'clock now. I said this many months ago about sort of being prepared for meetings. I know you all don't make a heck of a lot of money for these to be city councilmen and women, but I haven't been there a lot this last year for my own health reasons, but I watch every meeting. And I can tell you, I know the council packets are thick, like thick as in thick. And I won't say, and this isn't, I'm not trying to be negative, but I know there is no requirement to be a councilman or woman, because I looked in the charter to be literate, to be able to read. And I'm not saying it to be disrespectful here, but it's a lot of material to go through. And I've seen many instances where council person has said, I didn't see that, I wasn't aware of that, I wasn't told that, things of that nature, which then end up with these long protracted discussions. Honestly, what Vince said, it goes a long way, folks. You got to talk to directors, you got to talk to the mayor. If you can't talk to the mayor, kick his door down. You got to do something. You got to talk these things out before. because we can't be sitting in these meetings for 4 hours. It's disrespectful to us as residents. You are disrespecting us. It's your meeting, you're in charge of it, you're disrespecting us by having 4-hour meetings, bottom line. I just wanted to say a couple things. I wanted to ask the IT director, I know he probably can't answer this question right now, but why can't we pay taxes online? That's one. And the second thing I wanted to ask, this is directed to the treasurer. I know we started with 44 accounts, and then I want to know what we're down to. And then the Dearborn Federal account was closed. I know that. I'd like to know the date that was closed and the date that it was open, and who authorized that to be back open again. In other words, who signed it to be open again. And if I need to do a FOIA on that, I will do that for the treasurer. And that's all. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dana.
Okay, may I answer?
Yeah.
Thank you. So I'll answer that. No, you do not have to FOIA it because I'm very transparent. So with that being said, let's go back to the very first statement was about taxes paid online. There is several ways to pay online, including free options. If you pay through the DivDat, so if you go to the treasurer's page on the website, scroll down to the bottom of the page, click on the DivDat, the blue link that says pay taxes here. It directs you directly to their website, and then you can pay that way online. It's totally free if you use your bank routing number and checking account number. If you choose to use a credit card, there is a 2.95% processing fee that goes directly to the card processor. You can also pay through BSNA, which is also available online. We also have phone-in options. We have the kiosk options. We have the drop boxes. So, and I've shared this many times publicly. I think every tax season I share it. But if you really want to know that information, it is on the treasurer's page. We outline every single way to pay on the treasurer's page.
Okay.
So now back to the accounts. The number of accounts, quite frankly, I'll still dispute that amount, that total number that you gave, because they're counting Morgan Stanley investments, which we should be investing our idle money and making money for the city. And so that I will separate from. But right now we have closed all of the accounts that the council has legislated by resolution, except for the confiscated drug and federal forfeiture that the police department asked the council body to reopen, and so we did. So they were closed, but they were reopened by council resolution. The Dearborn Federal Savings Bank was also closed. There's 3 of them: water, general, and the tax. That was by resolution of the council. That was closed on June 15th, and that was 23. And then the council body brought back, we had a resolution for the council adopted to reopen those 3 accounts, which are there in process and will be ready for tax season, starting winter taxes December 1st.
Okay.
So we have followed every single letter of what this council body has legislated to the treasurer's office. And again, respectfully, anybody wants to call me, my number is 313-791-3417, or you can email your request. My email is online as well on the city's website, and I welcome that. Again, you do not have to FOIA. I'm happy to help. Thank you.
Okay. Next up, come on up, sir. City street name?
Yeah, I know the routine. Nettapigian, Rosetta Street, Dearborn Heights. I did not come here planned to say anything. Wanted to observe the meeting. But when I heard about the water bill, I felt I have to maybe say something creative. It's understandable. The water bill comes every 2 months. I know that much. I couldn't tell you what my water bill is because my wife pays it. I don't know what it is. She might ask me to bring it here and drop it off to save a stamp, but other than that, the idea that you have a 2 months water bill to me is outrageous. I pay all my personal bills auto pay. I don't want to be involved with trying to wait for a bill, figure out what it is. My wife believes in the exact opposite. She likes to get nervous waiting for the bill. It's going to be late, but so when you do it every 2 months, that means you don't have enough people. You don't have the capability to go around, figure out what my water bill is. That's what it means. You can have an estimated bill for one time. It is not logical, sensible, or crazy to have estimated, something is wrong. I don't know what it is. That means there's something wrong with her meter. And I don't know who they sent to her meter, but her meter's got to come off and be sent someplace where a specialist to look at it.
That's my suggestion.
That's the answer. I can't
She said it was
believe
done.
not one of you over here even thought about the idea. I don't know who they sent.
I did tell her that.
Yeah, I didn't hear it like that, but did somebody go over there and look at it? Is
She said
what I
somebody did.
heard. I don't know who that somebody is and what his expertise is, but at that point, that thing's got to come off and tapped off for a week and sent someplace. That's the answer
Or we
to
need
that
new water
problem.
meters.
Pardon me?
That's the answer. We need new water meters. Like we promised.
Well, I don't know, but there's something wrong with hers. All you have to, it's not difficult to figure out something is wrong.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
sir. Next up on Zoom, can you let him on, please?
Hello,
Yes, go ahead.
this is Director Jamal, Community and Economic Development Department. It is official. The FEMA grant from the Michigan State Police is active for all the applicants that put their request to participate in March of 2021. There are 16 homes. We will send them based on the address that being listed, updated at the city with the record where they pay the taxes. Please, all the residents on the Ecos Creek that applied, contact our office. We will find you and we will document as it's required by the FEMA and Michigan State Police. Thank you. I know it's late, but I have to do this announcement because it's required. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We do?
We done?
All right, go ahead.
Hi, this is Sue Kaminsky on Amboy Street. I want to thank Councilman Zuhair Abdulhak, Councilman Mobedoon, and Councilman Tom Wenzel for always doing what you're supposed to do, which is to have the citizens' best interest at your heart. The council does not have to make the mayor happy. And I don't care what any other city does. I care that we follow our city charter and we follow Act 78. And our mayor has proven that he doesn't care about those things. You guys can hold him responsible. And as a citizen of this city, I expect you to do so. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you, Sue.
Thank you.
Council Chair, motion to adjourn.
Second.
Move to adjourn by Councilman Bedun, seconded by Councilman Ahmad. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
You can